Subscribed for 8 months. Thanks to @Omega5 for my sub-gift.
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Space fams, beautiful to see you all. It's Saturn Day. Yes, indeed. Week is ending. And a new one is beginning. A lot to talk about, but first some shout-outs. Young Chris, Trevor Borings, and Joe47771 in the YouTube chat. Her horologist, a close fourth, Cthulhu, also here. HBX, Glitchmaster, Carl Schmidt, Big Jerry, Sudden Apollo, Gerb, and New Deal, Glitch. Yes, a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. Big thing, though, is, of course, the primary election coming up here in just a couple of days. Tuesday. I think it's 3 days. Well, it depends on how you want to count it. Because, of course, it'll be all day Tuesday. Polls be opening 6 a.m. across the country in most states. Not a lot of time to make up your mind if you're somehow still undecided. That's not all, though. We're going to talk about the economy, Trump's corruption, and what the bounds are of his powers might be. Can he perhaps bulldoze the Statue of Liberty? A lot of other things to talk about as well, but first, let's start in the United States. America. By the way, everybody, I almost forgot. Happy Pride Month to all you guys, gals, and non-binary pals. And what better way to start off this day here amidst this beautiful Pride Month? It's heating up.
So hot right now.
Wait, what's up with my sound? Why can't I hear?
So hot right now.
Oh, it's because my soundboard is down. There we go. Now, I'm sorry, my mixer is down. There we go. Okay.
That's hot.
A better way to start this show, this Pride Month, with a man who I think is becoming more and more lonely, realizing what his job is. The right-wing media ecosystem. I'm, of course, talking about the last liberal, David Rubin.
Every single person on the
To
planet is
illustrate
gay.
where we're at here in terms of the, I don't know, Tallarico is gay messaging campaign. Glenn Beck brought on our dear friend Dave Rubin onto his show as his gay correspondent. He's like, hey, you like dick. Can you figure out if Tallarico's gay? I'm going to outsource this to you, the body language expert for the gaydar.
Yeah, exactly.
You pointed out on Twitter what the hell happened to Dave Rubin's face. I mean, he really definitely got a facelift, not to be petty about this, or something like that. And they yanked, they stepped on that guy's head and yanked it back.
It is, I mean, for people watching and maybe having a drink of water, eating, like, take a second, because it is.
Take a second.
Yeah. I mean, it's easy when you take as many vacations as he does if you want to have some recovery time. But here is Dave Rubin on the important question of whether or not James Tallarico is gay.
He's eating a turkey leg. I think what I saw in this is, here's a guy almost mocking.
I'm sorry, really quickly. We'll go back. But to your point, David, why did he pose for this? It's just like such an unforced error.
Well, actually, you know what's interesting about this photo, though, Emma, is that this photo actually comes from a good message campaign from him, which is he went to the Texas State Fair and he was noting about how expensive the Texas State Fair had become because of corporate interest. So it's like actually like a pretty good video. But now they keep on posting this as his response to the vegan allegations, and it's out of context. It's starting to get a little silly. Yeah,
I think the Democrats shouldn't have let that be a frame in the video. You don't need to isolate it and post "Here we come."
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's not a. I mean, at least know your audience. You're in fucking Texas. Don't just feed them wins. You know, like that's dumb. It's a dumb thing. Don't do that. I mean, come on, dude.
Out of
context,
what did I just
a
do?
little silly. Yeah.
The Democrats shouldn't have let that be a frame in the video. You don't need to isolate it and post "Here we come."
Yes.
Without turkey leg eating.
This is the official Democrats account, which is why, to your point, the consultants get out of this race. Let the Tallarico team do what they've been doing. Anyway, here's here. We'll restart it now.
Here's a guy almost mocking Texans. You know, this is what Texans really look like, so I'm going to pretend I'm one of them. However, Ricky, who is absolutely debased, she's not a good human
Who's
being.
Ricky?
She comes in and she's like,
I don't think Dave knows. Like, you look at the blank stare from David. I don't think he knows who Ricky is. I don't know who Ricky is. David doesn't know who Ricky is. Do you know? Does anybody here know who Ricky is? Who is Glenn talking about right now? Oh, this Ricky. Oh, the terrible Ricky. Everybody knows Ricky. We don't even need a last name for Ricky. She's Ricky. Everybody knows Ricky. There's like one Ricky. All right.
She comes in and she's like, This is appealing to, let's say, non-cisgendered voters. And I'm like, what are you even talking about? And she said, your rumor is, he says he has a girlfriend, yada, yada. I have no gaydar. I think she's an abomination, Ricky. I think she's probably going to spend more time in hell than most of us.
Wait,
I'll
hold
just
on.
pause there. Yeah, I think that's a woman on staff, but I'll just say, Glenn, you're a Mormon fundamentalist. When you use the word abomination when discussing gay people, we're not sure what you're talking about.
That's a great point. Also, he's talking all about, I looked it up. He's from the state of Washington, so I don't really get what Glenn's... And does he even broadcast from Texas anymore?
I think he's in Dallas, right? No?
I can't remember where he's at now.
Yeah.
He has a girlfriend, yada, yada. I have no gaydar. I think she's an abomination, Ricky. I think she's probably going to spend more time in hell than most of us. And in a deeper
I've always
level.
liked her, but okay,
Wow, dude. Okay, so he knows who Ricky is. I see.
What's
Hilarious.
your gaydar say on?
Oh, so actually, David does know who Ricky is. That blank stare was because he was trying to not show his emotion. He likes Ricky. He's trying to pretend he's not feeling some way about this, but he is seething inside. How dare you talk about Ricky this way?
Well, it takes two to tango.
What's
Hilarious.
your gaydar say on him? And what is she just going to hell, or does she have a point on this?
What? I must say this is very strange. I got a text from Billy Bush, broadcaster Billy Bush, yesterday asking me about my gaydar on Tallarico. This is what the remainder of my career is going to be.
Wait, I'm sorry.
You dug this grave, dog.
Billy Bush, the
Self-reflection.
Access Hollywood dude, reached out to be like, "Hey, dude, you're the first gay guy I can think of. I've worked in Hollywood, but
God, it is hard to summon any amount of what's the word? Empathy, I guess. Sympathy. I guess I can empathize, but I can't sympathize. Or is that right? Or am I switching it? I'm trying to figure that out. But it's like difficult to feel bad for old David here. I mean, he did, as I think Matt just pointed out, he did make his own bet. right? He literally made his entire career leaving the left, the people who who were actually like welcoming of his personal identity, and then went and embraced the people who are literally spending all of their time trying to make him not exist. And now he's sad that he's become the personal gaydar of the right wing. It's all he's left. Like his audience is dried up. You know, after he told them all about his surrogate child with his husband. They really didn't like that one. And now he's just been reduced to being the gaydar of Republicans. It seems like a sad existence, I won't lie. I can see how that would suck. I struggle. Like, I can understand. I just can't, right? Like, I can't, I can't sympathize. Like, I can't, be... Like, I can understand how it would suck, but I can't feel bad for him. Because he kind of did it to himself.
Dave, you're the one I come to for the gaydar. God. All right, keep going.
Isn't gay? Well, I have a very long career in politics, but I don't know that this is what I signed up for.
I think it is. I think it is.
Look, I don't know if this guy is gay. There's obviously some weird stuff when he tells you that Jesus is non-binary and that there are 6 genders, and there's a slight effeminate. Glenn.
And before Dave goes on, he's already going on some long diatribe here. I just want to point out that if he doesn't want to be the gaydar of the Republic, maybe instead of going into these long-winded responses here, he should just give a boilerplate response.
Every single person on this planet is gay.
Yeah. You can just tell everybody on this planet is gay, Dave. You know, go woke. Go woke, Dave. Just be like, hey, everybody on this planet is gay. And I don't have some sort of insight into who is gay and who is not. But instead, you're playing into it. You're like, I don't want to be this, but let me just humiliate myself by doing the very thing I'm saying I don't want to be. I don't want my career to be. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I have a weird humiliation ritual problem. What you don't understand, see, is that I actually like to be shamed publicly. It's weird.
Look, there are effeminate guys who are straight. There are straight acting guys or masculine guys who are gay, and all of those things. So, to me, that's not so important.
I feel better
here.
about myself.
Yes, Glenn, as far, I've known you quite well for many years at this point, and I can confirm.
See, but this is what I'm saying. Like, if you don't want to be the token gay guy, here to make Glenn Beck feel better about himself as he does this, sort of vaguely homophobic investigation into James Tallarico. Like, this is literally the thing that you say you don't want to be. Like, you're doing it. You're doing it right now, buddy.
All of those things. So, to me, that's not so important.
I feel better
here.
About myself.
Jesus
yes,
Christ.
Glenn, as far, I've known you quite well for many years at this point, and I can confirm to the listeners that you are straight as far as I know.
No. I mean, I thought I feel better because I didn't think there was anything to this.
Electric chemistry here.
He comes in, with
that was awkward.
I thought this was just a crazy ruse to get me to affirm
Glenn,
your
what are you
straightness.
trying to get me to say?
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm trying to howl for my food here, but you didn't give me a script.
What song do you want me to sing here?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and Glenn couldn't even take the slightest bit of cheekiness from Dave about.
I think the gaydar's gone awry. Oh no.
Sexuality.
Oh, yeah.
Glenn's like, I brought you on here to confirm to everybody that I'm straight and Tallarico's gay. Yeah. What do you get? Like, what are you not getting here, buddy? And why would you even joke about me being gay?
You were invited because we needed a gay guy to call this guy the F slur.
Yep. So. Right. And the tofu Tallarico thing is a little too subtle. I mean, when they call him a vegan, that's they're just saying you're a queer, basically.
Yeah. I mean.
Yeah. And actually, I think... Hold on. I believe there. Yes. Actually, I think we should stay on the topic of vegan. Can we go? Let's go to this clip. Hold on. We're not done with this situation.
Liberals were just speaking about us, but it's this entire kind of coastal elite class, which both Ruben and Glenn Beck are part of. And, it shows that these are folks who are out of touch. They don't understand Texan values. And I hope that we can kick them to the curb pretty soon.
Can we just also play how Trump says vegan?
Yes, please. I've been looking for this clip. You have it, Matt? Oh my God, I love this.
I haven't heard this yet.
Oh no, you're not
It's
ready.
incredible.
He doesn't know how to say it. Oh, that's so good. All right, let's go.
I mean, this guy is bad news with his mask from relatively recently. And he's a vegan. All of a sudden, he's not.
He's a vegan.
He's a vegan. Now all of a sudden, he's not. Texas doesn't like vegan.
Okay, it's like he's saying he's a Vegas resident.
He's a vegan.
Yeah.
He's a vegan.
He's a vegan, you know?
He worships Thor. He's a vegan.
I believe I am talking. I believe it's this. Okay, it is a vegan, a mysterious alien race. Almost nothing is known about the vegans beyond the fact that they come from a planet orbiting Vega, and are a peaceful and intelligent species. It's a vegan from the movie Contact.
This is the very definition
Okay,
of totalitarian.
they're vegans. It's confusing, okay?
I love the conservative brain too, like the things that make sense to them,
The
like this guy
vegans
with
are
his
coming.
mask from relatively recently.
I heard he's a vegan.
But you
I'm a little
know
worried.
that Trump has not read anything about him, because when we're talking about the mask thing, that's the other thing you notice. And
I asked, can we deport him if he's a illegal vegan alien? And they said no. Wrong kind of vegan. We're talking about a guy who doesn't eat meat, which is weird. Some people say vegan, but most people are saying bacon. I think everybody knows. I think everybody knows that. Very normal. Am I a vegan? No, I am not a vegan. Nope. Not a vegan. Just a guy. They've once sent us plans to build a ship to visit them. It's true. It's very true. Now, if you missed this yesterday, we're going to hit this up in this 30-second clip from NBC Montana regarding a federal appeals court ruling on the Pentagon policy banning transgender service members from the military.
The divided federal appeals court panel ruled a Trump administration policy illegally banned transgender troops from serving in the military. The decision largely upheld a lower court's ruling that found President Trump's executive order to exclude transgender troops from military service is likely unconstitutional. The ruling is limited to service members who were part of the lawsuit, meaning the Pentagon can still restrict transgender people from enlisting. It does not immediately go into effect, giving the administration time to ask the full appeals court to hear the case.
Well, there we go. A moment of sanity. What will happen? It's probably this as with everything. Trump administration will try and take this to appeals, take this to Supreme Court. If they lose there, now, while this, for the moment, this policy is banned or been blocked, the immigration policies of the Trump administration continue, and people continue to feel the effects of the horrifying authoritarian crackdown on the existence of immigrants in this country. where was this again? I can't remember where this was. But this is what this next clip is of a woman and of her daughter, mostly describing the conditions in the immigration detention center in which she was held, and the level of medical neglect which her mother faced. A woman who apparently needed fairly specific medical treatment.
Protect from the glaucoma.
Her medications were given intermittently. She got them, and then she didn't get them, and then they gave them to her, and then they tried to deport her, so they took it away again.
Yeah, that's my law school card.
You know, they're giving people with high blood pressure just Tylenol for the headaches, because when you have high blood pressure, you get headaches. They're giving people Tylenol. Same thing, like someone took a fall, Tylenol. No actual.
I'd point out that's medically dangerous, right? I think, if I'm not mistaken, this isn't medical advice, but if I recall correctly, this is what I've been doing for myself. Like, is that you don't take Tylenol unless you have serious inflammation or or a fever, right? And you use Advil otherwise for pain, if you're just trying to treat pain. But of course, she's not talking about people who are just dealing with pain. They're just treating it as if it's something that's just pain. And the whole thing is fucked. Because like, I'm fairly certain you can get like liver damage if you take too much Tylenol. Something like that. Don't quote me on that.
No actual medical attention.
Look at this.
I mean, they need more doctors, not just one doctor.
Look at this. It's an entire tray of medicines this woman's supposed to be fucking taking. I don't remember if they actually say what her condition is. But it's insane. This is insane. With that much medicine, you would think it's got to be a number of different conditions, right? Either a number of different conditions or like a very serious condition like cancer. Like, you don't have this many drugs unless you're not unless you're like it's one of those two circumstances. If you have like prescribed, this is not just like off the shelf medicines. These are all prescribed.
I mean, they need more doctors, not just one doctor for this many thousands of people. More doctors that actually carry out the oath that they took to do no harm, and not talk about, we're going to send you back to your country, you'll get medical treatment there. That is not a place, that is not a doctor's place to say.
Yeah, no, exactly. This shit is fucking insane. Did you hear what she just said? Did you hear what she just said? She said that they were withholding medicines as leverage, right? With keeping from people what in some cases may very well be life-saving medicine under the threat of deportation, right? Saying, look, or as a leverage point in trying to get them to self-deport, right? They're trying to get people to sign papers to self-deport. In some cases, people who can't read English. And, I mean, this woman's daughter is speaking on behalf of her, so you would expect that maybe her English is not very good. Right? And they're trying to force a woman like this and countless others just like her to sign papers to self-deport while simultaneously holding their medicines over their head. I mean, this is beyond anything. I can, like... In the United States of America, Like, that is so wrong on so many levels. You might as well just hold a gun to somebody's head. That is, there's really, in some cases, there's no difference. Right? Some people will die without their medicines. It is a threat of death or of serious bodily harm. That's fucking insane. That is fucking insane. The evil, the level of evil I think that you have to be to do such a thing is something that our country is going to have to grapple with for some time. And this is just one of, as we all know, a litany of fucking egregious acts that have been committed by the government in the last year and a half. Right? How many people have died? Either in ICE detention or on the streets of the fucking United States? Who've been deprived of their civil rights? Held without legal counsel or a trial? Indefinitely? Used for free labor? Given moldy, bug-infested food? I mean, this is something that is going to not only scar many thousands of people, all the people who have been touched by this directly and or indirectly in real life, but honestly, this is also going to, this is tarnishing the reputation of the United States. Full stop. It's like the one among many. And it's why we need to do something to put an end to all this. That's why we need these fucking elections. I think this is the lawyer representing this woman, or at least representing immigrants in a number of different cases.
In many cases, what we see in records are registered nurses or nurses doing the job of what a physician or advanced practice provider would do. And that becomes problematic when people are in extremis or when they're really, really sick. That, again, nurses.
I can't remember if they actually make it clear. I think she might actually, I can't tell if she's like an advocate slash, like, she gave me the vibes. Now I remember this, like, I'm sorry, I watched this like yesterday. You know, I've been compiling this list for the last couple of days. Some of these things I forget. She gave me vibes, actually, of somebody in the healthcare field. So she may be like an advocate or something like that. Oh.
Advanced practice provider would do. And that becomes problematic when people are in extremis or when they're really, really sick.
Unfortunately, it's an AP archive vid, so some of like they didn't do like with the AP archives. Like honestly, I love these because oftentimes this is stuff that we would otherwise miss if I just subscribed to the AP like normal site. Like this is like stuff that's just getting like sidelined and not getting like the regular attention. But then we'd like miss out on like certain details. Actually, you know what? I think I might be able to figure this out. Hold on, I just realized this. I'm a dummy. If I open this in a new window, in the description, oftentimes the AP describes what we're looking at. Finally curated. Thank you. Yes, I do what I can. I do what I can. Okay, hold on. No, I don't need to. Please don't play this on top of this. That's not helpful. Thank you. All right. Physician / researcher. Yeah. Okay. Amy Zayden. Yeah, Amy Zayden. Zeidan. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
again, nurses do amazing things and they have amazing roles, but when you're asked to do something that is a bit beyond your level of training, that's when things can go wrong. And
that sentence should like send chills through everybody's. I know it does for me. I'm like, oh God. Yeah, we shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't be doing that to nurses and to the people in ICE custody, right? We shouldn't be giving them unprepared, untrained professionals, right? I'm not saying they're not trained. Professionals not trained to do the things they're being asked to do, right? Like that's just, it's insane, right? Because it creates like a number of different problems. Like professionally, for the nurse to be providing care that they don't actually have like the training to do, like that's a problem for them. Like I think you can lose your license technically if you. I don't know. I don't think it's a state by state thing. That can present a bunch of problems for people. On top of that, it can also create weird expectations, like wrong expectations from the detainees, right? Like they're being presented with somebody who is a medical professional, right? They may think they're a doctor. Maybe they're not being. I would assume they're not being given a, fully transparent accounting of what's going on, who they're talking to. In fact, I can almost guarantee it because many of them may not speak English, right? Because of course ICE is targeting most of the people who can't speak English, but then they're not providing translators, right? In fact, there was a story about a kid who's been kept in fucking detainment for like a year and a half or something like that, who speaks like 6 languages or something and hasn't been given a trial and has just been used as free translation services for one of these massive detention centers. I think it was in Newark. I think it was the Newark detention. I can't remember which one it was now.
You may not have enough workforce, healthcare workforce at the site, but then there's also this systematic problem of having a lot more people in detention. So, in some cases we have seen, the number of individuals at a detention center increased by 1,500. And in some of those facilities, they don't really have the capacity, the healthcare staff, to absorb that. But what we're seeing now is a lot of people with very serious medical issues going into detention, many of whom had lived here for many years, and so they had some sort of disease, like chronic disease management. They had a doctor, they were getting medications, but once you go to detention and you're not getting those medications, then you have an exacerbation of those conditions.
This is ridiculous!
Help!
Help! I'm being repressed!
It's totally fucked. It's very frustrating that this continues. The fact is, the ICE detention centers, the activities of ICE have gone out of the media, certainly out of the mainstream media's eye. Although we still have outfits like Status Quo, Mercado Media, who are still covering this. But we cannot forget that this is all still going on. And just because Greg Bovino is gone and Kristi Noem is gone doesn't mean that Tom Homan isn't the fucking demon. And the rest of these people aren't fucking just a bunch of psychopaths. Because you can't sit there and watch and look at these fucking the conditions that people are in and not be one of those fucking things. Okay? Like you can't watch people being used for like slave labor, being deprived of their rights, being fed moldy, bug-infested food, and any of these other sorts of things and be like, yeah, this is fine. It's just a job. No. No.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Not gonna do it. Let's go to New Jersey, as protests are continuing. At least local media is covering them. CBS New York here from 10 hours ago.
A developing story in New Jersey. Protesters once again took to the streets outside Delaney Hall in Newark last night. The demonstration comes as the city begins scaling back its police response after weeks of...
Look how many of these fucking goons there are. Although I would point out, it's actually less. They're just geared up like it's a fucking war. It makes them look more intimidating and larger in size than they are. There's what, like 2 dozen, not even there. And without the help of state police, they are a much smaller group, I would point out. You know, there were dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of officers on the scene. As we saw, like over the weekend, I think it was. Like it was out of fucking control. There must have been like 100 officers there.
Comes as the city begins scaling back its police response after weeks of activity around the ICE detention facility. Mayor Ras Baraka announced the change Thursday, citing a decline in arrest. Officials have not yet said whether anyone was arrested during the latest protest.
Yeah, and I actually I don't know for sure whether or not there was any arrests there. I didn't get a chance to watch the Status Quo news stream. They're just so long that I have to like watch them intermittently, like once a week right now. Because there's been so much other fucking shit going on. And it's the elections. But ICE is not just in New Jersey. They're not just in Minnesota. They're not just in Illinois. They're in every single state across the nation. And they've been in places like Los Angeles in full force for over a year since the Trump administration started Operation whatever it was. I can't remember what they fucking called that. The first one in Los Angeles. And they called the fucking National Guard to help them.
It's been 1 year since federal agents descended on the streets of downtown LA and other surrounding cities. And since then, nearly 14,000 people have been arrested in the LA area during enforcement operations. NBC4's Annette Areola is live in downtown LA with a look back at how life has changed there since then. Annette, good morning.
Camilla, good morning to you. Hello, everybody. Unfortunately, the fear is still so very palpable among the Latino community here in the LA area, and this is now their new normal, per se. It was exactly a year ago, June 6, 2025, when federal agents were seen at a Westlake Home Depot and in parts of downtown's LA Fashion District. Several areas were targeted. We saw car washes, farm fields, major Latino business hubs. You could see agents there carrying out large-scale operations that triggered widespread protests and clashes, and of course, a lingering climate of fear ever since that day. Not only did it leave countless families in a legal limbo of sorts, but many have also opted for self-deportation. Now, immigration enforcement has impacted businesses as well in the local economy, with people worried about leaving their homes to go to work, to go to school. Our Telemundo sister station caught up with Mayor Karen Bass on Friday. She says that there isn't much that the city can actually do about these enforcement operations. Take a listen.
Bottom line is that I cannot stand above the federal government. No city can, and no governor can. And we're going to do everything we can to get the federal government to stop doing this, up to and including talking to the president about it if need be.
Talk to the president.
And a big worry for many in the community here in Los Angeles and Los Angeles area is the fact that the administration has already said that ICE agents will be at FIFA World Cup games. Now, later today, we are going to be attending several press conferences where the families of people who have been deported will be speaking out. There will be several events throughout the day and across the city commemorating this day and
Oh, space fams. I'm seeing some very good news right now. I'm trying to keep it to myself. I couldn't help myself. I'm looking at things. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there very, 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 very soon. Actually, maybe we should do that now. Maybe I should do that first, and then we'll do this one. This actually makes more sense anyway, because this isn't until later. I think I'll do that. Yeah. All right. Anyway, sorry, I'm talking to myself. Talking to myself about the goddamn show.
I am having trouble doing the show.
Yeah, actually, let's do this right now. I can't help myself. We're already in LA, and we're about to start talking about the elections. So let's just, I'm moving one video out of the way. I'm gonna go talk about the election. This is Donald Trump, who we've already heard what he said recently in, it was a tweet. I think it was a tweet. Hold on. Where's the tweet? It's not even in the article? You guys didn't even put a picture of the tweet in the article? That lazy. Is this the one? Oh, I can't find the actual tweet itself. But, as we all know, Trump in a tweet, we talked about it earlier this week, without proof, claimed that cheating was happening in California. I don't want to subscribe to the LA Times, thank you. The Democrats are at it again. They're trying to steal the governor of California primary and the mayor of Los Angeles primary away from two great Republican candidates. Here we go with the very late and massive numbers of mail-in ballots. Trump posted to his social media website. Now, he reiterated some of these claims while at a Fighting for American Farmers rally in the Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. A place that I'm guessing feels pretty left behind by Donald Trump at this point. I think he starts talking about it.
Remember, I inherited these prices. I didn't
No,
study. My prices were
I
great.
forgot about this.
They
Wait,
rigged the
actually, this is
election.
worth it. Okay, so for the beginning, we're gonna listen to this. I mean, it's worth it. Like, he doesn't get on point about. He doesn't talk about the rigged elections. It's actually kind of funny how he even gets into talking about the rigged elections. But let's just take in the context of this comment.
I also signed something that you may or may not like. I don't know. It sounded good to me. It didn't sound very bad to me, but people love it. I also signed the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. You know what that means?
I know what that means. Nobody.
That was another one. I had a big.
By the way, nobody knows what that means, but they're just clapping for it. They have no fucking clue.
Signing at the White House. We had some people that have been fighting for that for years. I called Ron. I said, Ron, what's to fight for? I mean, it just sounds good. And it's just better. It's healthy. I like it.
I like it.
I drank it. I don't know. It gets harder to get it. Now we have it. So
harder
that, you
to
know,
get
it's
it.
totally opened up now for the kids, and it's great for anybody. And now we're working with Congress to quickly pass the...
You can tell he's never actually been in a grocery store. And you can tell this guy is realizing that right now. And I think this guy might be realizing it too. They're just sort of like looking off and like trying to think of how you could be so out of touch that you don't know it's perfectly easy to get whole milk. Like like nobody shows up to the store and it's like, oh, no whole milk. Like it's not happening. It's in no stores. It's never. It's like never. Like it just, you know what I mean? Like unless something like crazy happens, right? It's got nothing to. It's not like because of lack of government action. Oh God, nobody can get it. No, it's very hard to get a hold of whole milk.
Farm bill, we're very well into. We got some great approvals, the hardest approvals, and I think we're very well on our way to getting the farm bill finished and approved. And just to finish up, with the help of the farmers like those here, today we're also helping bring down grocery prices for hardworking Americans, and they're coming down very rapidly. Remember, I inherited these prices. I didn't start. My prices were great. They rigged the election. When I turned, the election was totally rigged. It was a rigged election, just like they're rigging the election right now, it looks like in California. Can you imagine? It's 4 days, and they still aren't even close to telling you who won. You know why? Because they're rigging the election. That's why.
You can see how he transitions seamlessly from trying to tell everybody that the high prices aren't his. Look at this guy. This guy looks like this red. This red motherfucker over here. He looks uncomfortable as shit. I feel uncomfortable listening to it because I know this man is just incredibly out of touch. He has no idea. He's never been in a grocery store. Look, I inherited the high prices, okay? I didn't do this. It is the elections were rigged. The elections. Look, listen. I inherited these prices, and it's because the rigged elections happened. And they're rigging them again in California. I mean, you can tell how deluded he is. Like, you can tell that part of the problem for Trump is that his ego, the more I've sort of done this show and tried to like get inside the mind of the president, the more I've realized that I think to some degree his ego is what keeps his mind, his brain and or mind, right? Smartest brain and mind. Like I feel like to some degree his ego keeps it together, right? And the more that he feels shitty about stuff, right, the less he's able to handle it, right? The more that he just sort of loses his grip on things, right? Because without him, the world just doesn't exist. Because he's such a fucking narcissist that like he can't grasp things. Like it makes it like even harder for a man who already struggles with simple concepts, right? When things are going bad for him, that's when things just implode. And he just like look, prices are high, but this because the elections are like there's no connection to those two things. But he just tries to tie them together. He has he's got no segue for it. He just jumps into it, and he's just got to create this like alternate reality for himself to try and make sense of things. And everybody else around him looks at him and is like, dude, this is cringe as fuck. Even these two fucking farmers over here look like, sir, have you been in a grocery store? It's hard to get whole milk. You need ID to get it. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I hear you need your driver's license. Everybody's saying it. You need 2 forms of ID and your latest electricity bill to buy whole milk. I thought this was America.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry. I thought this was America.
Okay, well, it's Speaking of cheating in the elections, I do fear the president is not going to like what is coming together here in LA's mayoral primary. And a number of other races, in fact.
What?
Looky here. Does everybody remember? Somebody needs to clip. Hey, maybe it's me. I think it's me. I'm probably the guy that needs to clip it. But I would just like to remind everybody what I said. Was it 2 streams ago? I think it was 2 streams ago. I told everybody. What were my words? It was,
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. That's right. Never give up. Never surrender. That was me. I was saying that. Well, Tim Allen also, but that's just because I have the sound shot. But the point is I was the one who was saying it. Okay, I was saying don't you give up, don't surrender. Spencer Pratt is trash, and the rest of these mail-in ballots are heavily Democrat. And while President Trump might not like that, that's just the facts. And lo and behold, looky here, Nithya Raman behind by 7,000 votes. With 194,000 left. Spencer Pratt now in second place. Karen now in first place. By a massive margin, right? like Spencer's way down here. He's about to go out of the general. He's done. Spencer, like I was saying, we did a little math. Right, we did a little math. We broke it down when there was like 330,000 votes left, and I said, "Look, at the current percentages, right? Karen was in first then too. Actually, now that I think about it, Karen was at like 35%. I think Spencer was at 28, and Nithya was down at like 24 or something like that. And I was like, wait, just hold on. If we just assume the ballots are more to the left of the center, right, than anything else." Right, and we just go by these random, I just split up 100% of the vote between the 3 candidates. Let's just say it goes this way, right? Well, look at us. We have 200,000 votes left. And Nithya Raman's behind by 1.1% to Spencer Pratt, 7,000 votes. I mean, this thing is as close as it could get. It was looking, she was like 30,000 votes behind. Do you remember that? Like, she was like 30,000 votes behind, like 2 days ago or something like that. Like Thursday, and now it's Saturday all of a sudden, and blam.
I'm staying in the race.
Too big to rig. Exactly. Exactly, Thomas. Thomas Story gets it. Too big to rig. Cthulhu, I didn't hear no bell. Exactly. Exactly.
Never give up, never surrender.
Okay, we're not done with the California elections. I'm just trying to reorganize my shit so that better. Because we got some things to talk about. Okay, so we have multiple things to talk about with California's primary results. Things are continuing to shape up here. And some of this I'm actually about to learn myself. I've been continuing to stay as on top of it as I can. Those in the Discord probably already know that. I've been posting some of the results. I actually realized that Angela Gonzalez-Torres won last. Somehow I blocked that out from last stream. That was not news. But Teresa Lynn Hoge in the 23rd district has been declared the winner. Or at least not, well, the second place winner. As you'll see here, right? Yeah. Right here. Teresa Lynn Hoge. The 23rd district. She's significantly behind Republican incumbent Jay Obernolte. But what have we been saying? Never give up, never surrender. At least she will be going to the general election. Randy Villegas in the 22nd district is looking real sweet right now. 30% of the vote. Only 7,000 votes behind Republican incumbent David Valadeo. Looking like he's going to be going all this. For whatever reason, they still haven't called the race there. Eric Jones in the 4th district could go there. He could do it. He could go all the way. Only 53.8% of the vote in. He is now in 2nd place right now. 25,000 votes to 28,000 votes, which is, I forget this guy's name. Richard? I can't remember this guy's first name. Republican by the name of Real. Spelled R-I-E-H-L-E. He's like less than 3,000 votes behind this guy, with 53.8% of the vote in. And once again, same dynamic happening in every single one of these races. Mail-in ballots are what are being counted right now. There seems to be a lot of them. And they're heavily Democratic, center-left leaning, right? This could spell good things for Eric. And we could have a Dem-on-Dem, another GOP shutout. Or Dem shut up, I guess. Dem shutting out the GOP. How do you say that in sports? I'm just trying to remember. How do we... Oh no, my brain just broke. Someone help me. My Vang here. 7,600 votes in the lead. Still 33% left to count. But looks like she is going to the general. I haven't yet counted that yet for her or Eric Jones. Rose Yee is way outside. I just forgot about this one, but she is way behind. But it's a sea of GOP between her and Huffman. I think Jared Huffman is his name. But she's not actually that far behind vote-wise. Like, when you look at this, like, it looks insurmountable. She's got 3 candidates ahead of her. They're all Republicans. And there's 53% of the vote left to come in. And it's actually only 9,000 votes. Less than that. 8,000 votes. Just saying, crazy shit could happen here. Not a guarantee, but a possibility. I had almost given up on Rose. I had almost completely given up on Rose. She seemed like a great candidate, but didn't have the biggest social media campaign. But, like, she could do it. Now, Mitchell Maisler, probably not. Okay? That one's almost not, definitely not. Same thing for Matt Ortega, who's in the 14th district here. Sorry, I clicked the wrong one. As you can see down here, he really did not do well. His campaign, his strategy was not great. Like, his social media marketing and all that was not amazing. Oh, Sam Liccardo was already on. We looked at Villegas. Angelica Duenas. Angelica Duenas. We have to look at Angelica. All right, come on, Angelica. Okay, how much is left of the votes? All right, there's 28,000 votes left. Angelica Duenas is behind the Republican candidate, Rudy Melendez, by 2,580 votes. Oh, Angelica, you can do it. It's getting closer and closer. I think the last time we talked about it, it was like 400 votes more. She's like slowly gaining on him. But the fact is, it's looking better and better. We're greening more of these cells in California, and there looks like there's going to be a green wave on the chart. Although the bottom tier not looking great, or like the bottom half. Although I think Marianne Shama might actually have a chance. Where is she? 36. Where is she here? This is the same situation. I actually don't know how many votes are left, but considering Ted Lieu had 114,000, I'm trying to do the math in my head right now. Is that 55, 75, 8, 190, 23% of 200 would be like 45,000. The thing is, she could still do it. It would be crazy. It'd be crazy for her to pull it out. But once again, Marianne Shamma has 2 GOP candidates between her and Ted Lieu. She could still technically do it. It would be tough. It would be super tough. I mean, she's behind by 10% right now, 18,000 votes, but there's at least, if I'm doing the math right, there's still at least like 40,000 votes left to count. It says 76% in. I just quickly added this up in my head. I think it's like 190,000 votes have been counted so far, it looks like. I'm just saying, by the math, it's possible, okay? It's possible. I know you're like, Streamlord. Come on. Come on! But, have you already forgotten?
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
Look, this is the time for optimism. All right, people. I know it's tough in these times. The primaries are time for optimism and big ideas. Speaking of those primaries and those big ideas, before we get back to talking about the big elections and they're about to happen, not just the ones that have already happened, let's talk about the current slate of Democratic leadership and how pathetic and feckless and terrible, and how many of them have either stepped aside or helped Donald Trump and Republicans in too many things that voters do not support. And this is actually a story that we talked about previously in Colorado. It got almost no coverage, finally picked up by the Majority Report recently, relating to the pardoning of one Colorado resident. And Trump, diehard Trump supporter. Such a diehard Trump supporter, I mean, she was literally in jail for it.
This guy, Kyle Clark, we played him before in Colorado.
Good journalist.
He does a show called Next with Kyle Clark. It's an NBC affiliate. He's done really good reporting before, and he's clearly like on this Tina Peters story. He's done other segments about it. Tina Peters went to jail in Colorado for meddling with, attempting to meddle with the election, basically. And Kyle will explain it in the segment. But Jared Polis, the Democratic governor of Colorado, caved to pressure by Donald Trump and freed her because Trump didn't have the ability to, because it was a state charge and not a federal one. But here's this report from Kyle Clark.
One of the biggest wins in President Trump's effort to discredit American elections. The win isn't evidence of his election rigging claims, still none of that. This win wasn't even delivered by the president or one of his Republican allies. No, it's thanks to Colorado's Democratic Governor Jared Polis, who boosted Trump's movement by freeing Tina Peters today, less than 2 years into her 9-year sentence for a breach of Colorado's voting systems. Within hours, Peters was back on MAGA media, proclaiming that elections are rigged by voting machines.
I know that the Democrats are going to cheat, and no one's really addressing the problem that I spent my time in prison as retribution for, and that was exposing the election machines that allow the votes to be flipped.
Peters did.
I can't remember what I think, but I feel like I literally said that. Like, I was like, this woman's just gonna go back out there and just get right back to doing all the insane shit she was doing before, and lo and behold, here's Tina.
No! I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Uncover evidence of voting machines flipping votes. She's a convicted felon because she got caught sneaking someone into Colorado's voting systems to turn over sensitive data to fellow conspiracy theorists. Today, Peters defended Governor Polis from the quote-unquote horrible media and the haters who are criticizing his decision to free her. And her attorney and allies said their next step is criminal charges against Colorado's top Democrats, including Secretary of State Jenna Griswold.
Encourage Todd Blanche. If he doesn't do it, I'll end up doing it if I get to be the AG. But somebody needs to charge this woman for her insurrection, her sedition.
When I'm governor, we're going to work very hard to make sure that she is brought to justice, that she's indicted, and hopefully put in jail. And also with her accomplice in a lot of this, which is Attorney General Weiser.
Governor Polis is lying low today after taking a carrot and stick approach to the backlash for his clemency for Tina Peters. Governor Polis munched on a carrot for nearly a full minute as reporters tried to ask him questions about why he freed Peters. And after Colorado Democrats voted overwhelmingly to ban Polis from speaking at party events, he showed up on a party Zoom meeting with tape over his mouth. Vice President J.D. Vance had suggested that Peters could get...
Wow. What a fucking douche. What a fake ass martyr complex douchebag. What is this garbage? Oh, I'm being repressed. Oh. Help, I'm being repressed for doing the bidding of Donald Trump and freeing a literal criminal. A woman who tried to steal our elections and ruin democracy. Oh, it's not fair. Why are people doing this to me? I'm going to put tape over my mouth and show how repressed I am.
Fucking with tape over his mouth. Vice President J.D. Vance had suggested that Peters could get restitution for...
By the way, if I recall correctly, the comment section on the, I think it was either Denver 7 or like CBS Colorado. I can't remember which local media station it was that we were watching. I think it was Denver 7 though. The comment section was brutal. They were like, fuck Jared Polis. This guy is a traitor and a coward. Primary this dude. This is your last term in office.
$1.8 billion slush fund set up by President Trump to reward his allies who claim to have been prosecuted unfairly. But today, after strong bipartisan pushback and legal scrutiny, the Trump administration said it's dropping the idea of the slush fund.
Yeah, it was a big political hit for them. That story traveled about like the $1.8 billion in taxpayer money going to his allies. I just like... We played Jared Polis initially when he was considering clemency for her. I think it was on the Thursday when you weren't in. And he said that Tina Peters needs to show contrition and apology. The quote is contrition and apology before he grants her clemency. Did that woman look like she had contrition?
Well,
Did it look like she learned her lesson?
No.
She's literally saying that she was persecuted by the Democrats.
Right.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Oh, she's so contrite. It's overwhelming. I just figured we would go to that and remind us of who's currently in charge of this country. It's not just Republicans we need to get rid of. It's also the weak, trash, do-nothing dino Democrats. And if anything, some of them are not just do-nothings. I mean, they're actively doing bad. They're actively doing harm to society. Releasing releasing a literal criminal onto the streets, my God. Oh, a woman who tried to steal our democracy for the president. Just disgusting on so many levels. All right, just to remind everybody, we are completely funded by individuals like you, and your support keeps the Galactic News Network alive. A lot of great ways for you to show how much you support the Galactic News Network. Help produce the stream, keep me from going despondent. Things like Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne, and of course Patreon. We got a Galactic Content Goals getting started right now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But of course we have a massive galactic deficit to solve. 90% left to go. And only 75% of the month. And just a reminder for anybody who needs it. Galactic deficit, galactic content goal, these are two different things. PCP is how you donate to the galactic deficit. PayPal, Cash App, Patreon. Twitch donations, and of course formerly YouTube donations, although we're no longer monetized there. Those do not count towards the galactic deficit. But here's the thing. Reverse it. If you contribute to the galactic deficit, it also contributes to the galactic content goal. You see here? 2 for 1. But it's only one way. Hopefully we've all learned something.
So we're all going to learn this together.
Yes. Now let's learn about the candidates running for office in Tuesday's primary election. Or at least about as many as I care to do tonight. Starting. Oh, right. I forgot to talk about the fucking... Oh, that's what I forgot. Damn it. Before we do that. I wanted to... Yes. Here. Now. Remember that governor's race in California? Well, guess what? Steve Hilton just lost the lead. And with an estimated 2.8 million votes remaining, Tom Steyer is only 230 votes behind Steve. You see what I'm saying here? We got a serious race all of a sudden. We could have another GOP shutout. Dem v. Dem. General election. Steyer versus Becerra. Never give up. Never surrender. Look at it. Look at that number. We could do this. We could do the same math. I think you all get it, right? You're all. I think you're all starting to get what I've been trying to get at here, in this mail-in count situation. This is a very doable race. If in fact there is an outsized portion of Democratic votes in these remaining 2.8 million, I think it's highly likely that Steve is shut out with that case, right? Because I mean, like, I almost want to do the math, but you know what? We got time. I think we got time. I almost want to do the math right now to prove it, but we got a lot to talk about here tonight. And we already did this in a different race, and I feel like it totally transfers. If we just transfer the same math we did the other night from the mayor's race to the governor's race, and I think you'll see just what I mean, right? Just do it yourself on a calculator. Just assign a higher percentage to the two Democratic candidates and a lower percentage. You have to all add up to 100, and then multiply those numbers against the 2.1 million. Add those numbers to the candidate's current vote counts and tell me that Steyer doesn't have a fucking chance to fucking take this down. He's got more than a chance. All right, let's go to the first state that I've got on our list. First state is, wait, where's my, no, too many windows up, there we go. Okay, whoops, I don't need that. All right, yes, first state on the list is Maine. Like I mentioned, there are 4 primaries this Tuesday, June 9th. Maine, Nevada, North Dakota, and South Carolina. And we are going to go through them in alphabetical order, starting with me. Now, there are two candidates here in Maine's... Well, I'm sorry. Sorry, there are two districts in Maine's House race. The first one, the Democratic contestant...
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Got to love all the winning right-wingers are getting, from the election races to court cases, cough Ethan Klein, to
So much
debates, looking at you Dave Rubin, Jillian Michaels and PBD.
So much winning. I'm like PBD. GSL is like PBD. He's a numbers man. It's true. I am a numbers man. Except I actually try to get the numbers right. And I'm pretty sure... I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I feel like PBD didn't take calculus in business. Did he go to business school? I don't even... Actually, I shouldn't say that. I don't know anything about PBD. He's probably a genius. He's probably a genius. You know, probably a smart guy. Probably a very smart guy. By the way, I suck at calculus, just so everybody knows. I got to calculus. I did not enjoy it. It was also in college. Like, I started, that's where I was at in college, and I don't know, wasn't all that focused on it. It was like later in my college career too, because my original degree didn't require me to push further in my mathematics. And so like, so by the time it was like multiple years into my college career that I went back to doing like high level math, and I was like, dude, calculus sucks, dick. Let's not do this. Let's not fucking do this. Like, I took it, like, and like I passed like intro to calc, but with a very bad grade. I think like a C- or something like that. Very, very mediocre grade. By the time I got there, I was like, yeah, this is, yeah, you know, I was focused on other stuff, you know. I'll be real. I had a serious girlfriend that took up a fuck ton of my time. I was in a band. I was also still playing in all of the college bands that I was playing in my earlier years of college after I switched my major. I was spending a lot of time not focusing on any of that. So I think that's partly why I didn't enjoy it. Is because I really didn't apply myself as much as I should have. And felt like I was constantly just trying to just get by. And that's not a good place to be. Learning wise, I'm saying. I don't know why we're talking about this. How did we get on this? Oh, right, because we're talking numbers. Numbers. I'm not, yeah. I'm a numbers guy. PBD is a college dropout, and he's 47 years old. But hey, maybe he learned a lot of stuff in college. What do we know? He might have learned a lot in however long he was. He might have, you know, maybe he was going for his PhD, and then he dropped out. He's like, I can't do this anymore. I can't. It's too much. All right, mains. I keep. There we go. Okay, right. Yeah, here. Okay, Maine's first district. Yeah, no primary for Democrats. I am afraid. Yeah, incumbent Democrat Shelley Pingree. Something about Dino Dem. Not my favorite. Like, she's okay. But she's not great. There should be a primary, but there isn't. And the person who was trying to challenge her dropped out. So she's going to the general. No challenger. Now, in the 2nd district, yeah, incumbent Jared Golden, who assumed office in 2019, I think he's in the... Actually, no, he's dropped out. Now dropped out of the race. 4 candidates looking to take his old seat. Jordan Wood, Matthew Dunlap, Joe Baldacci, and Paige Loud. Paige Loud is the one you see before you now. It has the galactic stamp of approval. This is her 3 months ago.
My name is Paige Loud, and I just launched my campaign for Jared Golden's open seat in District 2. I am a 29-year-old social worker. I'm running against 3 other people. In those 3 people, I don't see anyone else that goes into people's homes every day and sees what's actually happening. A lot of politicians will get on stage and they'll say, you know, I spoke to this woman the other day whenever I asked her about her issues, and she told me this issue, and now I'm gonna relay it to you. I have hundreds of stories from families and individuals. This is something I do every day. These are people that I trust, that trust me. I believe we need a social worker to help rebuild those systems on the other side of whatever this is. Vote for me on June 9th. We'll have a bunch of events between now and then. I'm easy to notice. I'm the only female running in this entire race. Yeah! So let's beat Paul LePage.
Okay, now here is her campaign website. Me, Paige. I wasn't supposed to be a politician. I was a social worker, and I spent years in rural communities watching people struggle, not because they failed, but because our system did. I realized it wasn't just broken healthcare or underfunded services hurting families, it was broken politics. I'm running for Congress in Maine's 2nd district because life in America shouldn't be this hard. I'll fight for a government that works for people, not corporations, billionaires, or party insiders.
Every day on the job in northern and central Maine, I sit in living rooms, and this is where the American dream is supposed to happen, and the American dream is not there. Today's Maine has never been better for politicians and out-of-state millionaires. But for those of us that actually live and work here, it's never been harder. That's because the system was never built for us. It was built by the rich, for the rich, not for those of us actually keeping it running. And Mainers have had enough. I've had enough. I'm Paige Loud. I'm running for Congress. But I'm a social worker, not a politician. I see parents choosing between feeding their kids and heating their homes. I see spouses forced into caregiving because the local hospital doesn't have beds. Help! I see teachers and nurses having to work extra jobs because they don't know if their rent will spike. Many politicians in this state recognize these issues. But the difference between me and them is I live this reality. I know what it's like to put food back on the shelf. I know what it's like to pick and choose between bills when times get tough. I'm not running because you need a fighter in Washington. I'm running because we need one. When politicians shut down the government and food assistance and heat assistance go away, I'm the one that picks up the phone. When someone's healthcare disappears, I show up at their door. Politicians are afraid and backing down because of the political violence across this country. Social workers go into dangerous situations every day. We need public servants who refuse to go home when things get hard, who refuse to stop fighting when things get scary. That's why I'm running for Congress. I'll support Medicare for all because healthcare is a human right. Housing that people can afford or is provided if they can't. Protecting Social Security and disability justice. Ensuring no one goes hungry. Empowering workers with rights and dignity. Caring for our older adults, children, people with disabilities, and families through policy, not lip service. But this campaign is not just about the cost of living. It's about the joy of living. And the joy of living here in Maine. The way life should be. I'm Paige Loud. I'm running for Congress in Maine's 2nd Congressional District.
There you go. That's Paige. We got one last clip from her. Wait, how do I... Oh, I think I did just do this, right? And then, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, she's got some great policies. You may have noticed she's got tattoos. And, that's actually fairly unusual for a politician to have tattoos. Apparently, she's got a whole lot of them. Paige likes to show people.
When I'm elected, I will be the most tattooed person to ever make the Congress. Also, my favorite tattoo. It's a HIPAA popsicle. If I win this general election, I'm getting finger tats. I do plan on being a congresswoman that has finger tats.
I can vote just for that, almost. Congresswoman with finger tats? Hell yeah. Okay. That's one of her campaign promises. Okay, we have to hold her to that. Now, if Paige gets elected, we will be going on Twitter and Blue Sky, right, everybody, to make sure that she gets those tats. Because I want America to have a representative with finger tats, okay? Now, of course, the rest of her policies are even somehow better than that one. MS-13 says you should get an MS-13 tattoo. She should get the same, honestly, she should get the same tattoo as Kilmar Obrego Garcia, and then the MS-13, like the photoshopped MS-13, or just, maybe she should just do the photoshopped MS, the exact same font that Donald Trump did with the, you remember that? The fucking thing he pulled up? The stupid ass picture that he, oh my God. Oh, it was so stupid. Oh, God, it hurts. We live in such a fucking dumb timeline right now. That was the president of the United States who did that. That was the president of the United States. The HIPAA popsicle is sick. It is pretty, I'm not going to lie. All right. Now there is, of course, another candidate who's been talked a lot about. I've noticed that we do need to find a way to broaden our focus. It's one thing I've been trying to do personally around here. Of course, this guy's gotten a lot of attention for multiple reasons. First off, I think for his great policies, but also for a number of different scandals. I am, of course, talking about Senate candidate Graham Plattner. Let's start here with the majority report. From yesterday, where according to them, smears against Graham are getting a little desperate.
Awful. Weak.
Didn't see this tweet from Lindsay Fiffield saying that she seems very upset about the Times coverage. She supposedly gave them sources that could corroborate her story, even though they couldn't corroborate it. Do people think, like, you maybe pulled this up? This tweet's worth running. I know I wasn't planning to do this, but it just popped up in my feed in between the fun half. It's sort of fascinating.
Is this the one that begins, I bucked all advice?
Yes. Let's just watch this. And I mean, I'm sorry. I'm fascinated by this, both because, I mean, I think everybody understands stakes here, right? Like, there is virtually no way to contemplate taking back the Senate without winning Maine. It's literally possible, but it's highly unlikely because the states that you'd have to win are just, further out of reach. And I'm also fascinated by the way this story has developed. Like, who is doing this? Because the timing of this stuff is strange. And suggests that it's not just a question of Republicans, because if the Republicans had this stuff, they would drop it, in October. But why? Or it could be about Republicans taking a different tact here and saying, we need to get him out of the race, as opposed to try and beat him, because we may not be able to beat him. The best thing is for us to get him out of the race.
Yeah.
And now is the most opportune time to do that. But regardless, so let's put up this tweet from Lindsay Fiffield. She is the only person to suggest any type of physicality. And again, she wouldn't have called it like abuse, but any type of physicality from Plattner. And she also suggests that he knew what his tattoo was. So I'm sorry, put this back up. I bucked all advice from my friends. Oh, wait a second.
There it is.
From my friends, and resisted my conservative bias and decided to fully trust the Times journalist. I mean, she couldn't even like get through this. She's such like an influencer that she's already in the parentheses are there to address her audience, which is conservatives going like, how could you trust the Times?
And by the way, she's already spoken to the media now that we know, confirmed by her old podcast host and friend Bethany Mandel about the tattoo. She
confirms it in this thread too.
Okay.
And so she had already spoken out, but she's talking about like the deal that she made with the Times.
Right.
As they left my home and asked I not talk to other outlets, and I insisted then and repeatedly the following weeks I would keep my word and only share this story with them. Now listen, that right there, that is a weird thing for those deals happen. I want to be clear on this. What people don't understand, when you deal with the press, they have a code that they just sort of presume that you know, and lay people don't know the code, which is like, this I want to say on background, this I want to say on the record, et cetera, et cetera. Now, a woman like her, she will know because she's worked in this field. The only reason why you would make that promise to the Times is if you wanted the story in the Times. She is under no obligation to say to the Times, oh yeah, I'm only going to talk to you. I'm not going to talk to the Washington Post. I'm not going to talk to the Washington Examiner. I'm going to only talk to you. And the reason why she does that is because she wants the Times to carry the story as opposed to another outlet. And she is strategizing. The Times are going to hit the audience I want them.
Exactly. She's trying to provide credibility to a particular audience by funneling this through a particular paper, where a particular audience of people tend to congregate, which is, New York Times is like a bunch of centrists, right? People who have most likely money and are sort of have center left or center right opinions.
If you wanted this on the on the right, you wouldn't go to the Times. That's what comms professionals do. We have this story. Where are we going to go? And she went to the Times and made a deal with them. You'll get an exclusive when you write this. You know, people do that in film festivals too. Like, I'm only going to go, the people want the premiere. All right, so go ahead. As they left my home, okay, but then the weeks dragged on. They kept coming back to us saying the editors needed more. I needed to go on the record. Okay. We need more screenshots. Okay. I met every benchmark they set, eager to provide more sources or evidence as needed. I don't know why you wouldn't do all of that from the beginning. After the story went up, I began to ask them, wait, where are the stories from the other women? Where are their accusations of sexual assault? Why am I the focus? Why are there 11 paragraphs dedicated to detailing my work history?
Which is hilarious because it was such a footnote in the story. It obscures the true nature of her collaboration with Republican operatives and her work.
I love how I love how in the middle of this, there's also this, because I think this is actually, I'm not sure. I haven't been on Twitter or anything. Why are there 11 paragraphs dedicated to my work history? It feels like, to me, I'm just guessing here. The reason why you would put in 11 paragraphs dedicated to your own work history might be to, I don't know, kind of create like an impromptu, or sort of, not impromptu, but sort of, like an unusual sort of off the beaten path kind of can't think of the word I want to use here. A type of oh, why can't that's actually bothering me right now? But it's like a resume, right? Like you're doing one thing, you got like a political goal, but then you're also like you got personal goals too, right? And I mean, if you're gonna get published in the New York Times, might as well sort of get a resume to however many million people read the Times.
Obscures the true nature of her collaboration with Republican operatives and her work in Republican politics. And she's asking, where are their accusations of sexual assault? I don't know, girlfriend.
Yeah, they probably just wanted to embarrass themselves by leaving those out, like as if they actually existed. Like, what is she talking about? Why would the Times do this?
Yes.
Well, I mean, listen, if she is suggesting that they lied to her and said that there's 3 other women who will claim sexual assault, you should come in here, she should out them for that.
Yeah.
Because in that instance, the whole thing sounds like a total hit job by these reports. Remember, they've been working on this story for months.
Yeah, here's the question. Why is it coming out right now? 3, 4, 5 days, 5 days before the fucking primary. Like, this guy has been running for, what, 9 months now? When did he originally launch his campaign? Why, why now? He's been in the media, right? He's been getting attention. And it just seems weird that now's the time to do this. And it's just all completely uncorroborated. There's just one Republican going to the New York Times. Seems to be a little bit opportunistic. It's got vibes. It's got vibes is all we're saying, I think.
According to her, right? I mean, the
weeks at least
dragged on. And that's just when they had her stuff. Why does it say nobody could corroborate when I offered them sources that could corroborate? They obviously went to these sources, and those sources could not corroborate. They may be saying to her, well, I'll corroborate, but they couldn't do it. Why did they include an out of context quote from a friend joking, do not call Graham after I called off my wedding? Because she knew I would never.
That's interesting, by the way, because as our friend Ryan Grimm has pointed out, the timing of this so-called relationship with Graham seems to potentially overlap with, and she said this publicly, she was engaged to a man who ended up being gay. And didn't follow through with the wedding.
Every single person on this planet is gay.
I don't know what the nature of their relationship was, but she's kind of admitting there that, I don't know, perhaps those 2 time periods overlapped. I'm not exactly sure.
She goes on to say, like, where's the mention that I'd supported local Democrats and most of my family and husband are liberal? I wonder,
what they think about women for Kavanaugh.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sort of curious where their positions on Israel are. And I'm only asking this because she's raising it as being exculpatory or somehow burgeoning her legitimacy. The Times also failed to include my mention that I did confide in multiple friends through the years that Graham has been abusive long before he was running for office. Those friends confirmed they told the Times so. Now, this is very suspicious because there's nothing in that Times piece that suggests that they're looking to protect Graham Plattner. No. It is not inconceivable to me that the Plattner campaign had attorneys going like, you haven't really corroborated this, that there's some really shoddy reporting here.
Yeah, if you control F the word corroborate in that piece, there's a couple different times the New York Times is taking pains to say, yeah, nobody would corroborate this violent stuff. People will say, like, yeah, they had a emotional relationship, but the violent stuff is entirely uncorroborated.
It is Jay Tingle, burnishing, not burgeoning. Sorry, I don't know what I said in that context.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, Graham Plattner, here's the thing about all this. I just want to bring this up now. Where did I put it? Son of a bitch. What have I done? I had it, and now it's gone. I put it... Yeah, here it is. Speaking of the times, I just want to go here. I don't have full access to all this. I can't... Oh, it just screwed me even more. Hold on. I think if I reload this, maybe this will go away for 1/2 a second. Oh, God. Okay, if we just look at the polls here, because here's the thing, and I've pointed this out a bunch of times now, but since we're talking about the primary elections this Tuesday, I have to point this all out. And it just does this every time. But if you just look at the latest polls, Plattner is utterly destroying Janet Mills. She might as well drop out. 76 to 10%. The latest University of New Hampshire poll from May 21st to 25th. That's from 2 weeks ago. Like this is done. It was 64 to 29 back in April. And if you reload this, you'll see that the trend line is clear. Plus 66 for Plattner right now. It's GG. It's GG Plattner in the primary. He's going to the general. I'm not saying don't go and vote. I'm just saying that is a guarantee. And for people who wanted a different candidate in the Democratic for a Democrat in the general, you should have been better. You should have been better. You should have done more. Right? You should have literally put up any other candidate. Right? Or, I mean, Janet Mills was there, but you can see she's not doing well. Where's the argument for her? That's the problem. No one has a good argument for her. She sucks. Her policies suck dick. And she's got her own problems. Right? Like, she's worse on a policy basis than Graham Plattner. And that's why she's losing. And Maine voters seem to just not care at all about any of this. But you know who also saw this piece? CNN. Oh, and they care. They want Graham to drop out.
If your house is on fire, you don't ask whether the firefighter has problematic DMs. We're not hiring a priest. We're hiring a senator.
The choice that voters in Maine have, and voters in Maine.
Me and Scott Galloway, we have our own personal difference. Oh, not personal. I have my own differences with his opinions and things like that. But that's actually the best take that you're going to hear for like the rest of the show. Well, the rest of this clip from CNN. Oh, whoopsies.
Will make is whether they vote for a very flawed candidate in Plattner, very flawed. I think so many different things that he has done, I find morally reprehensible. But do they vote for the guy who's flawed, or do they vote for the woman, the senator, who has voted 90% for the...
So here's the thing. All of these fucking douchebags at this fucking table are accepting all of these claims at face value. They're just accepting all these fucking FIFIA claims, whatever her fucking name is, at face value. They're being completely ungenerous on all the things that Graham has come out and explained. They're acting like he's never come out and explained any of it. Every single one of these people essentially seem to be coming from this discussion like all of this stuff is true and there's nothing to even discuss. You know, they've already tried in the court of their own minds. In the court of their own minds, they've already tried him. He is guilty because there was a New York Times article written and a photo of a tattoo. And that's it. This guy is a Nazi and like a woman beater, and like a serial woman beater at that.
Precedent with the president, who is even more flawed, who has 24 plus accusations of sexual misconduct, who has we have heard the point that boast about sexual assault.
But isn't that? I mean, I guess you can't. If you're saying that there's no moral test anymore, you can do whatever you want.
You don't think Trump has changed the moral
all I'm
test
saying
and
is
what
that
we are willing
what that
to accept?
does that not just create a permission structure for people on the right to say?
But do you see what I mean? Abby's doing it. Even Anna, who's trying to make the case, is doing it. They're all fucking doing it. They're coming at it from like this place of, oh, we just have to accept this as if there is credence to this, right? We just have to accept any and all Oppo research and editorial pieces run in the New York Times like a week before the primary, as if it's all just, you know, like as if it's all just has full 100% credibility. And now the question is, should we accept it or not? Like, should we, like, is this okay? Like, can we accept this? Like we accept that it's real, right? That's the premise they're coming from. They're like, oh, this is already fact. These are facts. Now can we accept it? And it's fucking insane. It's honestly, it's irresponsible. It's irresponsible. I know this is technically like an editorial, right? But like, I'm so sick of that aspect of CNN. Like, CNN should not be this. Like, it shouldn't be this. And it basically is this. Nobody has any really good takes on this. Because every single person, even the people who defend, who try to defend, and I think it's intentional, honestly. Because, you know, CNN is very much like a centrist news network, centrist Dem type of people. And they want Janet Mills. She has no fucking chance, and they're just hoping he fucking drops out. And they had this was a hit conversation. Okay, they talked about this. Every single one of these people talked about it as if it was a done deal. This happened, and it's fucking insane. I'm not gonna listen to it. We're not gonna do this. But I just wanted to bring this up. I had to listen to all of this so that you didn't, and it was garbage. Write that down. If you don't believe me, go watch it. It's trash. Do I want to hear any of this? It doesn't change much. It doesn't change much when we switch over from one show to the next. Oh, these people are so fucking garbage over here. Honestly, I'm just gonna keep moving on. We're like 2 hours into the stream. We got a lot more to talk about here tonight. Gonna move on from the Graham Plattner situation. Dude's gonna win in the primary. Okay. I almost feel confident enough to make his cell on the galactic spreadsheet green. Like that's how I'm almost that certain. I'm not gonna go that far. That would be perhaps a bit hasty, but like this dude, did you see it? He's up 66 points against fucking Janet Mills. She's done. This is the last gasps of the fucking centrist damn establishment trying to do a fucking hit piece on CNN. The New York Times thing, clearly, they're like, oh, maybe we just double down. Maybe we just double down. It's garbage. Complete and total garbage. Now, there's one more candidate we still have to talk about in, Maine before we leave. Whoopsies. God damn it. Maine. Whoops. Why can't I fucking type? Maine gubernatorial election 2026. We got a hot governor primary going on here. Oh boy. You got like five candidates in the Democratic primary. And for governor in Maine, it is gonna be crazy. I haven't even looked at the polls yet. I did look through people's I did look through people's pages, like their policies and things like that. I think I have a fairly decent grasp on this race. It's not perfect. I think the best candidate here in this race is going to be Shenna Bellows. A civil rights advocate who served as the 50th Secretary of State of Maine since January of 2021. The first woman to hold that position. Looking to take over for Janet Mills, essentially.
The moment. Leadership was when I won a state Senate seat that voted for Donald Trump.
Some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Me, that same.
Oopsies. I hit the sound shot by accident. It was too slow. It was too slow on the goddamn Elon sound shot.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Unelected billionaire who thinks his dollars are more powerful than our voices. Right now, we need leaders who will meet the moment. Leadership was when I won a state Senate seat that voted for Donald Trump and voted for me that same year. I ran on promises to fight for property tax relief and safe drinking water. And I delivered to my district, and I was re-elected time and time again. Leadership was stepping up as Maine's Secretary of State. I implemented appointments at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles so you can get in and out and home. Leadership is about doing what is right, even when it is hard. Last winter, I issued a decision that declared Donald Trump ineligible to be on the ballot because of his incitement of the January 6th insurrection.
Maine's top election official has now disqualified Donald Trump from the ballot in that state.
And because of that decision, my family and I were targeted, threatened, and harassed. But I stayed in office, and I did my job because Mainers elected me to do right by them, to uphold the Constitution and the law of the land. As your next governor, I'll fight for affordable housing and good-paying jobs to help working families prosper. I'll fight for a fair system where the wealthy pay their fair share and we do right by working people and small business owners. I'll fight to always keep our kids, people with disabilities, and seniors safe. This is a moment that calls for leadership, boldness, action. Are you with me?
Okay, here's Shanna's website. Bellowsformaine.com, a new deal for Maine. A student of history, I'm drawn to the past for inspiration in challenging moments. I've been thinking a lot about the 1930s. When FDR took office, the shadow of fascism was lengthening across Europe, and at home, the United States was gripped by the most devastating economic depression we'd ever faced. The future of America was uncertain, to put it mildly, and then one Maynard changed everything. When FDR asked Frances Perkins to be his Secretary of Labor, she didn't just accept the honor, she arrived at his home with a list of practical possibilities, quote-unquote. A bold, non-negotiable agenda. She told him she wouldn't take the job unless he committed to a federal minimum wage, unemployment insurance, and a program for Social Security. Together, they created the New Deal, reshaping the American economy and ushering in the largest period of economic growth since the Industrial Revolution. That's why I'm proposing a new deal for Maine. Over the next few months, I'll share ideas about ways we can reshape the future of our state, ideas that came from Mainers themselves. Together, we will create a new deal for Maine where Mainers don't have to choose between paying for heat, feeding their families, or staying in their homes. A new deal for Maine where everyone has access to health care that they can afford and a doctor within reach. A new deal for Maine where every child has access to a quality public education and teachers don't have to work 2 or 3 jobs to provide for their families. And there you go. That is the galactically approved candidate for Maine's governor's race. Still got a bunch more to talk about here. 3 more races. Thankfully, it's not going to be as arduous as California as last week. California was quite a lot. This week, it's going to be a little less arduous for us to get through. Moving it along to the state of Nevada. We'll also be having primaries this week. First to Nevada's first congressional district. We've got a race. Quite a packed race, in fact. I think 15 candidates across the 3 different primaries, 4 in the Democratic one, where incumbent Dina Titus is trying to hold on to her seat, but one Joy Hoover, who is the galactically approved candidate here, is looking to unseat. Here she is now.
I am Joy Hoover. I am a wife. I am a mom. I am a human who gives a shit. And I am running for Congress in Nevada's president. Joy for the people, because the people deserve joy.
Okay, well, I gotta pause this immediately.
So wake up.
Okay. It's like only a 5-second clip. I think she gets social media, though. To some degree, looking at some of her clips on her page. This one was entitled, "This Easter, I keep thinking about who Jesus chose to be close to. The poor, the outcast, the illegal." Quote unquote. Jesus was a brown, undocumented refugee, and some of y'all would have called ICE on him. Happy Easter.
Oh! That's in the Bible!
Let's, hold on, where did I put it? Yeah. Here is Joy's campaign website. Fuck. Just do here. Values in action, dignity. Every person deserves to be treated with respect. That means being seen and heard in the moments that matter, not just during elections. Trust, building a community where people want to stay, raise families, and keep investing in each other. Generation after generation. Safety. Safety is more than sirens and surveillance. It's knowing you have a roof over your head. Your kids can focus on learning in school.
You're hurting the kids.
And your community will receive solid investments in infrastructure and services. Oh. Opportunity. The chance to build a future. Not just bring home a paycheck. The freedom to dream bigger, send kids to college without crushing debt, and work hard knowing you can retire with full benefits. Yes, indeed. I think she's the best candidate. For those of you in Nevada, these are some of her priorities. She's for healthcare as a human right, taxing billionaires and ending price gouging, impeaching Trump on day one, abolishing ICE, LGBTQIA plus rights, campaign finance reform and term limits, convictions of predators in the Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Ceasefire and protecting civilian lives. Student debt relief and public education, full access to reproductive health care, union and labor protections, community-based violence prevention, regulating AI and data centers, clean air and water. These are all great things. I think we can all get behind that stuff. Okay. Next. Race. Nevada 2nd District. Got a candidate here. Another pretty crowded primary, if I recall correctly. Actually, no, small. Well, no, it's actually more crowded. Yep, I'm right. I was right. Here it is. Oh, God. This one's even crazier. Yeah. Matthew Fonkin, running to be Nevada's 2nd district representative in an incredibly crowded field. I mean, we got like 10 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think this is... Is this Nevada? Is this Reno? Yeah. It is Reno. So this is Reno. And others. I got a few good videos from Matthew, starting here with some kitchen table issues from last month.
Every family in Nevada knows this feeling. You stand in your kitchen, look at the bills, look at the groceries, and wonder how the hell everything got so expensive. Working people are doing everything right and still getting squeezed on food, rent, healthcare, and gas.
I'm Matthew Fontaine, and I'm running for Congress because these are the fights that matter.
Lower costs, better wages, affordable healthcare, and an economy that works for the people who do the work. This campaign is about putting working Nevada families first.
Okay, I'm going to keep just going through these. This is another one from Matthew from 3 weeks ago.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Matthew Fonkin for the record.
Wait, actually, this was at a city council. This is a local city council meeting in Reno. He was speaking at this special meeting regarding an AI data center being built here, I think, or already built. No, it's a pending moratorium on conditional use permits for data centers. There we go. I'll let him say the rest.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Matthew Fonkin for the record, and I am here today to urge you to pass a moratorium on AI data centers in Reno. But I also want to be honest about why many of us are frustrated that we are even at this point. This council had the opportunity to slow this down before approvals were handed out. Some of us raised these concerns privately. We asked for a pause. We asked for environmental impact studies, water studies, energy impact studies, and real public accountability before Reno opened the door to massive data center development. Now, in an election year, it is convenient to consider a moratorium after some of the damage has already begun. I support this moratorium, but the public deserves honesty about how we got here. Nevada is the driest state in the nation. Reno is already dealing with drought pressure, rapid growth, wildfire risk, rising temperatures, and neighborhoods that are becoming hotter and harder to live in. Every major land use decision this city makes should begin with one question. Does this serve the people who actually live here? AI data centers are not harmless warehouses. They require massive amounts of electricity. They can place serious strain on water resources. They add to heat island concerns. They require infrastructure upgrades that the public may ultimately help subsidize through higher rates and higher costs. And this is not hypothetical. We are already seeing the warning signs next door in the Tahoe region, where roughly 49,000 Liberty Utilities customers face uncertainty because Nevada Energy is ending a power supply arrangement that provided most of their electricity. This is what happens when a massive corporate energy demand starts competing with the needs of real communities. So when people say, don't worry, the grid can handle it, residents deserve more than a promise. They deserve proof. Because working families understand what happens when public infrastructure is redirected to serve massive corporate campuses. Bills go up, reliability gets strained, and communities are told to wait while billion-dollar companies get served first. This technology is not going away. Artificial intelligence will be part of our future, but Reno does not have to accept a model where innovation means private profit and public burden.
Yes, indeed. All right. Got 2 more clips from Matthew here. This one is on his thoughts on immigration enforcement from 2 weeks ago.
What is happening right now is demonstrable, and ICE must be dismantled, defunded. We must dismantle and defund ICE. We do not need to be militarizing our communities, killing American citizens and immigrants in this nation. I signed the pledge to dismantle ICE because our immigration system should be rooted in dignity, due process, and human rights, not fear. ICE has targeted families, profiled communities, and operated without real accountability. We need a humane system that protects workers, strengthens communities, and treats every person with respect. I'm Matthew Fonkin, and I'll fight to make that happen.
Okay. Now, before we go to the last clip from Matthew, before we go to his website, Fonkin for Nevada. Here's his platform. Pretty simple. Integrity, respect, accountability, service. Do the right thing even when it's hard. Listen first, treat everyone with dignity. Public office is a public trust. Use the office to solve real problems in people's lives. Take on corporate greed. Protect public lands, water, and climate. Medicare for all, democracy, rights, and accountability. Reproductive freedom and personal liberty. I mean, on these... these are such a great yet short list. Like, I'm down, triple down, quadruple, and quintuple down. Get Matthew in there, people. Nevada's second. If you're in Reno, come on. Come on!
Working people have been told to wait their turn. Wait while groceries go up. Wait while rent goes up. Wait while healthcare stays unaffordable. Wait while Washington listens to corporations, lobbyists, and insiders. I'm Matthew Fonkin, and I'm done waiting. I've organized in the rural towns others ride off. I've stood with working families, and I'm running for Congress because this seat does not belong to the powerful. It belongs to the people of Nevada. I'll fight for Medicare for all, lower costs, public lands, clean water, and real accountability in Washington.
Account of what?
What you talking about?
What is this accountability you speak of? Haven't seen that. Haven't seen much of that lately. I could go for some good old government accountability. I think most of us could. Alright, staying in Nevada. Let's go to the 3rd Congressional District, where one Dr. James Lawley is running against 3 others in this race. Got 4 different people trying to take this seat, currently represented by incumbent Susie Lee, who's also in the race.
I'm staying in the race.
Incumbent Democrat. This is some dem-on-dem violence here.
Illegal.
Susie Lee calls herself the most bipartisan member of Congress. What does that mean? She voted to let Donald Trump spy on your phone and emails without a warrant. And she voted to unleash ICE on our communities, disappearing hardworking immigrants and even citizens right off our streets. But Dr. James Lawley will never compromise our democratic values. To fall in line with Donald Trump, it's time to choose a real Democrat to represent Nevada. It's time to choose Dr. James Lawley.
Okay. Let's take a look at this guy's website, Dr. James Lawley. Lawley for Nevada. Dr. James Lawley for Congress, Nevada's 3rd. Issues. Nevada is becoming unaffordable for far too many working families, seniors, and young people. That didn't happen by chance. It's the result of a political system shaped by billionaires and corporate interests. An economy built to benefit the wealthy and well-connected, while everyday Nevadans struggled to keep up. I'm not just running against Susie Lee. I'm running against a political system in Washington that is dominated by corporate donors, APAC, special interests, and lobbyists. One that consistently puts profits and power ahead of people.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Nevadans deserve more than vague talking points and empty promises. We deserve clear positions, honest leadership, and real solutions to the challenges that we face. From fixing our broken healthcare system and making housing affordable, to advancing humane immigration reform and pursuing a foreign policy rooted in peace and human dignity. He's got a fairly good policy set here. He also criticizes things like the Lack and Riley Act, something that we've criticized a great deal. And so I think he also thinks we should apply the same standard we apply to Vladimir Putin to Benjamin Netanyahu. Things that I also agree with. Like, this is like a fully sovereign Palestinian state. I mean, honestly, we're one state around here, but he's trying. Point is he's the best in the bunch, from what I can tell. Certainly better than Susie. Hopefully he doesn't lollygag. Oh, God. Oh, Green New Deal with jokes. Oh, boy. Your friend was from Maine was telling you about her. Was that in reference to Paige Loud, I assume? It had to be either her or Shanna Ballas. I have so many windows open, I had part of Twitch chat covered up. I have too many windows. Let's go. What's next? I lost my place. Nevada's 4th. Nevada's 4th congressional district. Got another race. Actually, we don't have a race here. We don't have to talk about this. I take it back. Nevada's 4th congressional district. No race. All you have is fucking incumbent Dino Dem Steve Horsford. Who's staying in the race.
I'm staying in the race.
Look, I mean, Steve, he's better than some. I'll give him that much. Steve is better than some. He's not great. Not even good. It's just okay. But in the general, he's going to be your option in the 4th district in Nevada. I'm afraid you don't get an improvement. I think there was a challenger who dropped out, if I recall correctly, but he's in there. He's going. No challenger. All right. Now, unfortunately, in North Dakota, in their one at-large congressional district, you got nothing.
Aww.
Well, I mean, it's the same. You got one candidate in the Democrat race, two in the Republicans, with Trygve Hammer looking to unseat Julie Fedorchak, who's looking to defend her seat against some guy by the name of Alex Balls. Alex Balls. What a terrible name. But he's got no challenger. The other candidate either withdrew or disqualified before I got into looking into the race. So that's all we got for North Dakota. South Dakota. North Dakota. What did I say? North Dakota. Honestly, it hasn't been that exciting in either Dakota this year. South and North is the same. It's the exact same situation. A not so great Democrat running unchallenged. And that is all. Thank you. In the one congressional district. And unfortunately, there's no governor or Senate seat up in North Dakota that I'm aware of. So we are going to move on to the the South Carolina, I keep doing that. South Carolina races. Starting in South Carolina's 1st congressional district, where we got one guy looking to unseat Nancy Mace, fighting in a very hotly contested Democratic primary. I'd love to see Nancy Mace go. That would be lovely. I think, she didn't drop out, right? I think she's still in it. Oh, did she drop out? Wait. Nancy Mace dropped out. Oh. Oh, she must have upset the president so much that she just... Oh, God. Couldn't stay in the race. That poor Nancy. That's very sad. For America. Well, he's looking to take the former seat of Nancy, which is now... fucking hell. Why is Ballotpedia acting like an idiot to me right now? What is your problem? What in the shit? There we go. Whenever I put it over here, I don't know what it is, it stops working. I can't tell you why. So you got 7 different people running here in this Democratic primary. And Matt Fulmer is the guy who I think is your best option in this hotly contested Democrat primary. In South Carolina's 1st. Ahem. Go, Web, go.
I'm tired of politicians that ask us to fall in love with them and not the solutions that they are running on. Right now in countries like Germany or Finland, students are going to college for under $500 a semester. In Canada, medicine my dad had to pay over $800 for was available for $56. The solutions to our problems are not far away, and they are not unknown. We just need a government that's willing to implement them. Thanks. I hope I can prove a couple things throughout this whole campaign. 1, the economy is not designed for everybody to succeed. It is designed to advance the people farthest ahead at the expense of everybody else behind them. 2, as long as that remains true, no party can build lasting political power. Because when people wake up on election day and they're having a hard time making rent, when they can't take their kid to the doctor because it feels like a luxury, it's difficult to come to the polls and vote to keep things the same. And 3, we got everything we need to fix this, and it's each other. The greatest obstacle we have to overcome is a nation that rewards ownership before work. A nation that prioritizes return on investment, not the personal return on people's own personal labor. And this allows the people that have the greatest ability to invest to turn around and start buying up all the stuff everybody else needs to build their own wealth and security. When your nation allows those that own the most to buy the most, you can't be surprised when they eventually own nearly everything. When you've created an American aristocracy, a moment where a small portion of your population has an unacceptable amount of power over the prices you pay, over the candidates you elect, and over the laws that you follow. The vision that I support to resolving this is going to include tax the rich already, tax wealth, not work, shift taxation onto passive income streams away from the active labor most people rely upon to build that first foundation of security. Combat the corporate monopolization that is driving inflation. When you have less people to buy from, they get to charge you more. And also, let's do what's working for other nations. Let's have national payment programs in healthcare, in childcare, and advanced education. These things should not be products. They shouldn't be purchases or future bankruptcies. They should be the foundation of a virtuous society.
Yeah!
All right, here's Matt's website. And honestly, I think Matt's running a great campaign. His policies certainly are very good. And I could read this off, but he spoke with local media WSAVE, or WSAV3, sorry, WSAV3, 3 days ago. So we're going to go to that. I think that's what's up next, right?
Thank you so much for taking the time to
no.
explore this.
We're going to skip this. We don't need this one. Honestly, this conversation is a 25. We're not going to listen to this whole thing either, but this is 25 minutes long. So we're just going to dive in here. This is what he said publicly on, not just on YouTube, but to local media in, I believe, must be the district that he is running in.
Well, I'm here talking to Matt Fulmer. He's a Democratic candidate for Congress in South Carolina in District 1. Matt, I guess you're sort of an untraditional candidate at this point. You don't really have the political background. You don't have a lot of that. But you felt now was the time and you wanted to run. Just talk to me about that decision and where you came from it.
Absolutely. We need an economy that works for working people. And right now what we have is a government from...
Okay, this claim, I've never seen you before, but this claim is untrue. This is an untrue, this is Republican framing, Democrat Bob. Let me just point out to you what the framing, you've been tricked by Republicans. Like, I don't know if I'm assuming this isn't intentional. I've never seen you before. But the fact is they use the 10-year outlook for the, for how much it would cost to do healthcare, because you would pass it, right, in like an omnibus spending bill, which would be a 10-year spending package, right? That would cost... It would cost, over a 10-year period, yes, it would cost more than the military budget currently, but actually the yearly military budget is actually starting to approach exceeding that, since it's now at 1.5 trillion. But on a yearly basis, no, not even close. It is absolutely minute in comparison, actually. It's like 1/6. It's like 1/6 of the current military budget, or the current, actually, if you go by the 1.5, not the whatever 1.2 that we're at right now, or what is it, 1. Fucking hell. Point is like, no, wrong. I'm sorry.
Tax codes to our campaign finance laws that are helping advance the people that are already furthest ahead, and that's coming at the expense of everybody else.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's across the board, from healthcare to education to a lot of those things. You really believe in that. You're sort of a working guy at this point with it. Is that where this came from? Because you don't feel that the working man or the working woman gets that attention, or also is getting the right end of the stick, as it was?
Absolutely. So I'm a waiter. I've been working in restaurants for the last 13 years, and I know the America that most people know. I work with people that would rather live out of their car than pay rent prices. Work with people that are showing up to work after already working another job. I work with people that can see the inflation for what they really want to buy outpace the money that they're making. And that's really at the heart of modern America. It's the heart of this movement, is just that discussion of why is it that so many people have to sacrifice the most meaningful moments of their lives while we have other people out there hiding private islands or traveling with celebrities to outer space.
You get some really big ideas on your website. It's very broad terms at that point, but one of them is simply get the money out of politics. Talk to me about that.
So we have to move towards public financing of campaigns. In my movement, a lot of people see Challenging Citizens United as sort of the holy grail of getting corporate money out of politics and out of political spending. But I think that there's two good options for us. One is just a block grant for elections, where if you're a qualified candidate, you get a set amount of money. Everybody has to play with that amount of money. You know, there's no independent expenditures. There's no $100 million super PACs. And then the other option is if candidates forego the big organized money, they can have a matching fund system where for every small dollar donation you raise, you get a certain amount of money from public spending, and that's just meant to equalize the influence of the wealthiest people and corporations in American politics.
To play devil's advocate with you, you're the small town candidate, though,
yes.
in this case. So obviously all this big money goes somewhere else, so you're directly affected by it in your campaign right now.
We are. I mean, there's someone in this race who's been chosen by powers beyond me, but I mean, it's okay. You have to fight for the future that you believe in, and every journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So
this isn't sour grapes from that level of being a candidate at that point. You're feeling this for the future as well as for now.
This race it's about more than just myself as a person. You know, I really stand for a movement that's happening across the country, and we recognize that this conversation so far has been about campaign finance reform, and we do recognize that the wealthiest people in America can put their finger on the scale to make sure our government passes regulations, tax policies, other legislation that's favorable to them. But this movement is also connected to things.
Yeah, so this guy wants money out of politics. He wants, single-payer health care. He wants, so many good different policies that are exactly what we need in this moment. And he is running in, as I said, South Carolina's 1st district. That was Matthew Fulmer. All right, moving it along now. South Carolina's 2nd. Now, this guy, I would say this much. This guy does not have as good policies as Matthew. But as I've been trying in all of these different races, I'm trying to bring you the best possible candidates, not just the perfect candidates. And in this case, I had to make some whoopsies. I just searched SC2CD, and it gave me StarCraft 2. SC2. Yes, South Park. Not South Park. No. StarCraft 2. Yeah. All right. So there's 4 people running in the race here, and unfortunately, you would think you'd have better options in this race. You have 4 guys: Zion Khalifa, Roger Pruitt, David Robinson II. I don't think he's related to the first David, the David Robinson everybody's thinking of, although I could be wrong. And Daniel Shreve. I think I went through all these guys' fucking websites, the ones that existed. Some of them didn't even have websites. I think Shreve didn't even have. I can't remember which one of these guys didn't even have a fucking website. I think the best candidate here in South Carolina's 2nd is Zion Khalifa. I don't have a video for him, so I'm just gonna pull up his webpage. KhalifaForCongress.com. KhalifaForCongress.com. Meet Zion. A lifelong South Carolinian problem solver and servant leader running to bring bold, common sense leadership to South Carolina's 2nd congressional district. Platform. Empower rural and underserved communities. Promote good paying jobs. Foster economic investment. Support small business and entrepreneurship. Raise the minimum wage. Implement the minimum wage increase so that full-time workers can achieve financial stability and support their families. Invest in job training and career paths. Healthcare. Expand healthcare access. Address the uninsured. Enhance mental health services. Improve Medicare and medical care availability. Once again, this guy is not perfect. And I wish he went way further on a bunch of these things. I would point out that the 2nd district is currently represented by this guy, Joe Wilson, Republican. So they're fighting. He's fighting to unseat a Republican, which in theory would be good regardless, right? And I think of all the possible people to unseat Joe Wilson, I think Zion's the best. Oh shit, somebody just got timed out. Oh, you just got timed out. I am on. You did dumb things. You went too far. You went too far, sir. Look, Democrat Bob, while you're on timeout, just look it up, okay? Single-payer health care, right, would cost less than a half of what the current military budget is per year. You're very upset right now. You're yelling at everybody in chat. I just need to chill the fuck out. You're all worked up. You're all worked up, son. You need to take a second. Little break, little breather. All right, let's go now to South Carolina's 3rd district. Wait, are these out of order? Don't I? Oh, I didn't have a video for this guy. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I can deal with that. I can deal with that. That's fine. Let's move on to South Carolina's 3rd district. Where a man by the name of Ernest Mackins is looking to unseat incumbent Republican Sherry Bakes. He's in a fairly close primary race, I think. I actually haven't seen the numbers. I'm assuming it's close. I could be wrong. Doesn't matter. I looked at their policies. I think this guy is the best. There's 2 different people running. A woman by the name of Eunice Lamacher and a guy by the name of Ernest Mackins. I looked at both their websites. None of them are perfect. Neither of them are perfect, but Ernest Mackins here, he seems to have the best policies. Perhaps not the best website. Eunice seemed more funded. Her website looked a lot cleaner, but her policies were less complete and less along the lines of what I liked. Here's Mackins for ushouse.com. We need a voice in DC that represents us and our values. Mac your voice. Rights for all, not just the select few. Voting rights, women's rights, equal opportunities for everyone. Healthcare for all. Medicare doesn't cover enough, and Medicare supplemental insurance is too expensive. No kidding. As a result, we have seniors having to pick up and choose what medications they can't afford.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
We work hard and pay our FICA taxes to ensure all retired Americans have health care. 30 million Americans have no health care coverage at all. Cuts to the Affordable Care Act last year have left an additional 100,000 South Carolinians without coverage and another 600,000 with increases to their premiums. Affordability. The cost of living is too damn high. Yeah! The average age of the first-time home buyer is now 40 years old compared to 29 years old just 20 years ago. Renting has become so expensive that no one can afford to save their own homes. Groceries and gas prices are too high. People are having to work 2 or more jobs just to make ends meet. We need to address wage disparity. The average taxpayers are carrying the weight of corporate tax cuts. No more wars. No more meddling. This guy's a former U.S. Army officer in Desert Storm. Accountability, opportunity. No more wars. We wasted more than $20 to $30 billion on the Iran war in just 6 weeks. The U.S. taxpayers paid more than $11.3 billion in just the first 6 days. No more meddling in the Middle East. We've lost enough young Americans over the last 30 years to the numerous conflicts there. If we can find $30 billion for a war, we can find the money to provide excellent public education, help with college tuition, health care for everyone, and opportunities for all Americans.
I thought this was America! Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America!
There we go. Dr. Mackins. I just realized he's a doctor. I didn't even read his about page. Dr. Ernest Mackins is a kind and hardworking teacher. Oh, okay. Come on, people. That guy sounds very competent. Vote Mackins in South Carolina's 3rd. All right, moving it along to South Carolina's 4th congressional district. Courtney McLean. We do have videos for Courtney. Courtney needs to be, in my estimation, Courtney should already be in the House, goddammit. I think this is her second congressional fucking run. Just pull this up before we go to that video. Courtney is looking to unseat incumbent Republican William Timmons. This guy who looks like 20 but is also balding. Like, look at they cut off his hair, but like you can clearly see his hairline. He looks like he's 21 and he's like already got the thinnest hairline of all time. Jesus Christ, pal. But yeah, he's yeah, right. Here's Courtney. This is from 2 years ago on Courtney's own channel.
My name is Courtney McLean. I am a student at the University of South Carolina, Columbia, and I'm also the president of the NAACP Youth and College Division for the state of South Carolina.
Black students matter. Who matters? Black students matter. We belong here. Black students matter.
People gathered outside the Supreme Court. The message, the death penalty is wrong.
I know people want justice within the justice system, but this is not justice. This is the largest injustice that you could have.
One of the countless efforts that students of color have made to hold the university administration accountable.
Real students who do not have leadership, who are looked over often, and that's who I think that we need to start talking to, because that's who was on stage today.
I think Stacey Abrams would be a very good candidate, or Gavin Newsom. I think that they are able to tap into young voters, and they have a lot of innovative ideas.
Office is more than just something to be here for a diversity quota or something here for show. It genuinely benefits students who look like us, who are Asian students, who are LGBTQ plus students.
I need to ask permission. You understand? Yes. All right. I'll see you next time. Okay. Very bad.
You say no peace, no justice. No peace. No justice. No peace.
University is going to change in a positive direction for its minority students. So I think that everyone on campus should be on the lookout for us, because we're definitely going to be trailblazing our way through the campus.
All right, one more clip here from Courtney. This was her 7 months ago in the South Carolina House, speaking against a bill called Bill 323, named the Unborn Child Protection Act. By the name of it, I'm sure that you can imagine what that's about. Here's South Carolina progressive politics with the clip.
Good morning. My name is Courtney McLean, and I am here speaking in opposition in my personal capacity. At this very moment, nearly 200,000 children in our state are suffering from hunger. Nearly 4,000 are in foster care. We have the 8th highest maternal mortality rate and consistently rank in the bottom 10 of education systems in the U.S., and gun violence remains the #1 cause of death for children ages 1 to 19. These are not just statistics. These are lives, these are families, and these are futures. So let me be clear. S323 is not about protecting life. It's about preserving control. If the sponsors of this bill truly cared about children or the women who risked their lives to bring them into this world, they would be fighting to fix these issues. Instead, these same leaders who defend life are removing exceptions for adult and child victims of rape and incest, attempting to criminalize women and the doctors who care for them, and has the potential to give more jail time to rape survivors who seek an abortion than the man who raped her, as less than 1% of cases lead to convictions. Some supporters of this bill have falsely claimed that women are using abortion as birth control, while ignoring that this bill simultaneously decreases access to true contraceptives. Women are not using abortion as birth control. They are navigating the hardest decisions of their lives in a system designed to punish them at every turn. And now with this bill, that punishment will become law. We are watching an all-out assault on freedom, dignity, and medical care. So let me say it plainly. Women deserve the right to choose control over their bodies. Doctors should not be punished for doing their jobs. In 2021, I oppose S0001, and in 2025, I oppose S232. And the sister senators may have lost their seats, but they gained a backbone that many in this room do not have. Thank you.
Okay, wait,
Mr. Freeman, given South.
Okay, before we move on from Courtney here, this is her website. McLeanforsouthcarolina.com. Courtney McLean is running for South Carolina's 4th Congressional District for the United States House of Representatives. Courtney is a proud daughter of the South, born and raised in Spartansburg, South Carolina, a city that shaped her deep-rooted passion for civic leadership. Courtney holds a Bachelor of Arts in Journalism and Communications. She also completed her master's degree in political science at Howard. Her political journey began at just 19 years old in Spartanburg. From that moment, she spearheaded transformative initiatives that improved the lives of students across South Carolina. As president of the South Carolina NAACP Youth and College Division, she led over a dozen youth and collegiate chapters, increasing the number of active chapters at universities and colleges across the state. Courtney played a pivotal role in increasing national relationships with the South Carolina NAACP Youth and College Division through strategic mobilization, consistent engagement, and training a new generation of civil rights advocates across the state. Issues. Tackling the housing crisis. Restrict corporate landlords and private equity firms from buying up single-family homes and removing the tax advantages that large corporate buyers currently have over individual home buyers. Oh yeah. Repurpose vacant or abandoned buildings such as warehouses or schools into safe and secure affordable homes and complexes. Our health, our fight. Advocate for a single-payer healthcare system that guarantees quality healthcare for all Americans. You see what I'm saying? She's great. Go vote. She should already be up in there. Got some great experience leadership-wise, doing on the ground advocacy and activism. She also has some fairly strong policies. You can go through the whole website. We don't have time for all of it tonight, but I did a pretty good look over. It's quite good. I think the only thing that I will say this, the only thing I didn't see on her website was a stance on Gaza, which gave me just the slightest bit of concern. But honestly, she does appear to be the best candidate in this race, and it'd be good to see her unseat a Republican on top of that in South Carolina's 4th. Now, moving on, to the 5th Congressional District here. How many do we have in yeah, is it 7? Can't remember. Shit, I lost my fucking... There it is. Yeah, 7. 7 districts. 3 left. South Carolina. Nope, can't do it that way. Gotta do it this way first. South Carolina's 5th is currently represented by incumbent Republican Ralph Norman. He is in the race, I think. Actually, wait. Ralph Norman has withdrawn from the race. Fascinating. There's going to be no Republican candidates in the... Oh, wait, no. Wes Clymer is already been declared the winner. I see. Yeah, okay. So there's 2 different candidates in the 5th district of South Carolina. I'm afraid they both suck. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I wish I was kidding. I'm just looking at my list right now. They both suck. They both suck real bad. I mean, there's like, they might have a couple of good things here or there, but they're just like a couple of lukewarm Dems. Mallory Dittmer, she gives me cinema vibes, right? Just follow me here. Mallory Dittmer, she gives me cinema vibes. Andrew Clow, or however you say this, he gives me fucking Chris Coons vibes. I read through both of their websites. No universal, no health, no universal pre-K childcare, healthcare, nothing. No strong stances on fuck all, and they suck balls. Not in a good way. Oh god, I need a tea. There we go. Oh, that's bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, folks. Honestly, vote for whichever one makes you feel better inside. I think you'll be fine with. Just vote for a Democrat in the general, so that you can, just get one more. They're not going to be good. They're gonna disappoint you. I guarantee it. But on some stuff they won't, and for that you'll be thankful. I promise. At some point, there'll be times where you'll be upset about it. Yes. That's why we have primaries every 2 years in the House. It's the most representative democracy that we have going. So in 2028, you can undo that mistake. All right? Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Knock on wood. Space wood. We got bots up in here. I mean, we have a big primary coming up Tuesday. I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked that we would have something like that going down. It is politics after all. All right, let's go to this second to last district that we have in South Carolina. This is South Carolina's 6th district, currently represented by James Clyburn. Here we have the same situation. Well, similar situation. This is the district currently represented by incumbent Democrat James Clyburn. The Triple C operative dickbag who... don't even get me started on James. Okay? Don't even... Please. Here's the problem. Here's James's one and only competitor. What's the word? Default profile picture haver Frederick Goodwin, who I could not find on the internet. So this is basically a win for James. Like, you could vote for this guy, but you'd have no idea what you're voting for. Like, and the fact is, I won't be shocked if Frederick gets some votes. Because people hate James Clyburn. Like I hate him. Like, I hate him almost so much that I'd be like, fuck it. Anything's better than James, but like I can't in good conscience say that. I can't. I just say fuck it. Just vote your conscience. Close your eyes. Close your eyes and vote your conscience. I don't know. How bad do you think James Clyburn is? That's really up to you. That's not a decision for me to make. Oh, God. So, yeah, the unfortunate, it is South Carolina. I kind of knew when I approached this race, or this state, that this would kind of be the story. Although we had quite a few good candidates there, right? I mean, Matt, Fulmer, Mackins, McLean... Those were good candidates. That's, 3 of 6 so far. Unfortunately, the 7th congressional district, it's the same thing. Yep. All the candidates have already been decided. There's no primary, I guess. The general election will happen on the 3rd. I don't know what's going on. I guess there was nobody... You have a guy by the name of John Vincent. He's your one Democratic candidate. And 2 Republicans. One's a write-in. I think Braden is the MAGA candidate. I could be wrong. They're probably both MAGA. Communist Chris and Socialist Sarah. Ooh. Socialist Sarah is not. Socialist Sarah's anti-tax. Nice. Nice. It's not obvious at all.
Communist.
Socialist Sarah says, we're taxing people too much, dude. Come on.
Follow the rich white man.
That's not fair. What is this? That is amusing to me. I actually they almost don't want you to because of those hilarious names, I almost don't want you to kick them out because they're funny as fuck. It's just so obvious. It's just so blatant. A socialist, I mean, we can't tax, we'd have to double taxes. Oh no, not doubling taxes on the wealthy. Oh God. All right, now we have one last race or is it two? Wait, what happened to my list? No, where'd it go? No, don't do that. No, stop that. God, fuck, no. Thank you. Yeah, I got one last race here.
I'm staying in the race.
That is the Senate race in South Carolina. I think the best candidate here is a guy by the name of Kyle Freeman. There's 3 different Democratic candidates running. Annie Andrews, Brandon Brown, and Kyle Freeman, as you can see here. I believe this seat has been vacated. The former seat of Lindsey Graham, who quit. Here's Kyle, speaking about systemic race issues in the United States.
Mr. Freeman, given South Carolina's history and ongoing challenges with racial disparities, what steps would you take to promote racial equity, improve community relations, and address systemic issues at the federal level? Pardon me.
I think we need to bolster our DEI programs, and the military was sort of the leading the charge of this idea of strength through diversity by having a group of people that come from different backgrounds with different mindsets and different perspectives, so they can all solve problems in different ways. And when they work together, we are always better as a team. It's not just a saying. It's not just some bumper sticker. Diversity is our strength. The movie Ocean's 11 would have been incredibly boring if it was 11 George Clooney's. You need all of these different people. You need the motley crew to come together. And our government is lesser if we don't have diversity programs that ensure that we're getting that wide berth. And our military is being hurt by these anti-DEI programs. We need to allow people that come from all backgrounds, from all races, ethnicities, from different ways of life to come in and help make these decisions. If you have everybody laughs at the George Clooney joke about Ocean's 11, but look at Congress right now. Look at the Senate right now. It might as well be 11 George Clooney's in the Senate. We're desperately lacking the diversity that we need in there, and we need to help bolster that. We need to fund the campaigns and outreach programs.
There's Mitch. I almost forgot. Kyle, goddammit. There's Kyle Freeman speaking on systemic race issues in the United States. Saying a lot of woke shit. A lot of woke shit in there. My God. I thought that the George Clooney thing was pretty funny, though. 11 George Clooney's would have sucked in Ocean. He's right. If it was 11 George Clooney's, would have been a boring-ass movie. It's just factually true, but also hilarious. Tell me you don't want that, want more of that in Congress, in the Senate, by all means. Now, one more clip from Kyle at the same talk. Speaking about the Citizens United. Prove it. Really? Prove it? No. I refuse.
I'd just like to add, there we go. I'd just like to add to Dr. Andrews' point that getting oil money out of politics is extremely important, and that's why we have to focus on getting Citizens United overturned first, because that's step one, to get that bad money out of the system so that it stops tainting the results. And we have to take away the oil companies' power before we can have the room to breathe to actually make progress. So I absolutely agree, and that's why I think Citizens United is step one.
Well, that's going to be a big change for a lot of the politicians because all of them are taking that money.
Well, they'll have to get over it. The American people are sick of this.
Well, they'll have to get over it. The American people are sick of it. It's true. That much is true. Now, here's Kyle's website. Kyle Freeman for Senate.com. Leading with integrity. Kyle's vision for the future. Okay, Kyle.
Get in! Lady Graham.
My grandfather was a rear admiral in the Navy. My mother was lieutenant commander. My father was a master chief. So that's the highest ranking officer in the form of my grandfather and the highest ranking enlisted man in the form of my father.
Go Navy!
I've been working in logistics for the past 13 years, so even though I've chosen a different path, I still feel that same call of service that my family did, which is why I'm standing before you today and announcing my candidacy against Lindsey Graham. Today, I will try my best to be brief, but I'd like to talk to you about two things: honesty and integrity.
Ooh, what now?
What now? Not allowing other people's misconceptions to do your lying for you. And integrity means standing by those principles even when it's inconvenient and it's not helpful. Our values and our morals don't mean anything if we abandon them when the pressure is on. And our political landscape is
Okay, I'm going to read through a little bit of what is on his website here. Ultra-wealthy have accumulated unprecedented power, exacerbating income inequality. I will always stand up for the people of South Carolina, putting their interests first. I am committed to taking on corporate power, advocating for fair wages, strengthening antitrust laws, and restoring competition by breaking up monopolistic conglomerates. Standing up for the working class. The American dream should be about hard work and the opportunity to live a fulfilling life. Yet for too many, stagnant wages make that dream out of reach. Workers struggle to make ends meet while corporations rake in record profits, treating their employees as disposable. I will fight to raise the minimum wage, strengthen collective bargaining, and restore power to the people. Not the billionaire class. Excuse me. Education, healthcare, yeah. No one should have to forego life-saving care due to prohibitive costs. Yet the reality is all too common. Greedy price hikes and skyrocketing insurance premiums have pushed our healthcare system to the brink. When your health is on the line, you shouldn't be forced to negotiate for your life. That's why the government must step in to negotiate on your behalf. I will fight for a single-payer healthcare system that reduces costs while ensuring fair compensation for the doctors and healthcare workers who are the backbone of our care. Seems like a great guy. A lot of great takes. A lot of great takes in there. And, he would be a good replacement for Lindsey Graham, who is now, of course, out of the race. Not staying in the race. That's going to be it on the election. Coverage for the evening. What I think I will do, though, is move us to... Wait, how are we on time? Yeah, we're doing good. We're actually doing pretty damn good. Why is my mic sounding so fucked? This like reverb is Is that better? Is that better? Is that, yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Probably need to reset this. I did kick over my mic stand right before I sat down to start the stream. I still haven't set up the bed yet. And there's like massive boxes in the space station. Not a fan of the military-industrial complex, but it's South Carolina. Yeah. That's the thing, is like, I mean, are there some things here that we could, like pick apart? Yeah, with every single candidate. And there's not going to be a single perfect candidate in any of these. Like, every single one of these candidates, I could find one thing where I'd be like, ooh, that's not perfect. But we must not allow perfect be the enemy of good or of the best in these primaries. You know, that's not what it's about. It's about us shooting for optimal, right? Every single vote is about shooting for optimal. Who's the very best? And having the knowledge to be equipped to make that decision in at least, you know, as best we can. Because we have lots of choices, right? Like, believe me, like, I'm over here, like, sort of overwhelmed going through all the fucking choices in some of these races. Thankfully, I'm not the only one doing this work. There's some other resources out there that have been helping me through this, at least in, like, the initial process. But it's a lot. It's a lot to handle. Okay. Well, let's talk about a future election. Because there's two guys that are facing off in the Texas general election for Senate. There's James Tallarico and Ken Paxton. A terrible, horrible person I think most of us would like to forget about. But are being forced. It's being foisted upon us.
An incumbent Republican senator in office for 24 years, having raised $400 million for his party in that period, was recently defeated in a primary just a few days ago by a MAGA candidate endorsed by Donald J. Trump. Yes, Ken Paxton, the Texas Attorney General, beat John Cornyn, the sitting Texas senior senator, in the Republican Senate primary in Texas last month in a landslide. And Ken Paxton is, well, perhaps the epitome of MAGA crookedness.
Sorry. Actually, I keep forgetting to do this because I've been so focused. So I gotta pause. I just want to say thank you first to Cthulhu for the $10 on Cash App. I think that's one of the only donos we've gotten tonight. The Galactic content goal has been going for a few hours. But thankfully we're making a little progress on the deficit as well. I think the other dono was some bits from Columbia Regan earlier. Anyways, we still got a lot of progress to make on that Galactic dono deficit as well as the content goal if we want to make sure that we get all of the content that I have provided or planned for us tonight. And there's still quite a lot. We're only... How far are we? Let me give you let's see, we're like 30, like 1/3 of the way. We're only like 1/3 of the way through right now. So yeah, we got, as usual, like an 8-hour stream planned. But this thing could end suddenly. Every dollar counts. Don't be discouraged if you feel like you don't have a lot to contribute. Even if you got like 30 cents left over from your last, Cash App transaction. Unless you need it, if you're holding on to it for something. Totally fine. I get it. Times are tough. Gas is like $1 trillion a gallon.
MAGA crookedness. I mean, he's too scandal-plagued for even Fox.
Well, what are you going to do about your own record and your own perception? The Wall Street Journal describes you as scandal-plagued.
But the reality is they could say the same thing about Donald Trump.
Yes, exactly. He is Trumpism. He is MAGA personified. Impeachment? Check.
By the way, Socialist Sarah, you gotta answer Bad Lefty's question. Moanop already said it. Otherwise, at this point, I'm gonna give full green light. I've lost the amusement of your name has sort of lost its shine, if you will. So now you're in danger.
Corruption? Check. Adultery? Check. Pedophile protector? Check. Election denial? Check. That's Ken Paxton, perhaps the single most loathsome candidate running for the Senate in November. And I've got the receipts, so let's go through the list. Number 1, impeachment. Paxton, like Trump, was impeached. He was impeached on all 20 articles of impeachment filed against him, which covered everything from the disregard of his official duties to making false statements in official records, constitutional bribery, obstruction of justice, abuse of public trust, dereliction of duty. The list goes on. And a clear majority of Republican members in the Texas House of Representatives voted to impeach him. Luckily for Paxton, like Trump, there wasn't a 2/3 majority in the Texas Senate to convict him. But just listen to what a top Republican lawmaker and former ally of Paxton said about him during that impeachment.
We each took an oath of office. Attorney General Paxton took an oath of office. He violated that oath. He put the interest of himself above the laws of the state of Texas.
Number 2, corruption. That's what led to his impeachment. Where to begin with Ken Paxton's corruption? Let me take you back to 2006. As a member of the Texas House, Paxton voted on state spending bills that allocated millions of dollars to contracts with companies like WatchGuard Video, which supplied patrol cameras to police officers, a company which Paxton also just so happened to be personally invested in. He failed to disclose this to the Texas Ethics Commission, claiming he had no knowledge of the company's state contracts. That's despite selling some of his shares just 3 months after the company announced its net earnings increased by 250%.
I'm sure that's just a coincidence. Good God. Honestly, this guy's gonna be so easy to beat in the general. It's insane. It's hilarious. He's so wildly corrupt. He's already been impeached once for like a litany of crimes. Oh, he's got like negative charisma. Like he's the most unlikable man. Like in person, he's like not better. He doesn't, doesn't win people over with his brilliant personality. He's not. He is the worst. So it seems almost like it'd be pretty crazy. I mean, but I wouldn't put it past Texas to do something real stupid. But it'd be crazy for him to go to the Senate. It would be pretty wild. And considering how unpopular Donald Trump is and how tied up he is with the president, it could be complicated for Republicans in Texas. That would turn basically, I mean, at least voting-wise, Texas into like a purple state in the Senate for 6 years. Dirt McGirt, thank you for the resub with Prime. Much appreciated, truly. Helping out with the Galactic content goal. That puts us at, let me think. 20, I think we're at like 25%. If you count the Cash App dono from Cthulhu, and the bits from Columbia Rican. I think they're at like 25, like around 25%. 1/4 of the way through the goal. We can do it, people. We can do it. Oh shit, my phone's about to die. It was close. We're moving on from Ken Paxton, a guy who I think centrist Republicans, the never-Trumpers, would love to forget, to a man who I think the whole Republican Party, at least those in Congress, are trying to forget, or at least pretend like he doesn't exist. I'm talking about the president.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Let's talk about Massey and maybe Cassidy too, because this dynamic is already playing out. We saw it with the War Powers Act resolution being pulled.
Paul 123p with the resub on Prime. Everybody's taking money directly from Jeffy Bezos, giving it to me, your pal StreamLord. This is incredibly generous of you all, but also, really, in a way, everybody who's got an Amazon Prime subscription should be doing this. It comes with your membership, I would point out. I mean, you only have one of them, so I understand. Like, it's a big decision on which channel you give it to, but you should be using it on somebody, right? You're getting the opportunity to support your favorite content creator on Twitch every goddamn month. So what are you doing? Why aren't you doing this? This is silly. This is a silly life choice. You should be smart, like Paul in Dirt. You know? Come on. When you just think of it this way, every time that you don't use your Amazon Prime benefit, you don't use that Twitch Prime subscription, this is what happens. Jeffy Bezos, he's laughing. He's laughing on his giant yacht. He's just laughing to himself. How much do you pay for your Amazon Prime? What is it, like $12, $13, $14? I forget exactly how much it is right now, but you're paying like, you could be forcing him to give me, I think it's like $250 per memby, right? Like per subscription, right? For each subscription that you do, like an extra $250. So you'd be like taking like 1/6 of your current costs. Instead, you'd be shifting it somewhere else, helping me out. It's like a win-win-lose, and the only person that's losing is Jeff Bezos. Think about that for a second. What are you doing? What are you doing?
What the fuck is going on?
Yesterday, we saw it with the War Powers Act passing in the Senate last week. Because Cassidy is now out of the running to return as senator. The Massey thing was, relatively straightforward. Although I'm just starting to catch up on his sex. He had his like a sex scandal.
Yeah, unclear if it was real, but definitely had one. Yeah, it was like Laura Loomer pushing it first. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, but nevertheless, like, what is your sense? What are you hearing from your Republican contacts as to like the implications of of Trump doing this type of stuff? Like, because on one hand, it's keeping people in line, but it seems like it's he's squeezing a little too tight.
Yes. So one question is, what is his legislative agenda for the rest of the year? And this has been a tension inside the Republican Party, that they will do whatever he says to the point of changing the rules of the Senate to do it. And they've changed some rules. They changed Senate rules to allow block kind of confirmations. So, you don't need to take up a week of floor time to confirm an ambassador. Here's 30 ambassadors, confirm them. But there's 53 Republican senators, of whom most do not want to change the filibuster. And speaking of just bad organizing, I feel watching Republican activists try to do a whip count for getting rid of the filibuster has been, you can tell they've never done it before.
Right.
They'll celebrate. We got somebody on the record. They support the SAVE Act. Oh, great. Let me introduce all these Democrats who've endorsed legislation that they won't break the filibuster to pass. But there's been this really sloppy campaign that Trump believes in to get past this the Save America Act, this combination of election rules, and it's very complicated. I would say, no, that's a terrible introduction to it. It's not that complicated. The sales pitch is complicated because he's arguing on one hand, we can't win the election without this because I, Donald Trump, do believe that Democrats steal elections with millions of ballots that are fake. At the same time, I, Donald Trump, am signing executive orders that will go get litigated that are trying to stop this in other ways. I'm trying to reduce the post office capacity to transmit ballots after Election Day. There's a lawsuit at the Supreme Court right now to stop counting ballots after Election Day, et cetera. So just the message to Republicans is, can we just ignore this? Do we need to actually get rid of the filibuster? Or is he going to figure out his election stuff on his own? This is the classic cowardly Republican stance of, I will just nod my head and not do anything, and maybe Trump will forget about this. But the rest of their agenda is...
It's exactly what they're doing.
Everyone's scared.
It's incredible, and honestly, I'm fine with it. Like, to some degree, I'm like, for now, I'm fine with it. Like, there's no way that they're gonna do it, but like, I feel like if they do it, then they're, to some degree, I feel like they're gonna feel obligated to actually pass the SAVE Act in the Senate, and that'll be a fucking, I mean, that's a goddamn fucking disaster. I don't know, but honestly, the problem is that the filibuster, at least the way that it is, what I would like is for them to bring back the talking filibuster. That's my opinion. Like, to get rid of the, what's it called? Oh, I can't think of what it's called right now. My brain just fucking broke. It's been so long since we talked about this stupid issue. But the Senate rule that basically allows you to filibuster without filibustering, right? Where you can just give you the intention to filibuster, and that will just kill a bill. Like, like, that is undemocratic as fuck. You should have to stand there and talk, or get one of your friends to talk on behalf of you. Otherwise, no. It's undemocratic as shit. It's just a complicated situation right now, because I don't know. I don't want them to pass that SAVE Act. Like, especially like in the middle of the primary election, it will disenfranchise so many fucking people, and although, I mean, maybe the chaos would be good. You know what? Maybe they should just do it. Maybe they should just get rid of the filibuster. Fuck it. It'll just show how incompetent these motherfuckers are. They'll have to repeal it. Actually, they probably won't repeal it. How much actual legislation ever gets repealed in Congress? Nothing. Never. That's the other thing. That's the other thing I'm worried about. Nothing ever gets repealed by Congress. You just add more. It's so hard to make friends these days. Look, we got space fams. And space friends. You know? That's something. And it's a group that's continually growing. You know, if you combine YouTube and Twitch, we're almost at like 3,500. Oh, we're talking about Republicans trying to ignore Donald Trump. Let's talk about Donald Trump ignoring Republicans. Does he do it? According to one man, no. Some guy by the name of Derek Van Orden.
Right. He's right about that. He's right about that. Derek, please.
Mr. President, yesterday we got to spend about an hour and a half in the Oval Office, and you announced the $50 million that you are sending to the state of Wisconsin for clean, beautiful coal. Thank you for that. Mr. President, you signed
Climate
a
and
$50
everything
billion
are the same word.
rural healthcare infrastructure bill. Of that, over $200 million is coming to the state of Wisconsin to make sure that we have healthcare in our rural areas. Thank you for that, sir. You signed whole milk for healthy kids into law, sir. You just reopened every single domestic market in our schools, and that is amazing for the MAHA movement for our kids and for our dairy farmers. Thank you for that, sir.
He's being so obsequious. It is painful to watch. I just want everybody to see this man's face because it's hard to see him. This is Derek Van Orden, representative of the 3rd District of Wisconsin. This guy, this obsequious brown-noser, whose face is now covered in Donald Trump's 30 diaper remnants, who continues to say over and over again, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Like some creepy, like some child talking to his daddy.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I love you, says Derek Van Orden, 3rd Congressional District of Wisconsin. Thank you, sir. Hold on, we're not done.
Last thing, E15. We are bugging you, and this is the thing about the president you don't know. You call him, he answers the phone. And he understands these issues inside and out. So when he was sort of joking about us talking about E15, sir, you took that on board hard. The only reason that E15 year-round got through the Congress is because of Donald J. Trump, and that did so much for our road croppers, sir. Thank you very much, and welcome back to your second home.
There you go. There's Derek Van Orden. He says, when you call Donald Trump, he answers the phone. Thank you, sir. I love you. I love you, sir. Thank you very much.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Didn't I add Holy Tamale? Oh, Holy Toledo. Yeah, where's Holy Toledo? There it is. No, that's not it.
Holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo. That was some serious brown nosing going on. I mean, that guy sucked up so hard. Thought his face was going to implode on itself. Yes, Trump, he's so attentive. He answers the phone the second you answer. He's done all of these great, amazing things. Oh my God, thank you, Mr. President. Hope that guy gets voted out of office. He's up for election. Every one of your representatives in the House is up for election. Oh God, my eyes are fucking burning. What the hell did I get in my eyes just now? Jesus Christ. Oh, it's not good. I'll be right back. Let's talk about the Kennedy Center real quick. Oh. The Trump Kennedy Center? No, sorry. The Kennedy Center.
President Trump now suggesting he plans to continue renovating the Kennedy Center, despite a federal judge ruling the planned renovations must stop and his name must be removed. After the ruling last week, President Trump said he had no interest in continuing what could only be a hopeless journey into Never Never Land. Yesterday, the Kennedy Center's general counsel ordered staff to remove President Donald Trump's name from the building by June 12th, complying with the judge's ruling. Earlier today, the Trump administration was in court trying to get permission to continue with the ballroom construction. The DOJ argued that no court would have the power to order Trump to tear down the ballroom.
When did it become impossible for courts to stop this project?
I think it would have been improper to enjoin it even on day one.
So this is really something that can't be stopped in courts. It can only be stopped by Congress.
I think that's right.
All right, my panel is back. Elliot Williams.
Yes, that's ludicrous. I don't know what the question was, but I will tell you the answer is that is ludicrous. That is incorrect. It just, one can support the idea of the White House having a ballroom. It can be something that is a welcome addition to the East. Fine. However, the courts have the power to enjoin actions by Congress and the president. That is how our courts have worked from the beginning. That's not about the activism of courts or anything else. The idea that somehow the president has unilateral authority that cannot be checked by the federal courts is it's just incorrect. And it's not, I'm not stating an opinion here. This is not a feeling or a vibe. That is simply how the separation of powers work in the country. That is incorrect.
So just to take this like one step farther, the judge pressed the Trump.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's a fucking constitutional crisis. Okay? That's what it is. All of this is a fucking constitutional crisis. Trump is just doing shit without approval. Then when he's told he can't do it, he continues to do it. Claims somebody else has to tell him that he can't do it. It's a problem. It's a big problem.
She asked, and what the lawyer said back.
The government decided very quickly and bulldoze the Statue of Liberty, the people whose ancestors, that was the first thing they saw coming to this country. But the government moved too fast. Nothing can be done.
I think that's right. Yes.
That is the this is a fun exercise to have. That's the definition of what you would call a constitutional crisis, where one branch of government decides to do something that they wish to do. Perhaps they think it is in the public interest to bulldoze the Statue of Liberty. Okay, fine. That's what they want to do. Parties would sue and a court would tell them not to do it. And if they don't follow that court order, we are in a crisis as a nation. You have an obligation as the executive branch of the government to follow what courts say. I know this is, I'm sorry to go back to 10th grade history or 11th grade history here, but these are just such basic facts and we're.
No, seriously. Here's a question. Can Trump bulldoze Congress? I think this comes to the heart of it. He's bulldozed part of the White House. This lawyer just claimed that he could bulldoze the Statue of Liberty in fucking federal court. Can he bulldoze Congress? Can he bulldoze the Supreme Court? Where does it end? Where does that end? Which public buildings are off limits and why? Is there a distinction? Why would? Because I know that if this question was posed, right? I think everybody would be like, oh, right. No, I don't think he can do that. Because of course not. But it's the same fucking thing. And people are trying to act like, oh, it's not a big deal. It is a big deal. And it's a huge fucking problem.
In the upside down right now, having to explain something so painfully simple that has become normalized in this country is not healthy.
So that's the legal view that Elliot holds very strongly. I know he also, if we start to talk about the fact that the Kennedy Center was named as a memorial, he'll also get going on that. But since you're the historian that's sitting here, I'm going to give that one to you. I mean, it is Congress that named the Kennedy Center. And can you sort of speak to the historical significance of it and why that matters here?
Absolutely. So we don't name monuments or any of these things after living individuals. We certainly don't name them after living presidents. The way that the Kennedy Center was endowed was as a monument, essentially, to the cultural and the artistic benefits in honor of a deceased president, right? And the family has been very open about this. The family was among the first to speak out after the president decided he was going to put his name up. And I have to say that the courts, agreed with this. This is part and parcel of, how these things operate. But one thing I think that is worth pointing out here is that history hasn't, particularly modern history, hasn't had a way of really dealing with these ideas of constitutional crises.
Yeah, well, we need to. We need to deal with them. It's also not a word. Crises.
plans on stopping that, right? That it's going to go forward irrespective of what the Constitution or the law says.
Say one quick thing, and I don't throw the term crisis around lightly. I know we get into sort of crisis hysteria in this country, and of course not. We're not constantly in a state of crisis. But what was being described there of a branch of government deciding not to follow the orders of another one is literally the historical and legal textbook definition of a country in crisis. That's what happens when they don't follow each other.
Trump doesn't care at this point. And I think that the more we are in his administration, the longer he's serving as president.
What a fucking useless comment. Oh, but Trump doesn't care. Who fucking cares if Trump doesn't care? Who is this woman? Hokutil Hinosa? What the fuck? Who gives a shit? The government, the rest of the government needs to fucking assert themselves. Who gives a shit what Donald Trump feels? Whether he cares or he doesn't care. What we need is a government that can stand up in a constitutional crisis, assert itself, and prevent that man from doing what he wants without anybody else to say so. That's what matters, not the whims of the fucking deluded, sundowning moron of a fucking president that we have. Who gives a shit if he cares? What does he actually even care about aside from himself? We all know that. By the way, did you know that JFK's sister sounds exactly like him?
We're going to grab a pickaxe to take Trump's name off of the building once he left the White House. I guess you will not be doing that. It's your reaction to this court decision.
It sounds like I won't be needing to. Because,
It sounds like I won't
it's going to be
needing to. Oh my God. After I heard that sentence, I was like, fuck this. What in the hell is wrong with the Kennedy vocal cords? Jesus Christ. What happened to these people? I don't know if it's hereditary. I literally don't know, but after I heard that, I was like, yo, there's no way. There's no way I'm listening to this. Fuck these people. Fuck this dynasty that has done nothing for society. And they just live, they're just living on like privilege and wealth and political power, right? As a result of their name. This has been happening for too long. I'm sick of it. There's too many Kennedys. I'm sure she's fine. I'm sure she's probably a fine person. I just can't deal with it. I just can't deal with it.
Battle over Trump's White House ballroom made its way into the courtroom today. An appeals court heard arguments from the administration over whether to reverse a lower court ruling that said the ballroom could not move forward without Congress's blessing. That ruling, as you know, had been on pause until now. Lawyers for the administration argue that the courts have no authority to stop the ballroom at all. They said that even if it was built illegally, courts can't do anything. This construction is well underway, and the ballroom is necessary for national security, they said. Now, one of the judges pressed the administration to define the limits of the president's power.
When did it become impossible for courts to stop this project?
I think it would have been improper to enjoin it even on day one.
The government decided very quickly and bulldoze the Statue of Liberty, the people whose ancestors, that was the first thing they saw coming to this country. But the government moved too fast. Nothing can be done.
I think that's right, yes.
Joining me now, senior legal affairs reporter for Politico, Josh Gerstein. I mean, I hear that argument essentially, you know, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. And when you're already bulldozed, there is no action that can be taken. Is that the crux of what's happening here?
Well, that's been one of the issues here with the ballroom since the beginning, right? That we had this sort of surprise demolition
of the East Wing, and it was really over before anybody could get to court. Another thing that came up in the courtroom today was sort of the change.
Yep. I think people have to start wrestling with this fact. He demolished the East Wing. Can he demolish Congress tomorrow? Or the Supreme Court the next day? Or any other federal agency that he chooses? On a whim? And then say he's rebuilding it? We're rebuilding it. It's going to be much, much better. Don't worry. Is that fine? Or does he have to get approval from Congress? Right? No? I mean, even the demolition of it is an expenditure, right? It costs money to blow something up. Tear it down in the way that Trump did here. It's costing money to build all this stuff out under here, whatever the fuck all this shit is. Like, if you decided to take down the Statue of Liberty and put up a new one,
Christ Ablanti
would
just
that be okay?
shared 100 bits. We are also having somewhat of a constitution crisis in the Philippines as the previous Senate Majority Leader refuses to step down and hand the reins to the minority party, citing that their party only had less Senate members because one died and another was arrested on corruption. The Surgeon General refuses to enforce the Constitution without President Marcos' permit, and he refuses to address the issue so far. Ooh.
Like, okay, here's the question. Like, if Donald Trump tomorrow, I think this is the best way to address this or talk about this issue. If Donald Trump tomorrow said that I'm tearing down the Statue of Liberty, and as he's saying it, they started tearing it down with cranes, whatever it would take to fucking tear this down. It's not as sturdy as it looks. It wouldn't take that much. Tear it down and then replace it with a very similar looking statue, but with him. On the instead of Lady Liberty, it's him giving the finger. Or even not something as lewd as him giving the finger. You know, holding the American flag. Or even the torch. I mean, would that be fine? As long as he replaces it. And it's, you know, it's changed in a way that at least some people would think is better. Right? Do you see what I'm saying here? Because he's claiming it's an improvement to the East Wing. Right? By making it a ballroom. Like, would this be equally fine as the ballroom? Him just tearing it down, or like chopping the head off of the Statue of Liberty and replacing it with his head? Would that be fine? Is that cool? Without asking Congress? Like, you just, you know, who cares? Or like, like, what if he went to Arlington Cemetery and dug it up to turn it into like a data center, right? And then like relocated it to like Maryland or something? I don't know. I'm just like coming up with ideas. Would that be fine? Like, as long as he like dug up all the graves and like moved all the dead soldiers, would that be okay? I'm just trying to think of other beloved American like icons that are government owned right now. Mr. Bigfoot, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I don't know why I did that. That was not a donation.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't think anybody would accept these things. Or I think most people wouldn't. You shouldn't. It is literally a constitutional crisis. It's a constitutional crisis because it's a man acting like a king. Right? The Constitution is set up to prevent kings from acting like kings, and he's acting like a king. He's acting without, you know, without authority. He doesn't have the authority to do this without Congress. And the fact is, I know some Republicans would love this, right? This is from Redbubble. This is like a right-wing, like Twitter. Or not a right-wing Twitter, it's like a right-wing Facebook? It's some sort of, I can't remember, is Reddit? No, that's 4chan. I can't remember who read Spotify, not Spotify. No, what's the other one? What's the one? Bumble? Not Bumble. No, the one where you use a click. I can't remember. It's been so long. Where you would just like click and it would just give you like some random new picture or like video clip. What was that? Why can't I think of what that's called? It's like, is it Pinterest? Oh God, I can't think of it. All I think about is the news. I can't think of other social media right now. I know Redbubble is like one of those like conservative, like alternate safe spaces.
Obviously, people who do go down there on a regular basis and are invested, like the woman who's being used to establish standing in this case, who works on various historical groups and says she visits the area on a regular basis and is involved in historical preservation efforts. It's usually the kind of thing that's more than enough to get you over the relatively low bar to get into court in this kind of a battle.
This is a battle, nonetheless. Of course, the timing of it.
Wait, am I thinking of something else? Am I thinking of something else? That's not what I'm thinking of. Is this just a merch site? Hold on. Let me click it. It's just a merch site? Oh, maybe it's just a merch site. Okay, I take it back. No, you're right. It's not. It's just a merch site. Huh. Okay. I could have sworn Redbubble. There's like another site then that is got like a very similar name that is like a right-wing Pinterest that I've seen out there. And I'm just confusing it because I don't ever click those. I click those sites and I click off of them. I'm like, how did I find this? That's my bad. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me honest.
The idea that, well, it's too late now, they've already bulldozed it, may not be that convincing to every judge on that panel. Josh Gerstein, thank you so much.
Sure.
They want to do it
again. A vast majority of Americans are furious about the economy and they feel pessimistic about things getting better. But regardless, the president's big focus seems to be on his pet projects around the Capitol. A reflecting pool renovation, a marble walkway at the White House, a UFC cage on the White House South Lawn, the billion-dollar ballroom, and of course, a 250-foot arch, which, by the way, a Trump-backed panel voted to advance plans for that arch this week, despite public opposition to the project and real concerns that its height could be hazardous to air travel. Arthur, you were chuckling as he was talking about the Trump promenade.
I mean,
he really doesn't want it.
I mean, he really does. It's also
but
it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's going to be beautiful.
But they're asking.
But look,
people are asking.
Here's why we should not be surprised. And you know, you left out Penn Station that he wants to do here in New York, which is a huge.
I love how he can't even argue for them. He's got to argue about why we shouldn't be surprised. Like I forget his name. He's like a Republican operative. I think he used to be like the RNC chair of New York or something like that. And this guy's a real fucking turd. I think he's also a lawyer. He's a Republican douchebag, if I recall correctly. Arthur. He's also got a fucking show too. But this guy is fucking annoying. Why? He's just like, these Republicans have run out of everything, like all arguments. I've been saying over and over again, they got nothing going into the general right now. Prices super high. Can't talk about those. Trump, he's definitely not the anti-war president anymore. He's doing a war that's costing hundreds of billions of dollars. The big beautiful bill is ruining everything for everybody, and it's about to start ruining it for everyone even more once the midterms are over, right? And so you can't talk about that either. You can't talk about any of these things being good, like as he's proving right now, and he's just got to be like, oh look, don't be surprised by this. Don't be surprised by the blatant corruption and the mismanagement of your tax dollars for Trump's own desires and whims, ballrooms and gold filigree all over the walls of the White House. It shouldn't surprise you. That's Trump, baby. And that's all he got. They can't defend it because it's indefensible. While people are fucking starving, going without health care, he's covering the White House in gold. How is that? How you can't defend it? It's indefensible. The more you say about it, the less defensible it becomes.
It doesn't sound like there's a lot worse ideas that Donald Trump has had to invest money
You don't think
our
this sounds
beautiful.
friend?
Wow.
Don't be creepy.
It's like, touch me. If you're going to call me friend, touch me. What?
A what now?
What a fucking weird guy. Well, there you go. Trump's own lawyers claiming that he can demolish the White House. I mean, not just the White House, but also the Statue of Liberty. And I guess by that same logic, Congress and the Supreme Court and literally anything he wants. Lincoln Memorial, Jefferson Memorial, Arlington Cemetery. Doesn't matter. It's all government property. It's all his. He owns it. He can put his face on everything, put his name on everything. No, he wasn't upset that she touched it. I don't think he was upset that she touched him. I don't think she did touch him. He was like, touch me. I was like, wait, what? And maybe she like grazed him as she turned him, but like, I don't think she was touching him. And he's just being a fucking weirdo. He was like, touch me. Yeah, and while the economy, and while Donald Trump is arguing that every government building is literally his, I mean, that's basically what the argument is, right? It's his property as president king. It is his property to do with whatever he wants, right? So, like, in theory, Barack Obama could have put statues of him on every single, like, on top of every single fucking government building from DC to Los Angeles, right? Like, he could have, done all sorts of stuff, right? He could have put he could have taken down all of those statues of all those Confederates that the like the daughters of the Confederacy. What are they called? I can't remember the name. It got put up. What was it, like 60? How many years has it been now since that happened? The Confederate statue thing. You get what I'm saying? Like, he could have taken all those Confederate statues down, and like Marco Polo and all these other dickbags. Could have taken those down, replaced them with, great Americans like Frederick Douglass, Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X. So many people. Anita Hill, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, is that not, I mean, is this the president's prerogative? Okay? Take down all the Confederate monuments and replace them with, trying to think of the wokest possible thing. Interracial porn. I'm just spitballing here at this point. I'm just coming up with, I'm really exhausting the list. It's the president's prerogative, don't you see? It's the same premise. I'm just saying wilder and wilder things as I go. And I get... All right. Well, while he's doing all that, the economy is suffering. People are struggling. Prices increasing. Inflation up. GDP down. Oh, not good.
Coca-Cola is rethinking how to make its drinks more affordable, as the beverage giant sees some of its customers are struggling with rising costs. That's what Coca-Cola's CFO John Murphy told the Deutsche Bank Consumer Conference in Paris on Thursday. Murphy said the company, which raised its annual profit target in April, was navigating the disruption from the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, quote, not perfectly well, but without fear, without trepidation. He called the outlook in the Middle East still not clear, and added it would be a focal point as the company goes into next year. Coca-Cola is leaning on a mix of pack sizes, formats, and price points, from smaller, lower-cost single-serve options to larger and premium offerings to cater to a wider range of consumers, while keeping prices affordable for budget-conscious shoppers.
There you go, Coca-Cola coming up with all sorts of fascinating ways to try and increase their profits. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, amidst all this, they did project record profits, increasing profits for next quarter in their earnings call. So these guys are doing perfectly fine, but they're still trying to find ways to make even more fucking money. What happened to them passing those costs on to us, huh? What happened to that? I started laughing because I started thinking of different sorts of monuments that you could replace. If you know what I mean. I was sitting here, I was thinking like, what else could we add into this monument, replacing like you know that Confederate monument that's like carved into a mountain? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? We talked about this a while ago. I think it's in like Alabama or some other stupid place. Georgia. That's close. One state over. Like, have you seen this? Do people know what I'm talking about? This is what I'm talking about. It's like a just stupid Confederate monument here, carved into the side of a fucking mountain. The NAACP has been trying to have it taken down for years. I think they wanted to turn it into something woke too. I think my idea is pretty good. I've got some other alterations. I'm not going to go into details. I was just thinking about it. Like, oh, we could do all sorts of stuff. So yeah, prices still skyrocketing. Wow. Corporate profits go right along with it. However, there's a rising trend in the employment market. Does not bode well. Americans unemployed for longer. Here's CNBC from 12 hours ago.
Over 1.8 million Americans have been classified as long-term unemployed in a given month in 2026, meaning they've been out of work for at least 27 weeks. That accounts for about a quarter of all unemployed Americans. Long-term unemployment has seen a sharp rise in the US, up about 55% from 2023 and 45% from 2019.
I just recently got let go or laid off from a startup right before Thanksgiving. I thought that, this was going to come around with the level of expertise and the amount of people that I've networked with my entire career.
Maybe it's because you have two first names, dude. Parker Taylor? Parker Taylor? What kind of name is that?
Come around with the level of expertise and the amount of people that I've networked with my entire career. This is only going to be temporary. And I was shocked by the end of January that nothing had, hit. I had refreshed my resume. I think I banged on every person's door in my LinkedIn connections. I had found every single connection I had, and there was just cold lead after cold lead after cold lead and a no. And so just give it a couple more weeks. This is going to work out. And then, it really did blink, and 6 months is flown by.
Economists are interested in this group of people because their experience can help determine the health of the American labor market. Think of it like this. If more Americans are taking months and months to find jobs, that can indicate the market has a higher barrier to entry and isn't as strong. The rising amount of long-term unemployed people is a sign of the low hire, low fire environment. With companies reluctant to increase headcounts amid higher interest rates and the rise of artificial intelligence, it becomes more difficult and can take longer for people to find a job. That's exemplified by the hiring rate for US non-farm payrolls, which stood at 3.5% in March. It's trended downward since 2021, meaning companies have been adding workers at a slower rate.
I've probably interviewed over 20 different times, and out of those 100 applications, I've probably been ghosted maybe 80 times. And so it's not that we're not trying, it's the fact that we're getting buried amongst each other because there's so many of us looking for jobs right now. There's only so much that talent acquisition and HR departments can do to find the talent that their companies are looking for. We are quite literally all drowning in the unemployment crisis right now.
This kind of economy creates challenges even for workers who already have jobs. With more people competing for fewer openings, employers have more leverage in today's market. Year-over-year growth in wages has seen a significant drop from the highs of 2022. But just as costly is the hidden toll of long-term unemployment. First, there's the personal cost that extends far beyond a single missed paycheck. Research shows that after a decade, long-term unemployed workers earned about 32% less than non-displaced workers.
Yep, stuff is getting bad in the employment market. Sorry, in the labor market. And the numbers that came in last week were very, very mixed. We're going to look at them right now really quickly. Here's the Market Watch U.S. Economic Calendar. Let me just find the numbers. What's today? The 7th. So is this week here. Now, job openings were higher than expected and higher than the previous month of March and April. It was 7.6 million. That's 700,000 more jobs than people were thinking, which was good. And ADP employment was also higher than the month before, and higher than expected by 12,000. Screw ISM services, not important. Initial jobless claims, however, were up from the month previous and up from what was expected by 10,000. However, I think one of the biggest shockers here that is a huge red flag for the U.S. economy is productivity. U.S. GDP in Q1 slowed to 0.3%. 0.3%. Translated over a year, that's 1.2% growth. Historically, that's trash. Right? That is garbage. This is garbage. Actually, I'm sorry, take it back. If it's 0.3% growth over a quarter, I think, wait, take it back. Do you add them together? No, I think you average them. Right? Hold on. How did I forget this just now? Oh, you add them. Okay, right. Okay, you do add them. All right, so it would be 1.2. That was my initial thought, but then I second guessed myself because it's been, for whatever reason, it's already been a long weekend. But that's terrible. I mean, for instance, China had 5% growth in Q1 in 2026. 20 times as productive in China.
China!
And even under Biden. Under Biden in 2024, GDP grew 2.8%. It was a terrible year, but it would be, in theory, I mean, if we were to get 0.3 every fucking quarter of the year, it would still be over 1.5 times as good. I mean, this is garbage. Complete garbage growth. Now, the employment and unemployment rate came in. Employment report, 172,000 jobs created, 90,000 more than was expected. But they were expecting some of the worst possible numbers you could expect in a month of May, going into the summer, when all the kids are getting off of school and going back home, and all the summer jobs are getting started, right? Landscapers, marinas. I'm trying to think of all the summer. There's so many different summer jobs, right? Ice cream parlors. Just said the words ice cream parlor. But they were expecting basically no jobs in a month that should have been, hundreds of thousands of jobs. And by the way, this is like half as many jobs as were created under Biden in 2024, in the month of May, if I recall correctly. It was like over 300,000 or something like that. Just awful.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
And also, hourly wage gains came in at 3.4%, less than the month before. So keeping up with inflation even less, right? Because the last inflation number, core PCE, or was it CPI? Whatever it was, came in at 3.8%. So you're losing more and more like room, like, right? You're losing more and more to inflation now. Wages are coming down while inflation is continuing to go up. And it's getting exacerbated month over month over month. It's a disaster. It's a fucking disaster.
Holy Toledo.
Hourly wages, did I? Yeah, no, yeah. Look, I say so many words every night. I'm bound to say at least a few of them wrong. Mouth gets dry. Brain gets confused. It's like every night I'm doing a goddamn filibuster. Oh. Now, Donald Trump was very excited about these jobs numbers.
So hot right now.
Friday morning, he was over the moon, bragging about the numbers. Why did he stop in the middle and start doing a fist bump? Why did he do the fight fist bump in the middle of the stairway? Who is he looking at? There's like nobody over there. There's nobody over there. Wait.
So we're in Wisconsin. We have a big crowd.
Look, there's nobody over. Who is he fisting? What just happened? There's no crowd.
The job numbers were fantastic today. It's like nobody thought, many times what they thought they'd be. We have factories and plants being built all over our country at a number that we've never had before, ever, in our history, and we're doing really well. The situation with Iran seems to be going quite well. Thank you.
When was the last time you had discussions?
Perfect, beautiful numbers. The very best numbers. Everybody say it. Oh, the very best numbers. So good. Great numbers. Now, unfortunately, while Trump thinks that those numbers that we just talked about are good, the stock market, the Dow, did not agree.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
Dow is over 50,000, but it was down 700 points. Earlier in the week, stock markets hit all-time highs. But then came back dramatically. Quite dramatically. Volatility spiked by 40%. The VIX hitting 2150, a level it had not seen for 3 months, I think, or 2 months since April. Bonds are up, 5-year up 2%, 10-year up 1%, 30-year up 0.5%. Dow Jones down 1.5%. The Dow held its own, the very best out of all the indices. The S&P down 2.5%. The Nasdaq down 5%. With people exiting chip stocks in droves. AMD down 11%. Trump's own social media company down 6%. Amazon down 3%. Intel down 11.25%. Meta down 5%.
Zuckerbucks.
Nvidia down 6.5%. And Tesla down 6.5%.
Aww.
Yep. Quite a day on Friday. Who knows what'll happen on Monday, but things are probably not going to be great. Now, oil prices have been rather up and down throughout the week, between 90 and 100. I think like $90 and $100 a barrel. Oil prices don't seem to know what to do lately. Sort of stuck at an incredibly high level. If you look at it right now, this is over the last 25 years. This is where we are. We're basically near 21st century highs, and we're just sort of hanging out. Not a great place to be. Although oil was down 2.5% on Friday. Didn't seem to bother the market, which continued to sell off. The tomb of the unknown Trump. Exactly. What if Trump did that? What if he changed the name of the tomb of the unknown soldier to the tomb of the unknown Trump, or Trump's tomb of the unknown soldier? Or like anything else that would be just like equally just despicable. Yeah, he's gross. Oh, he's a terrible man. Okay, we're going to go back to Wisconsin. Donald Trump had something fascinating to say over the weekend here. He was there doing like rallies for political candidates that he's endorsing. Including that Derek guy. Fucking weirdo who kept saying, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir."
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Let's see what Donald Trump had to say about those economic numbers again.
It's difficult. You got to be good to win. But we won here, as you know. We won it a lot. And we're trying to figure out who the few people that voted against us are. We're looking for them right now.
We're looking for them.
But today we're celebrating the historic strides for some of the most loyal, hardworking patriots anywhere in the nation. And they're really called our American farmers. And we're with you 1,000%, or I wouldn't be here. We're with you like you wouldn't believe. And you're going to see some very good things happen over the next 90-day period. I told Ken, 90 days, watch what happens. You're going to be better than you were 4 months ago. And before we begin, I'm delighted to report that for the third month in a row, the jobs numbers, I guess you saw them this morning, they just got released, and they smashed all expectations by actually 3 times with... And this is during a military conflict. I call it that because it's really not that much of a war.
Really that much of a war.
But it's a military conflict. It's a practice. But this is 172,000 jobs were created in May. That's about 4 times higher than anticipated. And experts predicted 30,000 jobs. These are the strongest job numbers of the entire administration so far. And that's during this conflict on top of it. So it's great. And, you know, we have a thing, we have a problem in this country because it used to be, I'm a little older than a couple of you, but I don't feel old. I feel the same as I did 50 years ago. It's crazy, Mr. Senator. We got a great senator right here, Ron. but I do feel the same. But in the old days, you know, if you had good job numbers, like great job numbers like they announced today, the stock market goes up. Today, everything is crazy. The whole world is crazy. So when you have great job numbers, the stock market goes down because they think interest rates will go up. And when interest rates go up, they stop inflation. Well, you know what else stops inflation? Growth actually stops inflation.
Oh. He gets no applause or reaction from the crowd. Everybody at the table is just staring at him. He's just like, he's just sort of rambling to himself at this point. Oh my God. He's like, yeah, I'm old. Well, not that old, but I remember a time where if you had good numbers, stock market went up. But now, you get good numbers, stock market goes down. Stock market goes down. Now, he also said in there a number of other insane things, like the war in Iran is a practice for. Practice for what? I don't know. But it's just, you can tell that he is just seething over this. He thinks of himself as like a stock market genius. Like he knows I can make the stock market go up. And he does the thing that he wants, at least in his mind. He perceives the numbers as being good. And he's like, why? What are they doing? Selling what? Trump media? No. Down what? 6%. Of course, Trump media hasn't been doing very well, right? Right? I mean, it's not good. It's not doing good. If I had to say bad, if I had to make it, like, it's down 90% from where it was. It was 97.5 all-time high, I think. It hasn't been over $20 for like a year. It's just been plummeting. It's now at $8.20. It's just been a rocky road downwards, precipitous slide for the president. It's probably very sad. He doesn't get it. Why? Good numbers, but bad stock market. I don't understand. It's really weird. I just thought that was fucking hilarious. I was like, dude, what? Like you can just tell how upset he is, and like you just can't deal with it. And like this is supposed to be like the thing about this is I gotta go back. Like the thing about this is like this is a political event, right? Derek Von Oder, or whatever his fucking name is, he's running for Congress right now. He's an incumbent, but he's in the primary. Wisconsin's primary, I think, is in late June, maybe early July. And Trump's out here. He's trying to, gin up this. They've got a whole crowd out here, got a whole group of people to speak at this, so he doesn't have to, stand. Everybody can sit down around this table, and he's just sort of blathering on about how the stock market isn't doing what he wants to do. Something that's only important to a small group of people, mind you. But it's also making him look weak, right? It's like a combination of things, right? First off, it's an issue that only affects a certain number of people, right? Like the top, 15% of Americans own, like, the vast majority of stock, right? And then the higher you up, like, the more technically you personally own of the stock market. But like most people don't. So it's already an issue that doesn't hit. And on top of it, he's like, it's not doing what I want. So it's making him look fucking weak.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
And vicariously, the candidates themselves. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, it's a terrible political move to just sit here and talk about how the stock market's not doing what you want. Oh, what an idiot. Is it August 11th? Wow, that's a late one. Thank you, Tony. I closed the election spreadsheet. I don't have it in front of me. I was just guessing. Tony just coming out of nowhere with the Wisconsin primary date. Very impressive. Lurking, but with important information. Oh, fuck. We just crossed over 4 hours, space fams, and we only made it a third of the way through the galactic content goal tonight. We did a really bad job. Oh, I take it back. A dono from Orb Rumor getting us to 75%. Wait, no. 80%. Orb Rumor had a nice gross tonight, Space Creatures. Thank you, Orb. All right, well, I'm not going to end the stream with that, in mind, since we're 80% of the way through. Just a reminder, you could contribute to the galactic content goal while also contributing to the galactic deficit. Places like PayPal, Cash App, and Patreon. But we still got Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs. Contribute to that galactic content goal as well. You're in Wisconsin. You just got home from helping out in Pride Fest, Milwaukee. Nice, Tony. Awesome. Have you been doing anything politically there as well with like the primary stuff? Because I need help on the Wisconsin elections. I haven't gotten to them yet. And I would definitely love some input on that. So if you want to, I don't know if you're in the Discord or if you've managed to get your way onto the spreadsheet, the Google Doc, but do consider contributing. If you know anything, any information, either in the Discord or over there. I'll wind up having, I will have like the last say on which candidate I wind up endorsing, but, I've already had some help from people. Perhaps not as much as I'd like, but any help is helpful. Any help is helpful, everybody. Always remember that. Our powers combined.
No, never give up, never surrender.
Now, you know who is giving up and surrendering right now? It is a group of individuals who at least helped get Donald Trump to power, whose internet clout and decisions to bring Donald Trump on for conversations on their podcasts, they are experiencing what do you call it? A moment of giving up. You would say they are realizing that Donald Trump is exactly who he's always been. A man who's been in the political eye for 11, how many years now? 2014 to 2026? That's like 12 years, right? If you're from New York, he's been in the political eye for even longer. Or if you were in one of the localities where he puts one of his golf courses or one of his fucking hotels, casinos, or whatever else him and his family have gotten into over the decades. But presidentially, he announced in 2015 or 2014? I can't even remember now. But it's been like 11 or 12 years now at this point. You've had a lot of time. Everybody's had a lot of time to get familiar with this man. Some people just couldn't be bothered. Or, option B, they're a bunch of shills with their fingers to the wind, looking for an opportunity.
I guess what's bugging me in all of this is that it can't just be that these people are all grifters. Some of them are bound to also be stupid and gullible. What? One or the other. This small army of people only now denouncing Trump, who were apparently very late to the party. The last horses finishing the race, years after everyone else, where I genuinely want to ask them, did you not realize this before? An amazing type of human who, it seems, was actually born yesterday, otherwise known as comedian podcasters.
Dude, X is crazy now. I remember when it was Twitter, it was like, there's too much censorship. And I'm like, yeah, dude, like, let me see the real shit. Now I'm kind of like, yeah, let's censor this heavily again. I can't even go on X anymore. I get all like race baiting, kind of like race war propaganda, where it's like, can you believe it's just nonstop.
Dude, Elon should do better than that. He should want better than that for society, I feel like.
Yeah.
You know, I think there's a lot of smut. It's just trash.
Yeah.
It feels like trash, honestly.
I don't know X's algorithm well enough because I don't use the app like on my phone almost ever. I almost only use it on my computer and for work. Like not as like a source of news, but like as a literal source. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I don't look for it for news, but I have to go to it sometimes for news sources. These guys, I feel like they're kind of giving insight into their own psyches, because let's not forget, X still has an algorithm. I don't know how the algorithm works, but I feel like they're telling on themselves by talking about what they get served up on X. This guy gets served race bait stuff, and this guy, Theo, gets served fucking smut. AI smut. Okay. Interesting. Maybe X thinks that that's what you guys enjoy. You ever think that?
Yeah. Yeah, guys. Yes. Oh, and also, no shit. Yeah. What are you talking about? He bought the site to make it like that. It's operating as intended. Where have you been? Theodore Capitani von Kernatowski III is indeed a fascinating man. I
had to look it up. That's actually his real name. That's not a joke. That's his real name.
Genuinely wouldn't be surprised to learn he was made fully formed in a lab. The world would actually make more sense if that were true. And much like most of the people I've mentioned, Theo is now shocked by recent events and convinced that Trump must be compromised in some way.
And it's not. And what American is this helping? Besides the war, the industrial war complex, what American, what hard work, what guy who's trying to take care of his family, or a single mother who's a nurse who's going to work and has to get home and get to her kid's ball game and has to be both parents. What farmer is this helping? What regular?
How much of an idiot is Theo Von? It's like every episode of his show is like an attempt to answer that fucking question. I mean, how much of an idiot do you have to be to have thought that Donald Trump was going to help people like the ones that Theo just fucking described? Single moms working to survive and put food on the table and get health care? Trump and Republicans were never going to do that. And if you knew anything about politics or Donald Trump, you would fucking know that. But Theo is too fucking dumb. And that's why these kinds of guys were incurious idiots that are only in this for the entertainment and not vice versa. Like the entertainment is like an afterthought, is a way, as a vehicle to get the information out, are fucking not just useless, but detrimental to like the psyche of Americans, like broadly speaking. Like they're a huge fucking problem, dude. They're just dragging society down with them, and they don't care, and they're being enriched to levels. I mean, if I was making like a fifth of what Theo Von was making, I'd be living the dream right now. We'd have no deficits around here.
Person is this helping? I just don't know. I don't understand. So yeah, that's what our president's up to, and it's fucking baffling. And it's sick, and it feels like he's just been compromised by Israel, by this dark government over there.
Yeah, Trump, the innocent lamb that he is compromised. They got to him. How?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, Dieter. That Theo is a particular demographic, and he speaks to a lot of people, and I totally understand. But the problem is that he's not doing the work, and he hasn't done the work up to now. And he's like, he's been part of this group of sort of manosphere podcasters who helped Donald Trump get elected, and are now, as Cody is, I think, is rightfully pointing out, are having realizations coming to the Jesus moment. That's in the Bible. And it frustrates the hell out of me, because I don't feel like this isn't like gonna be, like, I can already tell that it's not going to be this sobering moment that causes Theo or causes any of these other guys to do harder work, like to actually put in the work and stop, because this should be like your main focus. I don't feel like Theo it's not his main focus, right? Politics isn't his main focus. Like, he's not eating, drinking, sleeping politics. I don't think he could tell you what primaries have happened this year, right? I don't think he could probably even name half a dozen people running in the midterms right now. Is that level of incuriosity that worries me, because we need people to be able to speak to low information voters, dude bros, if you will. But it can't just be low information voter to low information voter, right? That's a problem. That's a problem, because then you just wind up with the same dude. And that's a problem. You need somebody's able to speak to the low information voter and inform them. I worry that Theo is not that man.
How could it have happened? Trump, a man who would never take a bribe or do crimes or scams. Anyway, Theo, I'm sticking him in this new category, away from the political pundits and grifters, and over with your Joe Rogans and Andrew Schultzes. I'll call this category, dipshits. Good ring to it. Guys who don't really have a journalistic responsibility and are allowed to say whatever and support whomever, because at the end of the day, they're, on paper, entertainers. But of course have used their position to boost Trump and a lot of the terrible stuff Trump represents. Yet they are now seemingly blindsided because the garbage guy they liked is now doing garbage things. Because they're dipshits who were born yesterday.
Which just seems so insane based on what he ran on. I mean, this is why a lot of people feel betrayed, right? He ran on no more wars and these stupid, senseless wars, and then we have one that we can't even really clearly define why we did it.
Joe!
You're a little baby.
Joe, he wanted to take the oil from Iraq back in 2016 and Libya back in 2011. As I said at the start of this episode, Trump, a notorious liar, has always wanted to do a war. It's not a betrayal. Sorry, you just weren't paying attention, I guess?
But attention is difficult. It requires focus and energy, Cody. Well, there's Cody Shody, aka Some More News. That is on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
That is on YouTube. Go subscribe to him. It's a long form show, not a live stream. Although sometimes they do live streams now, I think. It's a good show. It's been around a long, long time. Honestly, one of the oldest shows on YouTube, honestly. I'm shocked that anybody doesn't know who he is. He's been doing this for a decade. Right? Am I wrong? That show, he's been Cody Shody. Some More News. And of course, oh no, what's the puppet's name? Why can't I think of the puppet's name right now? Jesus Christ. That puppet. I haven't been able to watch. Here's the problem for me. I've been watching enough Some More News. That's why I wanted to throw it in here today. Because I don't get to watch it very often. He often puts out videos, sort of a interspersed timing. Warmbo, thank you, Warmbo. Yes, Warmbo. Cody and Warmbo sitting in a tree. Okay, people in both chats telling me it's Morbo. Okay, yes, I know. Oh, I get it. Thank you. But like, because his videos tend to come out like after stories have happened, like by enough that is not quite in the news cycle as much. We don't watch him on the show very often. I don't wind up I wind up mostly watching shit that we're gonna watch or the show now. It feels like, and that's frustrating to me. So there you go. All right, we're not done with the manosphere. Let's go to the majority report and talk about what happened over on the PBD podcast. Something that, of course, we got into big time the other day, but I figured we would at least revisit it once, just for fun. It is the weekend, after all.
That Donald Trump has blocked refugees like yourself. Patrick Bet-David would not have been allowed into America under Donald Trump. You would have come in illegally. You're pro-illegal immigration. So this is so interesting today.
Made it here,
Pat, you heard it here. You're going to clip Ilhan Omar, clip that. Patrick Bet-David.
Mehdi Hassan went on PBD show. Now, I don't know what's going on with PBD. They're not letting the crew in on it. It's almost like PBD has moved into a different phase of his career where he's like, maybe things aren't so good for me to totally tie myself to Donald Trump. Maybe what I need to do is just burnish, I should say, burnish my cred as just a thought leader, so that my Manect rate goes up by another 20%. That's sort of been my strategy here. I'm just waiting for my Manect application to go through. But here he is with Mehdi Hassan.
They talk about immigration here.
Yeah, and Mehdi nails him, and I do enjoy like how almost PBD recognizes it and gets like a little bit of sick joy out of it. He's
Mehdi is the perfect guy for this task.
Exactly.
Like, he wears a suit. No offense to you, Sam, but Mehdi is just a little bit
because he's buttoned up, and this is what PBD respects, and he knows that like Mehdi's running circles around him. I know, Sam. I know.
How rude! Oh, that's so rude. See, I think Sam's collared, polos are nice. They're cash, but they're also, formal enough for work. They're work casual.
New England discrimination never stops.
Yep, it's crazy. Go ahead.
They like old England. They don't like New England. Here we go.
I'm not a man, I'm fan, but he did that. Sure.
Sorry, give me just a second here to slow this down.
I'm gonna. This man alive living in America. Okay, and that was George Bush Sr.
Yes.
I'm not a man, I'm fan, but he did that. Sure. He understood the response.
Pause it for a second. You notice, keep it up there. Mehdi not wearing a tie. I just want to make that clear.
Oh, good. I'm glad you got that out there.
On Monday, Sam, this is my prediction. On Monday, Sam will come to work. He will do the majority report with a blazer, a shirt, no tie, and like shorts and flip flops.
Donald Trump since October has allowed in 6,069 refugees only. Not 122,000, only 6,069. And do you know that 6,066, 99.9% of them are from white South Africa? Only 3 are Afghan. Dude. That's the numbers.
Are you serious?
That's a fact.
Okay, you're serious.
Pull it up, Rob.
Dude,
6,000 refugees, all of them are white South Africans fleeing from an imaginary genocide.
The previous guy brought more people than 4 presidents combined.
Hold on, he brought in 125,000.
He's trying to say, guys, time out. Let's get back to our people.
No, we're talking about refugees. Refugees are different. It's not about jobs. Refugees are international obligation.
Like you're talking H-1B, green card, which one are you talking? Okay,
refugees, vetted by, the vetted program. Sure. Where you're vetted abroad. You check you're not a terrorist, all of that stuff. What happened to you?
Yes.
Biden did it too. He allowed 125,000 people. He upped the cap.
Okay.
Trump dropped the cap with Stephen Miller to 7,500. Okay. And since October, he allowed in 6,069, according to the Washington Post.
I want to know where you're going with this.
He allowed in only 3 Afghans and 6,066 white people from South Africa. The 2 things I would say about that. Number 1, that's racist. You let in 99.9% of your refugees are white people who are not refugees, and you don't allow people from Iran, Iraq, Syria. And the second point is, Donald Trump wouldn't have allowed you into this country, and yet you sit and support. You voted for him 3 times. Donald Trump would not have allowed little Patrick Bet-David into this country. How do you feel about that?
You're so funny.
A genuine question.
You are so funny.
It's a genuine question.
You wouldn't have let little Patrick.
No Iranians were allowed in this year. So how would you have gotten?
You know what would have happened? We would have waited 1 more year, 2 more years
for a Democrat to come and let you in.
Bush Senior let us in. He was a Republican.
Don't act like for a better Republican.
No, but that's
a non-racist
that's
Republican.
not the point.
Not gonna do it.
Okay, yeah, we'll skip a little bit ahead.
No, don't skip ahead.
Hold on.
Oh, wait. Oh, maybe the clip I saw on Twitter. Okay, Matt's right.
I do love how, like, I mean, we watched this whole fucking thing. He does this sort of salesman thing for most of it, you know, where he can talk, right? Like I was saying before, unlike Jillian when she went up against Sam, like, she's no ability to like command the conversation, and just kept going back and back and back and back to fucking ChatGPT over and over and over and over and over again. But like, it's just as equally unprepared for this conversation. PBD was, at least, but he masks it slightly by just, you know, doing little things like, oh, you're so funny, Mehdi. You're so funny. Like when Mehdi said something that he has no response to, he just tries to like be dismissive of it by saying, oh, Mehdi. Like he has nothing to actually, like, you can tell, like he shuts up like right away. But like he knows how to like chime in and like sort of like not completely lose all ground. Oh, you're so funny, Benny. So funny.
Matt knows what's up.
We'll skip ahead, but I just want to make something clear. George Herbert Walker Bush, who he says, you know, let him in no way could win a primary in the Republican Party. Never mind today, but even 10 years ago, maybe even 20 years
There's
ago.
an old
There's
saying
no
in
way.
Tennessee. I know it's
like
in
the
Texas,
Republican Party he defends would not let him in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the idea you're going to wait a year or 2 or 3 or 4. No, I got news for you, Chief. Nobody who was similarly situated to Patrick Bet-David is going to be let into this country under a Republican president, I would argue, for at least a decade or 2. And I'm just, I'm just saying nothing lasts forever, but there's no way. Go ahead.
So this is just a couple minutes later, they pick up the point.
No, I didn't go to Oxford and do debate 24/7
I gave
to
you
see this stuff in my
hard
life.
evidence of Trump's racism, and you said, Rob, pull up the transgender woman. That's what happened. Everyone watched you do it. But I said Trump allowed in 99% white people.
The point is, the previous guy picked people because of color. If there is any party that's
I'm not even
racist,
asking about that.
was the previous guy,
I'm not
because they
even
kept
asking
saying
about that.
black this,
I'm not even
black
asking
that,
about that.
black this many
I'm
females,
not
this
even
many
asking.
transgender.
Trump did the same.
The left is the party of the racists.
Even if I
you say-
concede that, it's irrelevant to my point that Donald Trump has blocked refugees like yourself. Patrick Bet-David would not have been allowed into
I would
America
find a way to get
under
here.
Donald
You don't
Trump.
know me
You would have
well.
come in illegally.
I would have
You're
came here
pro-illegal immigration.
You're so
This
funny.
is so interesting
I would have
today.
made it here, but
You heard it here.
legally.
You're going to clip Ilhan
I
Omar,
would've
clip
made it
that.
here legally.
Patrick Bet-David said if he was allowed
Also,
in
that's some
illegally,
fun with these.
he would come in illegally.
The difference between you and I, this doesn't bother me. I understand the game we're
That's why I'm
playing.
here.
I understand the conversation.
I'm not here
that
for a
we're having.
game. I just said to you earlier, this stuff has real world consequences.
Oh, this
Three
stuff has
Muslims
real
just
world
got killed.
consequences.
Three
This-
Muslims just
this
got killed
stuff has real
in a
world
mosque.
consequences.
You just keep saying this
Oh,
stuff
no,
has
no,
real
no.
world consequences.
I want to see more of this.
You want to drink this? You're so funny, Sam. You're so funny.
Exactly. What Mehdi's doing is he's not letting what Patrick Bet-David does, and particularly it's more difficult for him to do when he doesn't have his stooges around him, because more often than not in these situations he'd say like, wait, I want to get a Vinny in here. Vinny, what do you think about what he's saying?
Yeah.
That's the way he would get out of this conversation, but he can't here. And most guests would be like, okay, we move on, or we get distracted by his thing. But Mehdi is like, no, dude, you've got to address this. You would not be allowed in here. And Patrick would say, oh, I come in illegally. What? Are you effing serious?
No, it's Mehdi who's being so funny. Because, if Mehdi's being so funny, that must mean I'm being so funny, because we're just really joking here, right?
Conversation.
You didn't just nail me in this political debate. We're just having a good time.
Let's play a little bit more, because I'm enjoying this.
black this many
I'm
females,
not
this
even
many
asking.
transgender.
Trump did the same.
The left is the party of the racists.
Even if I
you say-
concede that, it's irrelevant to my point that Donald Trump has blocked refugees like yourself. Patrick Bet David would not have been allowed into
I would
America
find a way to get
under
here.
Donald
You don't
Trump.
know me
You would
well
have come in
enough.
illegally.
I don't
You're
come here
pro-illegal
illegally.
immigration.
You're so
This
funny.
is so interesting
I would have
today.
made it here,
Pat,
but
you heard it here.
legally.
You're going to clip Ilhan
I
Omar,
would've
clip
made it
that.
here legally.
Patrick Bet David said if he wasn't allowed
Post it, have some
illegally,
fun with these.
he would come in illegally.
The difference between you and I, this doesn't bother me. I understand the game we're playing. I understand the conversation.
I'm not here
that
for a
we're having.
game. I just said to you earlier, this stuff has real world consequences.
Oh, this
Three
stuff has
Muslims
real
just
world
got killed.
consequences.
Three
This-
Muslims just
this-
got
this
killed
stuff has real
in a
world
mosque
consequences.
in San
Just so you know
Diego
that.
because Republican Party racist rhetoric. And do you know what? Republican congressmen couldn't even condemn it. I assume you condemn what happened in San Diego.
We
obviously.
100% condemned it.
But you know, Republicans wouldn't do it until they were forced to do it. Brandon Gill was asked on the congressional
speak on
corridor.
their behalf.
I'm not asking you to speak.
I'm
I'm
not
telling you,
speaking on their
it's
behalf.
bad, right? That what they did, not
But
condemn
do
it.
you realize you think it's also bad that everything we had to hear in 2022 with Biden getting elected was about how many black female candidate leadership team we're going to have? Who
Diversity is a good
cares?
thing.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's
it
based
is.
on based on leadership. When he was president, we're going to find a way to have this percentage. Let me finish. This percentage of pilots got to be female and black. And by the way, Hollywood. You want to go to Hollywood? What
Pause it for a
standards they
second.
created? Do you remember the
Incidentally, that's a bald-faced lie.
Yeah.
We need to have this percentage of pilots. That's just a lie. It's
Yes.
a lie.
Yes.
This is an out-and-out lie from a guy who is desperate to run away from the question they were talking about, which was, what is your reaction to the fact that you would not be allowed in this country legally under this regime?
Yes.
And he cannot answer it. And so
Right.
now he's going on to tell lies about like percentages of black pilots.
Biden too. And like he's right that Biden preemptively saying my VP will be a black woman and like undercut whoever the choice would be from the start because you're tokenizing Kamala Harris or the others that were being considered at the time. But that's because Biden used to be or has some racist tendencies himself. The centrist campaign that he ran had some really cynical assumptions, I think, about black voters. And it's a lot closer to how PBD views race relations than how the left does.
Trump has let in entirely white South African refugees. Do you think it was that for their leadership qualities? Like, what are we talking about here?
And
I mean, it's a whataboutism, right? He's just trying to avoid addressing the fact that that is in fact racist, right? Like, whereas Emma's willing to accept, as are all of us here, me, Sam, I'm sure Emma, Matt, and Brian would all, agree that Biden has a racist voting record, especially back in the day, and that was racist too, what he did with Kamala. But the point is that doesn't make what Donald Trump did not racist, right? Like, whataboutisms like just give people passes rather than consequences. Oh, it's all fine, and that's not okay. They're both wrong. But PPD is trying to avoid that as best as possible by shifting the conversation. And he does that. He just like Jillian, he gish gallops throughout the whole thing, just kind of from one to the next.
Yeah. Busted by the feds. So.
In the proximity,
Bet David?
A Ponzi scheme in proximity to Patrick Bet David?
I know, that's shocking.
These comments are great.
Let's see.
The top one. This is what happens when your training ground is Vinny and Adam. Patrick getting owned on a show is fantastic. Bet you Patrick won't listen to the market on this debate. I busted out laughing when Mehdi said he will ask Trump when he is going to Wakanda. I don't know what that means. Adam and Vinny watching from the back like, thank God that's not me today.
Okay, what this is about, because I listened to this whole fucking thing. Maddie is like, he says he would ask Donald Trump when he's going to Wakanda to prove that Trump doesn't know anything about anything, right? Because Trump just pretends to know shit about stuff that he doesn't know anything about. And Maddie was like, they were talking about like what I think it was during the rapid fire questions. I can't remember. But we're talking about what questions Mehdi would ask early on. They're talking about like Mehdi's like journalistic career and Zateo and all this other stuff, and like what he would ask Donald Trump if he had the opportunity.
Adam's gonna sleep like a baby tonight.
There's an intellectual gap that is very evident. Crying emoji, crying laugh
And
emoji.
honestly, I would be.
See what the 53 replies say. I wonder if
I'm
it's
not gonna
like
lie.
any.
I really do want Mehdi to ask him that. I want somebody to ask Donald Trump when he'll be going to Wakanda to speak to the ambassador or to speak to the. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to think of how you would phrase it right now. You gotta do it in a way where it's like obvious to everyone but him. Like, oh, it would be so good. The great nation of Wakanda. Yes, I'm looking forward to visiting it sometime next year. 2-3 weeks, actually. We'll see. I think it's on the docket.
PBD sounds like that Adam guys who gets proper hiding from Dave Smith. It's so funny the universe these people live in.
I know.
Let's call the gap Hormuz Jr. I'm not sure what that means. PBD is a grift. Crying, laughing. It's quite embarrassing. PBD is awful. Like, who? Why are people going to this channel?
I know. I mean, God, people just love beefs and fights.
Oh, this is funny. He didn't even look at Mehdi while shaking his hand. So I'm gonna find that moment here. Let's see here.
At the end?
Yeah, apparently there's some saltiness here. Let's see.
That would be nice.
Oh, that's that.
While you
I
find it, I
appreciate
just
that.
want to point out the shoes he's hawking. The Chiron for the shoes he makes. It was making me laugh because they say designed in Florida, made in Italy.
Oh my!
But I just think
There's a sentence that doesn't inspire a lot of confidence.
designed in Florida is the worst sentence I've ever heard in my life. I'm trying to sell something.
Is that what's on screen here?
I also commented about those goddamn shoes the last time. I would point out that on the bottoms of them, I don't know, I don't think they show it. Do they show it during the? Like on the bottoms of those dumb fucking shoes, it says the future looks bright, right? But it's the dark letters with white soles, so that in theory, the more that you walk in them, the less bright that those letters are gonna pop, which seems. They could have thought that one through better. Anyway, we already got into that one. I just wanted to do it again because it was one of the funniest things of the week. And since it's the weekend now, almost Sunday fun day, I figured that we deserved something fun in here. We're 4.5 hours. Jesus, 5 hours? Wow. 2 seconds ago, I could have sworn we were 4.5 hours in. Before I clicked that last video, I could have sworn. It's all gone. How much we got left here? Yeah. We'll take one break. Another break. Another single break stream. All right. Quick one. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, hit do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network for multiple reasons. One, we still haven't completed the Galactic content goal. We're like 20% shy. It's like 10 bones. We got a lot of great ways for you to contribute. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. And, of course, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the second half of the show is about to begin. So get yourselves back in those seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it. All right, Space Fams. Break is over. Second half's about to begin. We are done with U.S. news. Took us a long time to get done with that. We got a little bit of environmental news. Unfortunately, I didn't get much time to do preparations for this portion of the stream. So we got a few videos from yesterday, a few new ones that I've thrown into the mix. It's going to be a short one. Then we got space news and, of course, the Earth news. There's a bunch going on there. From South America all the way to Asia. Just a reminder, folks, we have blown through not only the galactic content goal timer, we also blew through the super secret probationary galactic content goal timer. We are now in the ultra super secret probationary galactic content goal time countdown danger zone timer at this moment. So please consider contributing in one of the many ways we have available to you. We've already gotten 80% of the goal complete. All right, 80%. We're so close. 10 bones. You could, in lieu of us being demonetized on YouTube, donate on Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Or you can contribute to that and the Galactic Deficit simultaneously on places like Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. All right, people. Onwards and upwards to infinity and beyond. Let's talk about fire risk in the United States with AccuWeather from Saturday.
Wildfires can happen any time of year in the West if conditions turn dry and windy, but the wildfire season isn't completely random. It follows a rhythm. In late spring and early summer, especially May and June, the greatest fire danger often flares up across Arizona and New Mexico. Dry vegetation, heat, and gusty winds can create volatile conditions. Then, as monsoon moisture arrives in midsummer, wildfire activity often eases across the Southwest. At the same time, the focus shifts north from the central and northern Rockies to the Pacific Northwest. Even Alaska, the peak of summer is often the most active part of the fire season as the jet.
Now, unfortunately, here's one of the problems this year. This is true. This is like a rule of thumb, what he's basically talking about. This is generally accepted and true. This year's going to be weird because we've got a super El Nino happening over here, which we're going to talk about later. And that could affect things and how the fire season transpires. Some places are going to see extreme drought for very long with very high heat scenarios for longer, straight into 2027. Now to the Atlantic, where a massive Saharan dust cloud is heading for the United States.
A massive cloud of Saharan dust is crossing the Atlantic right now and headed toward the Caribbean. Some of this dust could potentially reach parts of Texas and Louisiana by this weekend. If it arrives, expect hazier sky and more colorful sunrises and sunsets thanks to the tiny dust particles suspended in the atmosphere.
Sweet. Okay, well that's not scary. I put that in there for fun. And it sounds cool. I mean, if it makes it, I look forward to it. Saharan dust, magical Saharan dust, coming to the United States. Probably one of the least threatening things to happen weather-wise for a while. Now, some people are working their dicks off, their tails off, if you will. Doing everything they can to invest in the future, to make their countries more sustainable. Get on renewable energies, wind, solar, things like that. One of those countries is the great nation of China.
China! Have to have my China.
Welcome back, everyone. Energy prices around the world have been skyrocketing ever since the start of the war in Iran, but at least one country is weathering the storm better than others. In China, a years-long investment in renewable energy is beginning to pay off. In tonight's Prime Focus, ABC's Britt Clennett travels to rural China to show us the massive solar farms that are changing the face of energy consumption in that country.
This is China's northwestern Gansu province. For centuries, a harsh, unforgiving sun scorched this ancient Silk Road corridor into an inhospitable land of temples, trekkers and giant sand dunes. Once a punishing burden, today those blinding rays fuel rows of solar panels stretching to the horizon, a shimmering sea of glass and steel that is fast becoming one of Beijing's most powerful buffers against global energy shocks.
China is really making the most of this arid landscape. These solar panels, they stretch out 4 miles. You can see why this is known as China's green power bank.
And right now, it is paying dividends. As conflict in Iran rattles global oil markets and sends energy prices surging, China's big bet on green tech is paying off.
So I've got to put on my protective helmet now because we're going to a little bit closer towards the tower, to the observation deck.
This is China's first major solar thermal plant, just outside of the desert oasis town of Dunhuang. So proud of their milestone, it is now open to tourists.
You can see why part of the reason China has been able to offset the shock from the Iran war, from the Strait of Hormuz being closed, is because of its commitment to renewables like this. A gigantic thermal power plant rising out of the desert.
These massive structures use mirrors to concentrate sunlight onto central towers, producing heat that can be stored and converted into electricity around the clock.
You can see the streams of light there. They are beaming onto that tower, which, as you can see, a circle halo on the top. So 这里有多少镜子？12000面。Okay. 12000面。So 12,000 mirrors, she's saying, are all around us. I can hear them move, and you can see it slightly move.
These mirror, like these like super reflector, like whatever you call these, I can't remember what the name for these arrays are, but these things are like the future. Like if you think like solar panels continue to get better and better, but like this is like future shit, where there's like mirrors that are controlled by the sun, so they follow the sun as it moves at the right angle to direct it back at one focal point all simultaneously, and just, oh god, this shit is insane.
I can hear them move, and you can see it slightly move. These are huge mirrored panels, and they move depending on the direction of the sunlight. They track that sunlight, they redirect it at that panel over there, which heats up the molten salt and generates extreme temperatures and power.
The tour guide tells us the plant can generate enough electricity in 1 hour for an average family's usage for 42 years.
Because it's so bright here and there's sun almost every day.
Together with wind farms and traditional solar arrays, they form one of the largest renewable energy clusters on the planet. Most crucially because China recently upgraded its entire power grid. Energy produced out here in the far west hinterlands can serve China's power-hungry cities on the coast. And the timing is critical. With instability in the Middle East threatening oil supplies, countries heavily reliant on imports are scrambling. But China, the world's largest energy consumer, has spent the past decade aggressively diversifying and now also the largest producer of renewable energy, according to the International Energy Agency.
Yup, even though Donald Trump claims that they don't use them, they're actually the largest producer of renewable energy. China is leading the way into the future. Now, is the war in Iran and higher oil prices causing them problems right now? 100%. They still need it for manufacturing. And that's definitely hitting Chinese producers and the Chinese economy. But let's not forget, in the first quarter of 2026, China had 5% GDP. The United States had 0.3%. And meanwhile, they're helping mitigate humanity's output of greenhouse gases, carbon emissions. The thing that's causing heat waves across the planet, including here in India, all week. And for actually, I think, multiple weeks in a row. Oh, God. Yeah. Okay, I'm fine. I thought there was going to be a third one, but it never came. Okay.
While India is no stranger to the heat before the monsoon season begins, this year's temperatures have soared well above 40 degrees Celsius. So are the recent extreme heat waves the new normal for India and neighboring Pakistan? Dr. Soumya Swaminathan is the chairperson of the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation and a former chief scientist at the WHO. She joins me now from Chennai. Dr. Swaminathan, really appreciate your time and glad to have you with us today. Now, we visit this story every year around this time of heat waves across India. How would you describe the current one and in comparing to those previous from recent seasons?
Well, thank you very much. And yes, India, many districts, many states is in the grip of another heat wave that's actually started quite early. It started in April this year, and there was a week or two of very high heat, and then there was some cooling in some places. But clearly the trend over the last several years has been that every year we've come to higher temperatures, we've reached higher temperatures, the heat has been more prolonged and over larger parts of the country. And the urban areas, the cities in particular, are actually facing the brunt even more. And that's probably because of the way we've built our cities and the urban heat island effect, which doesn't even allow the nights to cool down.
Yep, people in India living with sweltering heat for weeks. Temperatures in the hundreds.
India has been in the grip of a record
Fahrenheit.
heat wave since May.
Sorry, not hundreds of degrees, but in the 100 teens Fahrenheit, 45. I think they hit some stupid number like 46 something degrees Celsius, and it's only the beginning of the hottest months in India. This does not bode well.
Daytime highs in many areas have topped 40 degrees Celsius, and the heat has reportedly claimed around 50 lives. In our next report, NHK World's Yamaka Michitaka looks at how extreme weather is pushing India to the brink and how the country is responding to the crisis.
India Gate is one of New Delhi's most iconic tourist attractions. At this time of year, it would normally be crowded with visitors from both inside and outside the country. But now, only a few people can be seen.
It's like standing next to a fire. I felt like my skin was burning. It's so hot that if you dropped an egg on the road, it might just turn into an omelette.
Temperatures in the capital exceeded 40 degrees Celsius for more than 10 days last month, and the extreme heat has continued since then. Around the city, people can be seen sheltering in the shade of trees.
It feels like my brain is boiling because of the heat. The sunlight is extremely strong. It's intensely hot. I feel completely exhausted, and I don't even want to go outside.
Sounds fucking horrible. Sounds like my brain is boiling, says that man. Not what you want, I don't think. Not optimal. You don't want it to be hotter everywhere? Well, I'm afraid that most certainly is going to be. With the Godzilla super monster El Nino coming. Here's BBC. Talk about what's lurking in the Pacific.
El Nino is one of the most important weather patterns on the planet, helping drive extreme weather around the world. Now, our globe, look at that, pretty impressive, eh? Shows the pattern of heat in the tropical Pacific Ocean. That is the engine room of El Nino. Now, at the end of last year, that's what we're showing here, it was still showing the impacts of El Nino's sister weather pattern, La Nina, which has a cooling effect. And you can see heat over there in the west, cooler temperatures over here in the east. Now, as we move into this year, look at that. The normal winds, the trade winds have weakened, on some occasions even reversed, allowing the warmer surface water to move eastwards across the Pacific. You can see it there building up off the coast of South America. Now, that is a classic sign of an impending El Nino. We can get a better idea of what's happening if we look below the surface. Oh, look at that. So satellites, moored buoys and ocean floats show a huge wave of unusually hot water developing below the surface of the equatorial Pacific. Now that's the red area you can see there. Now when that heat wells up, some forecasts suggest the surface temperatures in some parts of the Pacific Ocean could rise by more than 2 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, and historically that would be pretty fucking bad. It's like 6.5 degrees Fahrenheit. And considering we're already dealing with oceans that we're trying to keep under 1.5 degrees Celsius hotter than normal, 2 degrees Celsius, I shouldn't have to point out to you, is not good. It's not going to help. It's not going to help with things. And we can probably expect a very hot year and the hot 2027 winter as well. Warmer than normal start for sure. That may temper off. It all depends on how long this thing lasts for. What a time to be alive, eh, Space Fams? At least we have each other to get through this. Maybe one day we'll make that moon commune. Let's go here to the Associated Press, talk about how climate change is fueling more extreme weather.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Why is the weather getting wilder? We just need to look in the mirror. Climate change is affecting our weather in all sorts of different directions. We're getting droughts, we're getting floods, downpours, stronger hurricanes, more wildfires. All of this is connected to climate change. How? As the world warms, the atmosphere warms. And as the atmosphere warms, it holds more moisture. And that moisture and that warmth is energy. It's the seeds of storms. In addition, the jet stream, which is the atmospheric rivers above us that push our weather systems around us, is getting slower because of climate change. And when the jet stream gets slower, on one part of the jet stream, it'll just keep raining and raining and raining. And on the other side of the jet stream, it's going to be hot and dry. But weather always has had extremes. So how do we know that climate change is part of this? Scientists know because they study what happens. They use computer simulations to say, let's create a fictional world where everything is exactly the same, except that there's no human-caused climate change. So you change that one little variable, and then they compare the two things. And when they do that, often, but not always, they find that climate change has made the extreme weather stronger or more frequent. But it doesn't always.
Yes, that's because science is about collecting and extrapolating data from long periods of time and then drawing conclusions from them. And you can't necessarily tie any one particular event to climate change, although sometimes you can. But usually it's about tying multiple events to climate change and saying, look, we've had this happen 6 times in a row, when this should have happened like once in 100 years, happened 6 times in 10 years. That's a problem. That's probably climate change. Almost a guarantee. Scientists don't like to say 100%. It's probably like 99.9%. All right, a little bit of space news. I'm going to move on to all the other happenings around the Earth. There's been a lot of geopolitical and or internal political situations happening. Although the two have been intermingling quite a lot. Not in a good way. Just to be clear. Good to see people dancing in the Twitch chat. You're all beautiful. You're all beautiful to me, Space Fams. I wish YouTube had emotes still. You know what's sad? I still have the emotes, so they still exist. I mean, I guess in a way, this maybe this means that we'll get it back one day. I can still use the emotes. Just none of you can use emotes. And none of you can be members. It's pretty sad. It seems kind of unfair when you think about it. If you're upset about that, you should tweet YouTube on Twitter, which I refuse to call X. Speaking of X, damn it, I did it. Let's talk about SpaceX, which has been denied early entry to the S&P.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Oh no, that's so sad. Elon was telling investors that he was going to get early entry to the S&P. And now, that dream has been destroyed.
SpaceX will not be getting fast-track entry into the S&P 500 after all. On Thursday, index operator S&P Global said it would not change the rules for inclusion. The rocket firm is set for a record share listing next week. That could see it raise $75 billion and secure a valuation of $1.75 trillion, immediately making it one of America's top 10 most valuable listed firms. But S&P says it won't change the rules to allow rapid entry into its benchmark index. Among other things, that requires a firm to be profitable in its most recent quarter, and in sum for its last 4 quarters. That rules out SpaceX, which posted a loss of close to $5 billion in 2025. One analyst praised S&P for standing firm, saying the rules shouldn't be bent for unprofitable firms just because they are big. The rival Nasdaq index has taken a different view, however. It has already changed its rules to allow easier access for newly listed so-called mega-cap stocks. That will force Nasdaq tracker funds to buy large sums of SpaceX shares.
There you go, S&P turning down SpaceX. But the NASDAQ unleashing an unprofitable Elon Musk Frankenstein company. Because it's also, I believe, going to include like XAI and Grok and Twitter all wrapped up so the Twitter investors can get their money. Then unknowing NASDAQ investors are going to suddenly have SpaceX stock in their portfolios. Or maybe knowingly now. The more that we get the word out, I suppose, the more people will know that they're now going to be forced to own that monstrosity. All right, moving on from space news. What is the NASDAQ? The NASDAQ is the tech sector, the tech stock, the New York Stock Exchange tech sector index, right? There's a bunch of like ETFs and funds that like mimic it that people have in their like retirements and their pensions and shit. They like automatically buy the big indexes like the NASDAQ, the S&P, and of course the Dow.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
It's like the DAX. It's like the DAX. Is that clear enough? You're in Germany, right? the closest thing I can think of. Yes, exactly. It's like the Dow, but for tech. Okay, let's go to South America. And this situation has really gotten out of hand. Mass protests were taken to the streets in Bolivia against the president Paz, demanding him step down after his austerity policies have been leaving huge numbers of people behind. People who needed help the most in worse circumstances they were just like a few years ago. And we've been following these protests for a number of weeks now. Bolivia's Congress, Parliament, whatever it is, approved a bill that made it so that he could declare martial law against the protesters, mobilize troops, and force people off of the streets.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
A blockade means not living well. It means living in hardship, living without food, without medicine, without social justice. A blockade is not living well. And that is why the country has to understand that blocking roads is the exact opposite of the essence of our constitution and of our main commitment, which is to live well.
That's fascinating because he literally just basically changed the Constitution so that he could weaponize the military against the people. Here's Telesur from 7 hours ago. Against the Constitution.
In Bolivia, the police forces of Rodrigo Paz's government are using paramilitary groups to repress the protesters, which have been demonstrating for 5 weeks now. As the government's desperation grows amid the continued demonstrations, Bolivians are denouncing human rights violations, with reports indicating that the Bolivian police and army distribute explosive devices to terrorist groups seeking to cause bloodshed.
Wow.
This comes after a call.
Did you hear that? It's a little difficult. The clip's quiet. She just said that there's accusations that the police and military have been distributing explosives to terrorist groups to sow violence. That is fucking insane. That is fucking insane, dude. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
This is ridiculous!
Okay. Let's go across the Atlantic. Across the Atlantic. Got a couple of things here to talk about. A few things to talk about. Let's talk about who the economy is for in the United Kingdom. Channel 4 News from Monday.
What does it mean for a progressive government to allow everyone to flourish, invest in their ability to be creative? That's a common good economy.
I mean, obviously the criticism will be that this is some utopian ideal, not made for right now, this very polarized, very divided society.
During war, no one says there's no money because they know that the money can be created. Had we invested the average of OECD countries, we would have invested 500 billion pounds more in the last 2 decades. I do think that it is a crime, and I'll use that very strong word, what both Farage and Boris Johnson did, which was to lie and lie again, and are still have not been held accountable.
Hello and welcome.
Okay, now you're gonna be shocked. I'm gonna skip this whole conversation. This woman is called. Her name is Mariana Mazzucato. I believe is her name. Yeah, this lady. She's been advising the World Economic Forum and like world leaders and shit. A lot of people who have had some done some very bad things or done a very bad job at things. Not gonna lie. Like she just got done advising Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of Africa, who just got handed a serious defeat. He didn't lose his presidency, but they did. I mean, what's it called? The ADF? Why can't I think of the fucking name? ANC? God, my brain's fucking broken. The party that Cyril Ramaphosa runs has been getting more and more unpopular. In the last election, they lost a bunch of fucking seats. They had to create a coalition to keep the majority. She's not. We don't need to listen to this woman. Oh, she advised the World Economic Forum and the European Commission, the World Health Organization. Great. Unfortunately, we have like more poverty than ever, it feels like. And this woman was also like, oh, actually, Labor is doing a great job. When I heard that, that's when I shut this thing off. Like, I was listening to it, like, I don't know how long. And at some point, she's like, actually, Keir Starmer's doing a great job. And I was like, who?
A what now?
But the fact is, I mean, the government is underinvesting. That's the title of this video. Should be investing in, the poor. The most in need of investment. The underprivileged people in society. Is it the ANC? Thank you. I couldn't remember. All right, let's go to another situation we've been talking about a lot this week, and that is, of course, the banning of Hassan and Cenk. Hassan Piker, Cenk Uygur, 2 big online content creators who were banned from the United Kingdom. Cenk apparently went on with what is it called? GB News. I think is a fairly right-wing, media outlet.
So as you all know,
Kyle's got the clip for us here from Thursday. Whoops. That's the wrong thing. There we go. Nope. Yep.
So as you all know, Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker were both banned from the UK. They were going to go do the South by Southwest event, among many other things. I know Hassan had something planned with Jeremy Corbyn. And they both had their visas revoked. And the reason for that was their criticism of Israel. There's been a lot of talk about this. We've talked a lot about this. It's obviously a massive affront to free speech and Enlightenment values. It's disgusting. It's cucking yourself to a foreign terror rape state. I don't have the words to condemn it strongly enough. I find it so grotesque, and it truly is stripping these guys of their freedom. It really is. Well, Cenk has been making the rounds and doing a whole bunch of interviews. Here he went on GB News, and you have this guy, one of the smuggest men I've ever seen in my life, this guy by the name of Jacob Rees-Mogg, who quite frankly looks like a fredophile. And he has Cenk on with him here and basically invites him on to accuse him of being an anti-Semite. He invites him on specifically to accuse him of being an anti-Semite. Let's watch and we'll break it down. Here we go.
First of all, I hope I don't upset the public order, because I'm sure that as soon as people hear me in the United Kingdom, mayhem will break out. That's according to the British government, which is hilarious and ridiculous. Second of all, I want to clarify on the grooming gangs that that portion of what the British government said is a flat out lie. If you kept rolling that tape, it is on tape and it is indisputable. I said the grooming gangs definitely exist and they should definitely be prosecuted. So they just made that up, period. And probably they got it from the Israeli lobby. The Israeli lobby exists in America and the UK. And then people claim they don't have any power, which is hilarious. This is super important. There's a massive difference between Jewish people and the government of Israel. It's true of every single country. There's a difference.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. By the way, to the person who bought the green tea for me on Rhone, this is the sound of my appreciation. Oh, delicious and refreshing.
The British people and the British government, the Turkish people.
Oh, right, that's Jacob Rees-Mogg. Isn't he a reform guy? Isn't he like, is he an MP or is he just like, he's reformed now, right? He's all up in there with, or wait, is he? Or he was formerly conservative, right? Did he switch to reform? Am I losing my mind?
Turkish government, right? So now when you say that about the Turkish government,
did he lose his seat to a reform? I can't. Maybe I'm getting my fucking wires crossed here. I don't think about Jacob very often. I'm not gonna lie.
the Saudi government, everybody agrees. When you say it about the Israeli government, they weaponize charges of anti-Semitism in order to protect the government of Israel and the genocide they're committing. So I'm a fierce critic of Israel, but I never put it on Jewish people. In fact, I'm worried that Israel's defenders are using that in a callous way, and it endangers Jewish Americans and Jews in Britain and across the world. Because they keep saying all Jews want this genocide. That's not true.
All right.
None of the Jewish people I know want this genocide.
Okay. But is it strictly true that you always differentiate between the Israeli government and the Jewish people? I believe you said Israel controls the American government through donations to 94% of Congress. But those donations aren't from the Israeli government. They're from individual Jewish people living in the United States.
That is factually wrong.
Oh, okay, I was right. Jacob Rees-Mogg served as leader of the House of Commons and Lord President of the Council, a member of the Conservative Party, then Secretary of State for Business, Energy, and Industrial Strategy, and from 2019 to 2022, he was the... from February 2022, he was the Minister of State for Brexit Opportunities and Government Efficiency. So yeah, he's definitely reform adjacent, right? Brexit Opportunities and Efficiency? What in the fuck does that even mean? Just sort of like the dissolution of the trade relationship between Britain and the EU?
Number one contingent of Zionists in the U.S. are actually Christian. They're evangelical, fundamentalist, Christian Zionists, people like Mike Huckabee. There's way more of them in the U.S. than there are actual Jewish people. And they also are massively in favor of Israel, massively in favor of the Israel lobby. They donate, they give money. But really, the Israel lobby is representing the government of Israel, right? So even if that weren't the case, it's still the case that the Israel lobby is representing the government of Israel. They lie and they pretend like they're not. It's like, oh, no, this is just Jewish Americans representing. That's a lie. That's bullshit. That's not true. But here he's trying to say, since you criticize the Israel lobby, isn't that by definition anti-Semitic? Because like it's all Jews who fund it, which again, as I said, is factually wrong. But that's the argument he's trying to make. Like, in other words, if you criticize the Israel lobby as aggressively as you do, that by its very nature is anti-Semitic. That's his argument. Think about like the implication of what he's saying. What he's saying is you're just simply not allowed to criticize this lobby, right? Which is crazy because like nobody says this about Wall Street and their lobby. Nobody.
He really is an upper class twit, isn't he? I mean, look at this fucking guy. Look at this fucking douche. What is this? He looks like he's like... He looks like he's auditioning for upper class twit of the year, the Monty Python sketch. This hat... What? Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Honestly, and what's also somewhat ironic is his name happens to be Mog, but I'm fairly certain your average guy on the street could Mog on this guy. Like literally anybody, any dude that you run into could Mog on this guy. Look, what is this? What am I looking at?
About the military-industrial complex. Nobody says this about Saudi Arabia. Nobody accused you of being an Islamophobe for criticizing the Saudi lobby. But for this one, he does. So it's just so fucking dishonest. And Cenk is about to crash out.
4% of Congress. But those donations aren't from the Israeli government. They're from individual Jewish people living in the United States. As I understand American election law, governments aren't allowed to donate to political parties.
Yeah, but that's it's a lie, right? Like that's a lie. That lobby ends up representing the Israeli government. That's what happens. There's a lot of things written in law, particularly when it comes to campaign finance and stuff like that, that in theory should be enforceable, but it's not actually enforceable. And the Israel lobby ends up representing the Israeli government. That's just how it works.
Actually, you do sometimes conflate the Jewish people and the state of Israel, and that is prima facie anti-Semitic.
You know, you just made that up on tape, right? Like I said,
no,
Israel.
No, I've got this quotation
hold on,
from
let me
you.
finish. You asked, you did a very serious charge, so let me answer it. I said Israel. You quoted me as saying Israel.
I did.
You said, hold on. Then you said no, but you meant Jewish people. Why? I didn't say that. You said that. Are you an anti-Semite? I'm worried you're an anti-Semite. Why did you say Jewish people? Jewish people don't actually support this current Netanyahu government. Did you know that 63%? Hold on.
What you
63% of Jewish Americans,
which I read out correctly, is that Israel controls the American government through donations to 94% of Congress.
Period.
Jewish people donate to congressmen. The Israeli government does not. So you have conflated, you've said...
Yeah, but that's bullshit. Because like I said, the number one contingent of American Zionists are evangelical Christians. And it's nonsense because that lobby does represent the Israeli government no matter what the fuck they say, no matter what's written in the law. That's just a fact.
Israel controls. You're meaning Jewish people control. You know that perfectly well.
You're putting words in my mouth.
So here's my question. How is Cenk or anybody then allowed to criticize Israel?
That is anti-Semitic, my good sir. How could you say this about the Jewish people? Truly despicable for you to criticize their actions in Gaza. It is anti-Semitic. He's basically claiming that Jewish people are the government of Israel, and that is baseline anti-Semitism. He speaks the king's English. Yes. The top of the top lip doesn't move at all, or as little as possible to get the words out. It's like it's numb. It's like almost like the top lip. The top lip. See, it goes a bit numb when you're. It's mostly because you can't be bothered. Quite the top lip is really for the servants, right? For the people. And have you ever seen Downton Abbey? It's for all the people on the bottom of it. I can't do it right now.
I've seen what Cenk has said on this issue, and as I'm sure many of you have, and he makes a point every time he talks about this to stress repeatedly that Jews are not the problem. We are pro-Jewish. Our brothers and sisters are Jewish. The problem is the right-wing terrorist government of Israel. And if taking a solid 2 or 3 minutes aside every time you talk about this issue to make clear, let's not be bigoted, let's not be anti-Semitic, let's focus on the actual horrific government, the ethno-state committing the crimes. If that's not enough, then let's just be honest and say, there's literally no way you can criticize Israel where guys like this would admit it's not anti-Semitic. Let's just be honest.
I'm not gonna lie. I think what threw me off is that, like, after I said can't be bothered, all I could think about was Catherine Tate. And that's the opposite of the accent that I was going for, right? Once I said can't be bothered, I was like, oh, can't be bothered. And that was it. That was the end of it. I couldn't manage it. The point is, I mean, this is just blatantly stupid. Like, Jacob Rees-Mogg is a fucking clown, like everybody's saying here. He sucks big time. Tried to smear Cenk. And sure, Cenk sucks, but he's not an anti-Semite. Doesn't deserve to be banned from the United Kingdom, and for Jacob to be doing the smear campaign on his show, it's a little sad. Am I bothered? Exactly. Yeah. That's the problem. It's like the exact opposite. It's like the inverse of that accent. And so like, I couldn't, like, once I got that in my head, like, it was doomed. And the whole accent just fell off.
It's just too French.
All right. Now, there's been a whole other situation going on in the UK. I think in May, I think. Or at least I think when the video came out. I don't know exactly the timing of the death of this young man, but we've already briefly talked about this story, but a man died in the United Kingdom. He's fairly young. I can't remember exactly how old. He was like 19 or 20 or something like that. He was stabbed to death, and he was put in cuffs by the police because the alleged killer claimed that he was actually he was like basically defending himself, essentially, right? Now it turned out to not be the case. It seems that guy is now in jail and facing trial. But the right has lost their fucking minds because the victim who died, who was alive at the time of being handcuffed, was white, and the killer was not. The killer was a Sikh man from, I can't remember actually, but boy oh boy, they are now like people like Tommy Robinson and all these other psychopaths are running around spewing hate about Sikh people who, if you know anything about the Sikh religion, it actually might be the most peaceful religion on the planet. Like, just based upon the words in the script, what do you want to call them? I can't remember what they call them. But, like, you know, like in the holy texts. Like, if you go through, like, you know, Christianity and Judaism, like the Old Testament, the New Testament, the, you know, the Newest Testament, aka not the Torah, goddammit. The why can't I think of the fucking name of the Muslim, the Islamic? I want to call it the fucking Islamic Bible right now. I can't think of it. My brain is so melty today. It's kind of hot on the space station. The Quran, for the love of God. You know, like basically most of these religions, like the Sikh religion is very peaceful. A lot less stoning, A lot less stoning of, you know, like women and other people like that. So, like a lot less of all of that sort of stuff in them. But they're basically people. These fucking racist douchebags are rushing to blame all Sikh people and all immigrants as well. It's the existence of immigrants really is the problem. Brown ones. The Quran. Yes, I know I got there. I'm fucking... Look. I'm tired. I'm already tired. We're only 6 hours in, but I'm tired. Could be because we haven't completed the galactic content goal. Maybe that's it. We're losing energy. Alright, let's go here to Keir Starmer. Because it's not just people internally whipping up hatred in the country over this death, this young man. Nope, not just Tommy Robinson, and pretty sure Jacob Rees-Mogg is up in there, and, you know, all the expected characters. Nigel Farage. In fact, conservatives broadly, I think, were screaming at Keir Starmer about this earlier in Parliament. Don't have that clip for you right now. But here's Keir.
Look, we need to also assert who we are as a country, because Musk, again, has been interfering in our politics in the last few days, trying to whip up division. That is not who we are in Britain. In Britain, we are reasonable, tolerant people. When we have a terrible case like Henry's case, Henry Novak, we react calmly, as his family have done. When it comes to disgusting images on Grok, we take Grok on.
I'm just going to read these tweets from Elon Musk. The West has created an utterly evil state religion, where an accusation of racism is the gravest offense that can be committed. Even worse than rape or murder. So if police show up at a crime scene and a British boy is bleeding out and an immigrant says the British boy is racist, the cops will cuff the dying British boy. Those hateful police are accessories to murder. Now what I love about this tweet is that he starts it off.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 300 bits. Beware the Klingons.
Thank you very much. What did you say? Beware the Klingons. Yes, beware the Klingons. Thank you. I'm going to keep my eyes out for them. I don't know if they're in this quadrant right now. But like, he blames the West. Isn't the West the savior of the planet? Isn't Elon always claiming that like the West is in fact the good? Like right? Like Europe. Like, what I love about this is like they hate Europe, but they're European, right? Like they love like white European people, but not the countries that white European people are from. It's such a weird dichotomy. Oh, the nasty, terrible West. How dare you?
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it wasn't just Elon. No. Not just Elon.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Nah. The Vice President was getting in on it too. That's right. JD frickin' Vance.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Here's France24 from 13 hours ago.
Henry Novak's family leaves Downing Street after meeting Prime Minister Keir Starmer. They've pleaded for his death not to lead to more division in society. But the American administration had other ideas. Vice President J.D. Vance, for instance, said Novak would be alive if it weren't for a mass invasion of migrants.
The proper response, the only response, is righteous anger.
In a statement, Starmer rejected attempts to interfere in British democracy. In December, 18-year-old Novak was killed by Vikram Digwa, a Sikh who lied about being the victim of a racist assault. Police initially handcuffed Novak as a suspect before noticing his injury and trying to resuscitate him. The US State Department called it two-tiered policing, and billionaire Elon Musk.
How did I miss that piece of this?
The US State Department.
Really? The State Department of the United States released this message? Ideological conditioning and two-tiered policing. I might as well do this with Trump's voice. Ideological conditioning and two-tiered policing are glaring systems of civilizational decline. They must be rejected across the West. The United States sends our condolences to the family of Henry Nowak and the people of the United Kingdom at this troubling time. Now, it's fascinating that they would mention the family of Henry Nowak. We will get to that in a second.
Called it two-tiered policing, and billionaire Elon Musk made torrents of inflammatory posts, prompting backlash from UK officials.
I think there's an IPO this week in the States on Starlink. Elon Musk should get on with that.
The events have become a lightning rod for right-wing anger and sparked riots in the city of Southampton.
Do you think there are questions like how do allegations of racism, accusations of racism inform police decisions in cases like this? We do need to ask those questions. I accept that, but it's how we conduct ourselves now that matters.
The Independent Office for Police Conduct is investigating the actions of the officers at the scene.
Okay. Elon Musk, JD Vance, the fucking State Department, all tweeting about this fucking thing. Now, here's what is so horribly ironic about all of this. The family of the victim, the Nowak family, has asked people to respect their wishes and not to exploit this murder to create further division. That they want the community basically to come together and not to be torn apart by this, right? It's honestly really frustrating. You know, these people are just insist on using, like, it's not, you know, it's not just the United States. I mean, of course, people in the United Kingdom are using this, but the United States is doing it too. And we're not just doing it with this kid's murder, we're doing it with murders here, right? Like, the Trump administration is doing that over and over again with people's fucking deaths. You know, blaming the victims constantly, right? Like, for him to come out and say two-tiered policing after the U.S. federal government just got done murdering 2 U.S. citizens and then blaming them for it earlier this fucking year, it's unhinged. It's fucking deranged. Oh, this is a BBC article from yesterday. What happened and why is it causing national outrage? That was the victim, Henry Nowak, who was 18 when he was stabbed to death. Fucking tragedy. Following Digwa's sentencing, Nowak's father, Mark, called for a full, fearless, and transparent investigation into the police response, but he also urged people not to use his son's death to create division. We do not want his death to be used to create further division, hatred, or tension, he said. Despite those appeals, demonstrations took place in Southampton on Tuesday evening. Police said officers repelled with missiles, including chairs, cans, and flares, leaving 11 officers and a police dog injured. Meanwhile, of course, yesterday, I believe, was D-Day. Something like that. And the Department of War, Pete Hegseth, was in Europe at... Hold on, let me just make sure I get this right. Yeah. Yesterday was fucking D-Day. I'm sorry, Saturday was D-Day. Pete Hegseth was in fucking Europe at a ceremony, and he had this to say, like a complete fucking psychopath. I mean, I can't even. I have nothing to preface this with. Please, Mr. Secretary of War.
Sadly, today, different European beaches are stormed by different dangerous ideologies. Beaches in Spain, in Italy, in Greece, and Bulgaria. Boats and men arrive. When will European capitals do something about that invasion?
Pete Hegseth, just at a D-Day memorial, intended to respect the soldiers who died fighting Nazis in World War II, is now comparing the Nazis in World War II to immigrants looking for a better life. Didn't you hear that? This is such deranged Nazi lunacy. Like, this is literally like neo-Nazi talking points. He's like, it's not the Nazis who are the problem. It's actually the immigrants. They're the same. This guy should be fucking ashamed of himself for this fucking language. We should all be like, at this point, like, anybody who's calling this administration the Nazi administration needs to wake the fuck up. Otherwise, you're one of them. All right? You're one of them. These people are fucking Nazis. Oh, immigrants are the same thing as the Nazis. Oh, is this invasion worse? Is this invasion worse, Pete?
Boats and men arrive. When will European capitals do something about that invasion? Or is it too late?
Jesus.
I pray not, and I believe not.
Listen.
The men who fought and died here restored freedom to Europe. That freedom must be maintained by this generation of leaders and warfighters, or what they fought for was merely temporary.
This is one of the most fucking deranged things that you could possibly say right now. At a World War II memorial, he is saying the same things the Nazis were saying during World War II. They were saying the immigrant was the problem, the Jew was the problem, the gypsy was the problem, the gay was the problem. You know what I mean? Like, they were demonizing the other. People were fighting against the exact ideology that Pete is espousing here at this fucking World War II memorial, and it is so perverse. I do not know what to say. This is threat level orange, red.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
It's fucking Nazi talk. This guy needs to be fucking taken out of his job. Probably tried for war crimes since he was the head of the military. He's the one who ordered these illegal strikes, whether in the Caribbean, the Pacific, or in Iran. Maybe that one in Yemen, too. Okay, how are we doing on time? 6 hours. We got... Actually, we're doing pretty good. All right, if you missed this, a drone, a Ukrainian drone, intended for a Russian target, exploded in a Romanian port. The Ukrainian military claimed that it was jammed. This is from yesterday, out of Reuters.
A sea drone exploded.
Can I please not use this slur for the Roma people that were... I've never heard anybody complain about that, but okay. I've met a bunch of Roma people. I've never heard anybody complain about that. Huh.
A sea drone exploded near an oil depot in a Romanian Black Sea port on Friday after Ukraine said it had been jammed by Russia. Ukraine's navy said one of its drones lost control as a result of Russian electronic warfare. It contacted Romania to warn it and prevent casualties. Romanian Defence Minister Radu Mirosu said that warning allowed timely evacuation of the port and over 1,000 people were moved from nearby beaches. Some people said they had witnessed the explosion. This man told local media he was working on a ship when it happened. Another witness says the windows in cars and buildings broke. President Nicu Șordan pinned the blame on Russia. He said on social media that another 3 drones Ukraine lost control of had also detonated off the coast, and there was no longer any danger. The Black Sea is crucial for shipments of grain, oil and oil products, and is shared by Bulgaria, Romania, Georgia and Turkey.
And yeah, a bunch of countries. It's quite an important waterway. Look, I've never heard anybody complain about that before, okay? I won't say it anymore if it's a problem for people. And it just, you know, it's never come up. I've heard a lot of different people use the word, and it's never even crossed my mind. And somebody who's saying that they know it's a bad word also just typed it in chat, so you can see the confusion. All right, let's talk about the outbreak that nobody is talking about that is continuing to spread. And of course, talking about Ebola down in Africa is now in, I think, been seen in at least 4 different countries. Thousands of different cases now, if you count each different country. I'm pretty sure. And unfortunately, monitoring is at a minimum right now. If it's being done at all in some locations. Here's Al Jazeera from Wednesday, I think. The take.
Today, a rare strain of Ebola and its trail of tragedy in the DRC and beyond.
Authorities in the DRC have warned that many people are dying at home, and it's increasing the risk of transmission.
Why it's sparking protests in Kenya, and what it means for global health as a whole. I'm Malika Bilal, and this is The Take. Hey everyone, before we go on with today's show, we want to hear from you. Remember, give us a 5-star rating while you're there. It really helps other people discover the show.
My name is Catherine Soy. I am a correspondent with Al Jazeera. I'm based in Nairobi, Kenya. I cover East and Central Africa mostly.
Based in Kenya, reported recently from Uganda, and have been to the DRC reporting there for years. And so you were the perfect person to talk to about this story that is rapidly changing by the...
just cheered 100 bits. Did someone order Klingon pizza? We have 25 Klingons in the airlock delivering 1 pizza box. Should I open the airlock and receive the pizza? It might have pepperoni.
That sounds pretty good. I'd be into that. As long as you can do it safely, of course. Thank you for the bits, Columbia Rican. Somebody just donated Someone just donated on Throne, it looks like. Which item just got bought? Oh. My e-bike cover that I need. The one that I have right now is like torn to shreds already. I need something more heavy duty. Hopefully that one's gonna be good. Thank you. I can't look at who sent this right now. The phone app is really bad. I don't have the website open. But thank you to whoever donated that. Much appreciated. That's gonna help keep my bike nice and dry. I've been keeping it outside, locked up. Triple lock to a freaking... I'm not gonna go into it, but it's like, yeah, it needs that cover.
Catherine, welcome back to The Take. It's really good to have you. Let's start with what is actually happening on the ground right now when it comes to the Ebola virus, because the numbers are moving fast. How bad is this Ebola outbreak?
Well, the situation is bad. I will not lie. We have been hearing from CDC, we've been hearing for World Health Organization, our correspondents who are in Goma reporting.
The WHO said Tuesday there have been more than 320 confirmed cases of Ebola and scores of deaths in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
48 deaths. Those are what is confirmed. And there are 116 deaths that are still being investigated on. So the situation is still bad. Health workers are struggling to just save these people. But it's difficult because this was detected so late. So they're fighting against time, really.
I read that health officials have said they believe this strain was circulating for weeks before it was detected. So what does that mean? How can that happen?
But the problem is there's no detection happening right now. This is according to africadatahub.org. Between 2001 and 2024, the USAID provided $131 billion in aid to African countries. Right? And they've stopped. WHO, and most of this was going through the WHO. Like, I'm fairly certain if we looked into this, a large portion of this was funneled through the WHO because WHO had the apparatus to do a lot of the distributions and whatever else, and the people, volunteers, and whatever else. It's a combined effort. But over 24 years, 131 billion divided by 24 is what? $5-6 billion a year. So there's $6 billion short in Africa. $6 billion goes a pretty long way for simple things like soap, masks, gloves. You know, you get a lot of soap and masks and gloves for $6 billion.
That is the biggest concern because we know that this spreads very, very quickly and it wasn't detected on time.
The response to the deadly and fast-spreading epidemic in the Democratic Republic of Congo is weeks, if not months, behind. After delayed detection, the major issue now facing the country is contact tracing. Only 7% of the thousands who may be at risk have been identified, and medical teams are racing to find them.
It started in a mining area. It's a very congested mining area that has many, many people. And one person died. This is the person that they are investigating. And then they buried this person. And then now it started spreading. And by the time the health workers, health officials realized that this is Ebola, like I said, was very, very late because they were testing another variant of that Ebola. They were testing Zaire strain. This is a relatively new strain. So health workers were not really concentrating on that.
But those health workers are sparse. They are, you know, where they even exist, there's not enough. You know, the United States' decision to dismantle USAID has left continents like Africa and other places that depend heavily on, you know, aid are like in big trouble right now. It's just the fact. Like, we have so many like factors right now that are lining up. Like, you have these. The fact is, with global warming, with increased temperature in both our oceans and in the atmosphere, highly likely for diseases to propagate, and so we got a problem. You know, we got a real fucking problem right now. And on top of that, of course, you have extreme weather, you have droughts, you have, you know, floods that are knocking out entire crops. And like, you just add in all these factors, and people who have been depending on aid are just going to be hit even worse. Because when the aid's not there and you have the fucking disaster happen right in front of you, like, cause, you know, like, to some degree, some people are already living, like, for instance, like, think about people in like Myanmar right now, right, who are living in refugee camps along the border in places like where is it, like Bangladesh and what's on the other side there, Thailand, Laos, no, Thailand. And they are like, they're already living in refugee camps. They were already depending on USAID and they don't have it. What happens when those refugee camps get hit by a fucking typhoon or something? They're just done. Even if they do survive the storm. Alright, maybe that's being a little too dramatic, but you get what I'm fucking saying. We're just making everything worse for everybody for no good reason. Just pettiness and racism. Because Stephen Miller and the Republicans who put Trump in office hate brown people. That's what this all comes down to. Like, most of these decisions, like, boil down to, oh, Stephen Miller and Republicans hate, like, and Trump hate brown people. And the guy, like the Heritage Foundation guys who put together Project 2025, they just hate brown people at home and abroad. They hate their taxpayer, their dollars going to that. Like, every cent to them is like an affront. They don't think anybody deserves anything. Like, honestly. They live with this fucking horrible, like, zero-sum mindset. Like, where if someone else does well, I can't also do well. Already wearing sunglasses, lowercase, and you know that. You opened the airlock and they were not Klingon pizza delivery guys. They look armed. Wow, Columbia Rican. Really don't appreciate that. Yeah, alright, let's go down to South Africa. Where the effects of the Iran war are being felt by farmers.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Here's the AP archive from 16 hours ago. Saying that we will not be making money in 2026. Up increased cost of fertilizer and fuel and grain, everything. It's causing serious economic strain for people all across the planet. All right, from South Africa, talking about the Middle East, but for a brief moment, we're going to go back to the United States. Talk about the display put on by the leader of the House minority in the Senate. Let's just see what little Chuck Schumer got up to this weekend.
Chuck Schumer is very nervous about the Democrats taking the Senate in many respects, I think. Because if the Democrats do take the Senate, it's going to mean more people more determined to get rid of Chuck Schumer. And I think he's probably resolved to retire in 2028, but wants to be leader of in the Senate, either the minority leader or the majority leader. I suspect he wants to be leader is more important than even minority or a majority leader.
Which is horrifying given the fact that his central ideology, it seems like, or at the very least one of the things that he holds most dear is his Zionism, and that is in direct opposition to an overwhelming majority of the base of the party he wants to lead. And he doesn't seem to care about that whatsoever, as we're supposed to care about democracy. But, you know, let's hang on to your leadership then.
And I just want to remind people, that's not Emma speculating or conjecture. I mean, this is literally what he has said on multiple occasions, that is his primary job.
To keep the left pro-Israel. And he's failed unless there's some dramatic reversal and we're all going to change our mind about Israel.
Turn it around.
Doesn't seem to be going in the right direction.
And this idea that somehow they're going to deflect attention from what Israel has done to Palestinians in Gaza, to Palestinians in the West Bank, to the Lebanese, to the Iranian civilians, by pointing at Zohran Mamdani and saying, like, how come you didn't come to this parade?
Zohran Mamdani.
He's so deluded. It is, and this is what I find really fascinating. These people, you're a moron. And by these people, I mean these Zionists, have deluded themselves so much they have no idea where they are in terms of public opinion and where their fight is. They are so lost. And I'm just looking at that as like a sort of like just a political analysis, never mind a moral one. Here is Chuck Schumer, who
is Smotrich in frame here? You know, the criminal, the far right terrorist that's overseeing the ethnic cleansing of the West Bank. Was this when him and Chuck Schumer were arm in arm, or was that another time in this horrible parade?
The world, what Jews have known for millennia, that our security.
Go back, because I just want to hear this incredible lie. This incredible lie.
The Holocaust showed the world what Jews have known for millennia, that our security and our safety is never safe as long as we lack a place of refuge, a homeland. To quote the great Irish writer Conor Cruz O'Brien, anti-Semitism is a light sleeper. And now we are seeing an ugly resurgence of anti-Semitism across the world, driven by the same lies and libels that have tormented the Jewish people for generations, except now they're transmitted at the speed of a fiber optic internet connection. In 30 seconds, lies are on your pocket phone.
Can you pause it? I'm sorry, I want to take this.
Oh, God, it's the social media's fault for the anti-Semitism. That's basically what he's saying, right? He's like, oh, we have too much anti-Semitism online because of the social media. That's the problem. Is that the anti-Semitism, it gets around so fast. And it's not the fact that me and others are continuously conflating Jewishness and the state of Israel, passing laws that do exactly that, and then the state of Israel doing genocides. It's not that. It's the existence of the internet. Everybody knows it. Everybody's saying it, including my two most important informants, the Baileys.
Piece in piecemeal. First of all, we could play that drop of him saying the social media, Chuck Schumer said.
Exactly.
But to quote an Irish writer there, when we know why Ireland and the Irish government and the Irish people have had historic solidarity with Palestine is particularly egregious to me, given that they're both victims of the British colonial project. And it does, when he says that, he's obscuring that very reality and saying that that was what the lesson from the Holocaust was, that Jews had to have an ethno-state or else they would always be under threat from anti-Semitism, as opposed to what...
Yes. Now, here's my question for everybody. Are these Jews safe? And, well, is this next thing we're about to see, is this anti-Semitism too? Let's go to Israel. From Monday. Do you see what I'm saying here? See, you have a horse which is stomping on a Jew. Then you have Orthodox Jews being sprayed with water cannons, dragged along the street. Is this not anti-Semitism? I think this is blatant anti-Semitism. I would like to know what Chuck Schumer thinks about this. These Jews don't seem very safe right now. They're being attacked in the streets, in broad daylight. And no, this is not footage from the Holocaust. This is actually from Israel from over the weekend or something, where Orthodox Jews were protesting the military draft, which is against the Orthodox religion. You can see their protesters being brutalized for it. Like, is that the wrong kind of anti-Semitism? Is that the wrong kind of violence against Jews? I'm just confused. Why can't we condemn that in the state of Israel for doing that? Or is it only the existence of Palestinians that's the problem? Because that's what it seems like. When Chuck comes out and says those kinds of things, that's what it seems like. You know? Now let's go a little north to the situation in Lebanon. Here's Democracy Now! From Tuesday.
We begin today's show in Lebanon, where Israeli drones have killed at least 8 people, despite President Trump's claim that Israel and Hezbollah have agreed that, quote, all shooting will stop. Trump made the claim as Iran said it's suspending...
Oh, by the way, before I do this, I'm going to pause. Please hold. Please hold. You know what? I'm doing it because I'm feeling generous. Hit the brakes. All right, we got a donation on Throne, and we are so close already. I'm just going to do a confetti party. We're 6.5 hours in. We deserve one. If we're ever going to have one, we're going to have one now, or it's never going to happen. I have no sound. Yes, indeed. Thanks to all of your great generosity. I'm calling it. Galactic content goal completed. We're just going to do it all. Don't worry. And confetti to remind you of that fact. Yes, we didn't quite do it. I guess we were at 90%, but because of that Throne donation, even though we don't usually count them, I decided, why not? I really do need that bike cover. Probably would have needed to buy one myself at some point. I had a couple extra bucks. I put a bunch of things on there for my galactic birthday. That was one of the things, so thank you. That's gonna help me out in my life. Bunch of bike stuff on there, some candles. Some snacks. right, everybody. Back to the show. All right, confetti party. Done. Back to what's been happening in Lebanon.
Direct negotiations with the U.S. to protest Israel's expanding military offensive in Lebanon. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, wrote online, the ceasefire between Iran and the U.S. is unequivocally a ceasefire on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Its violation on one front is a violation of the ceasefire on all fronts. The U.S. and Israel are responsible for the consequences of any violation, he said. Since March 2nd, Israel's killed more than 3,400 people in Lebanon while seizing large swaths of southern Lebanon, including the medieval Beaufort Castle. On Monday, President Trump spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu by phone after Israel threatened new attacks on Beirut. Axios is reporting during the expletive-laden call, Trump told Netanyahu, quote, "You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this," Axios reported Trump saying to Netanyahu. After the call, Trump wrote online, quote, "I had a very productive call with Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel, and there will be no troops going to Beirut, and any troops that are on their way have already been turned back," he said. In Beirut, displaced Lebanese residents decried Israel's ongoing attacks.
This is a feeling that can't be described. That we have experienced this before and we rebuilt our land. And God willing, we will rebuild it even better. We have lived through something like this before. I was born in 1975. From the first day I was born, we have been living through wars until now, about staying in the south of Lebanon. As long as there is a strip, an occupied land, it means Israel is harming us.
It is crazy to think. But he's not wrong. I mean, Israel invaded in 1982. The guy has been living through Israeli invasions his entire life. Quite disturbing. You didn't know Throne didn't count? Oh, I'm sorry, Dark Sparkle. Yeah, the galactic content goal are to make sure that we make at least like enough to just like pay the rent. The galactic deficits are to make up the difference. You have a fucked up deficit this month. But yeah, unfortunately, the Throne doesn't count towards either. It's just a way for people to donate like physical items that will be very much useful in my life, but don't necessarily pay the bills. Either way, I really appreciate it. Big time. And we still got the galactic content goal completed. So you know. Exactly, those are treats. Yeah, that's a good way of thinking of it. I just want people to have a way of like actually sending me things like in real life. I felt like that was like a different sort of donation experience that, you know, broadened out our options. All right. So I'm gonna take a look at the fucking damage that's seen here. Entire Lebanon. After some of these strikes that Israel did this week. Look familiar at all? I mean, it's basically the Gaza fucking operating.
Midi Doctors just cheered 100 bits.
Midi Doctors, thank you for the 100 sweet biddies. You're a cozy AF streamer. Thank you for being that galactic. Purple. My pleasure. It's very thoughtful. Thoughtful message. Also appreciated the note that you left me, Dark Sparkle. You're all so supportive, I gotta say. That's why I don't mind doing these streams at a slight discount once in a while. Really fine, because I also care about these issues too. And I like being here with all of you, talking about these things that I spend so much time on every... It feels like almost every second of my life, but I technically take breaks. I still technically, there's moments in my life where I have to like, like do something for pure entertainment. Otherwise I would probably lose my mind. Let's go here. Kyle Kalinske from 3 days ago. If you can't tell, I'm doing a brief sort of weekending recap on Iran again. I'm using some different videos I didn't use yesterday. This is on some of the back and forth attacks between the United States and Iran that happened like Wednesday, Thursday this week, or Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever it was. It was such a fucking news-packed week. I just felt like we just needed at least a few of these, just to remind us.
What's up, y'all? Welcome to the show. Hope everybody out there is having a great day. Before I even
Kyle.
begin,
so
let me just say, go Knicks. Can I get a go Knicks in the comment section? Can y'all hit me with a go Knicks? Last time they got this far was 1999 when I was just a boy. I was just a wee lad at the time. I'd like to see my New York Knicks win a championship before I die. And I feel like this is our best chance, maybe that I'll ever see. So, I don't know, man. I'm all emotional. I'm all emotional about this. But we got a lot of stuff to talk about today. In just a second, we have all-out war erupting in the Middle East. Yet again, Iranian missiles are raining down on 3 different countries. Air sirens are wailing all over the place. They're releasing statements about how we will crush the enemy. The United States, of course, was the one that attacked them first. Yet again, we'll dive into all of this. We also have Bernie Sanders cooking some MAGA trolls to their face as they protest on the street. Needless to say, the protest backfired spectacularly. We also have MAGA panicking as one of their congresspeople posts a very openly homophobic tweet. And it leads to a firestorm. It leads to an over-the-top...
Okay, hold on. I'm skipping ahead. He's always doing this with his little fucking news recaps at the beginning of these videos.
And amidst their navy is gone and resting...
Going back slightly.
Policies, right? All the farmers in Iowa are being obliterated by Trump's tariffs, by his illegal war against Iran, by the Strait of Hormuz being shut, by his policies when it comes to beef, allowing in beef from Argentina and undercutting our own people. So they're being hammered, and this appears to be a bit of a revolt against the Trump-backed Republican. So that's a big deal. It's the Republican Party reasserting itself, the old school Republican Party reasserting itself over MAGA, in a sense, in Iowa. Again, that's colossal right there, guys. And then, finally...
Really, Burple? You didn't hear? See, you should have been watching more Galactic streams. That's part of the problem. Yesterday we were talking about it. We grabbed the whole week. You could go on YouTube, or actually Twitch. No, we still have the, yesterday's stream still up on Twitch. But you could watch the end of last night's stream later and see much of what happened this week. There was a lot. Multiple U.S. strikes on Iranian territory. Multiple Iranian strikes on U.S. targets in the Gulf, as well as, I believe, Kuwaiti, the Kuwaiti International Airport, which I actually have that clip. Want to see that clip? This is that clip. Kuwaiti International Airport. 3 days ago. 4 days ago, I think, actually.
A dramatic new video this morning shows yesterday's Iranian drone strike on the Kuwait International Airport.
Look at that.
Commercial airport we're looking at here.
Columbia Arican _ 9505 just cheered 100 bits. Hey GSL, I want to nominate myself for stopping the Klingon boarding party that I let in, and also stopping Bob the Xenomorph after he escaped when I turned around to get his food.
Yep, that seems like a good responsibility for you to take on right now. I support you. I support you in that.
Into the terminal, killing one person and injuring more than 60. Iran claims it was caused by a U.S.-made interceptor that failed to hit incoming missiles, but the aircraft's triangular shape is consistent with other Iranian drones. It comes amid a breakdown in talks with the U.S. after launching what it called self-defense.
Look at the size of that fucking fireball. That is at the Kuwaiti International. That is like a civilian airport right there. I mean, supposedly this was like an intercepted. Like, there was claims by the United States that we did perfect interceptions. Like, I think even Trump said it. Like, we did perfect interceptions. But then you got videos like that sort of fly in the face of that claim. I think it was probably hit, but not fully taken out, and not in the right place, because it wound up killing one person and injuring 20.
I'll give you is this. The good news, not only is Adam Hamawi and what I just told you here about Iowa, we also have Sam Forstog was a Bernie endorsed candidate. He won. Randy Vajegas, Bernie endorsed candidate. He won. As I said, Adam Hamawi, he won. Analilia Mejia in New Jersey as well, won. Jane Kim also won. She's California Insurance Commissioner. So you have win in Montana, some wins in California, some wins in New Jersey. So not all bad, not all great for sure, but not all bad. Probably the one that stings the most is either Shoykot or Tom Steyer at the moment. But again, it's not over.
You're killing me,
with
pal.
Steyer dropped at the bottom of the sea in their Air Force. Posted it on May 18th, then again on May 26th, and then he just posted it again. So 3 times he posted the same fucking thing about if Iran surrenders and admits their navy is gone and resting at the bottom of the sea and their air force is no longer with us, and if the entire military walks out of Tehran, weapons dropped, hands held high, each shouting I surrender, while waving the
Oh, why? Oh my God. You're so painfully stupid. Trump, his whole team. I mean, it's Trump and then the team that would let him post this 3 times. Why? What would posting it the second? I mean, the third? I mean, the second is, dubious in the first place. But you get to the third, you're like, you know what? Let it fly, Mr. President. This is good. The third time is the charm. Fucking delusional.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
White flag, and if their entire remaining leadership signs all necessary documents of surrender and admits their defeat to the great power and force of the magnificent USA, the failing New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, CNN, and all other members of the fake news media will headline that Iran had a masterful, brilliant victory. So this is him whining and crying and bitching and moaning about how the media doesn't give him credit for winning this amazing war. Now, we also have Trump is pushing Iran to make specific nuclear commitments in writing before we move forward with a preliminary agreement. In other words, Iran is saying, we're not going to talk about nuclear right now. You need to stop fucking blockading us, and you need to stop your illegal war against us. And only after you fucking pull out of this bitch.
I feel like he does it too. I feel like I do it sometimes, but I feel like Kyle does it too. I feel like we both do Trump impressions enough that sometimes Trump isms and sort of like affectations make their way into how we talk. He's like, we're not going to talk nuclear. No nuclear right now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Trump would say that. Trump would say that. You can't tell me I'm wrong. That's exactly how don't tell me.
to talk about nuclear right now?
We're not going to talk about nuclear. Not going to talk about it.
Stop fucking blockading us, and you need to stop your illegal war against us. And only after you fucking pull out of this bitch will we even consider talking about nukes. Well, Trump's going, oh yeah? How about no? How about you actually agree to the nuclear stuff right now? So Trump is like trying to drive a hard line on this. Then we have this. Marco Rubio comes out, and he's talking to Congress, and listen to what he has the nerve to say here.
It's billions of dollars of reconstruction costs just to get to where they were 6 months
Mr. Rubio, you keep telling us how we're winning this war. The president keeps saying,
well, the war's over
completely
now.
Annihilated. The war is not over.
Marco Rubio said yesterday morning, the war is over. The war is over. By the evening, there were bombs flying all over the Middle East. I'm not kidding. All right, look at this. Iran's IRGC, in a new statement, confirms that tonight's engagement was a tit-for-tat escalation. So first, the U.S. struck a ship attempting to run the blockade. I'm going to show you that in a second, by the way. The IRGC responded by attacking a ship in the Strait of Hormuz. Then the U.S. bombed Keshem Island. Then the IRGC attacked Bahrain and Kuwait. Holy cow. So we attack them, they counterattack, bombs start flying all over the place, Iran starts hitting 3 different countries, U.S. bases and whatnot, in 3 different countries. Meanwhile, as I said in the morning, Marco Rubio's like, oh, the war's over. The war's over. So here we go. U.S. forces stopped a Botswana-flagged oil tanker heading toward Iran after it ignored warnings. We have the video of it. Take a look at this. They're attacking the ship here. Watch. There's the missile. There's the explosion. So the U.S. started yet again attacking this ship. So the IRGC comes out after they get hit, and they say, the era of the hit and run is over. Any foolishness will be met with a seismic, crushing, and decisive response that goes beyond established rules and boundaries. We wait in retaliation for U.S. strikes on Keshem Island, additional reports of explosions in Iraq and Bahrain. Iran is heavily retaliating against Bahrain, Kuwait, and Iraq after U.S. attacks resumed. So we actually have video of this. It appears like the interceptor is in the sky here, and it may have worked, but obviously you see the massive explosion happening. Take a look. Look at that. Holy cow.
So yeah, it's been a pretty crazy freaking week in the Middle East, but we've barely been talking about it. There's been claims of this ceasefire happening by Trump. And a lot of the media talking about, oh, it's going to happen, but it's not happening. Anybody that's dialed into this right now, which I know is tough because there's so much to talk about, and it's summer, and so, you know, a lot of distractions, whatever else, but this shit is still fucking, it's like at a 10. It's not quite at a 10, but it's like at an 8 right now. Like, we're like bombing back and forth all fucking week, but meanwhile, Trump is just saying over and over again in the media, oh, we almost have a deal. Perfect deal. Everybody's gonna love it. Great, better deal than ever before. And by better, I mean not even as good as Barack Obama. Now, before we talk about the events of the last 24 hours, because those have used to get worse somehow, I just want to take a quick pause. Talk about the people who attempted to limit Donald Trump's powers over last week. Actually, it was Friday. Not last Friday, but not this Friday, but like last Friday, right? 8 days ago now, the House voted to hold Donald Trump accountable and prevent him from waging this war without the express consent of Congress and the people. Let's talk about how the people feel about Congress using their power to prevent Trump from waging this war. Now, unfortunately, the Senate has not taken up that vote, even though it passed the House over a week ago.
A Republican revolt in the House of Representatives with a small handful crossing party lines to vote to restrict the president's war powers on Iran. So what might this small group of Republicans be seeing? Where is public opinion in general? With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Eden, trying to build up anticipation there. What are the numbers showing right now, Harry?
The most unpopular war at the start of a war that I could ever find, ever,
has become even more unpopular. That's what those Republicans in the House are seeing. Just take a look here. Net approval rating of the Iran war. At the start, it was underwater, -9 points. Now it's down with the Strait of Hormuz. Look at this, -23 points. This is a war that has become more unpopular, even as President Trump and his administration has tried to sell it. And among independents, it's gone from 23 points underwater to, get this, 40 points underwater with independents. So those Republicans who, in fact, did not vote with the renegade Republicans, they are helping to put that Republican majority, which was already a great risk in the House, in even more risk.
Dun, 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 dun. All right. Net approval of the Iran war is very low. Now, wait, hold on. There's another. Ah, yes. Here it is. This graph. Well, chart. Numbers. The numbers.
Idea that, in fact, the president could just go willy-nilly without congressional approval. How about independents? 72%. 72%, more than 2 in 3 independents are against the idea that the president can, in fact, use military force without congressional approval. So
the majority of the country thinks that the president shouldn't be able to use military force without congressional approval. Pretty clear. Overall, independents, I'm sure Democrats are like 90% or something like that. Aside from, I guess, Chuck Schumer. He's fine with it. He doesn't even know what, I mean, Trump's all over the place. He's all over the road. How could Chuck know what to do in this moment? He's all over the place. In 1 second he's here, the other second he's there. How am I to take a position? Harry Calshi Emden. He does love his Calshi, doesn't he? All right. Let's take a quick break from talking about numbers and bombs and destruction and talk about the narrative itself. And the narrative makers. More specifically, I want to talk about the right-wing hacks who've been kind of benefiting from their departing with Donald Trump on a few issues. Not all, but like 2 or 3 maybe. And some are rewarding them for it. You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene probably got brought on to CNN like a dozen times after she quit Congress. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens also come to mind, although they haven't quite had the same embrace from the mainstream media, but I think you get what I'm saying.
I saw this answer from Norm Finkelstein on. He put it up. I'm sorry, Sam. I'm hosting the show today, and I want to cover this.
Inter-office politics happening right now over this clip.
But I really like this because, Norm, I think he said some things that I have had disagreements with in the past. I think particularly about trans people, and so it could have gone either way here with in my view, but it's great to see how he's really principled about this.
Yeah, on this particular question, I think this was always the way it was going to go.
Yes, I mean, I had an inkling, but I'm happy to see that he is using his platform to say things like this as well, because he's gained an audience obviously as a critic of Israel, but he's not doing the thing that other, I think, media figures who are critical of Israel are doing right now, which is laundering the reputation of people like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, who are attacking Israel not because they have the values that we have about it, not because they are fundamentally against imperialism, not because they don't believe in apartheid, not because they believe in universal human rights. And here is what Norm said, articulating that about figures like them.
I'm being attacked because of the remarks I made about Mr. Tucker Carlson, Ms. Candace Owen, Nick Rodriguez, and I say, it happens that on aspects of Gaza, our interests intersect. I get that. And I'm glad Tucker Carlson is saying a lot of what he's saying. I am. But Gaza is not my be all and end all. It's part of my worldview to fight for justice. I'm not about mass deportations now. I'm not. I'm not about making America great again. These defectors from Trump, defectors in a positive way, they're defecting because they say he betrayed what he originally promised. I never particularly liked what he originally promised. I don't want make America, put America first. That's not part of my vocabulary or part of my world view. How does mass deportations now, how does that cohere with compassion for the people in Gaza? That to me is very strange. The right wing supporting self-determination of nations, national liberation struggles, compassion with the poor, the huddled masses, that doesn't sound like their profile.
The phrase mass deportations now is just basically a description of ethnic cleansing. And I think rightly so, that Norm would be consistent on such a thing. I think he can clearly see the connections there, the parallels.
So I have to ask myself the question, what is going on?
Steve Bannon said we need to stop giving all this money to Israel. We need to use it to build the wall and ICE detention facilities. So, I mean, it's like, yeah, no, but what are you doing with it instead?
I find it very strange that suddenly the plight of Gaza has become the cause of the far right. That's very strange.
And I think it's so well said, but what also you can add to it is that it's not sincere in many ways from many of these figures. Right now, there is a kind of influencer economy on the right that is competing for attention, and they're doing it in a variety of different ways, but Charlie Kirk's death has been a part of it. It's that fight interpersonally between Candace Owens and Erica Kirk drives views, and so they're placing themselves at the center of what is ostensibly news or is close to news as a way to kind of gain attention in the influencer economy. That
Exactly. It's not a principled position that these right-wingers hold. Like, Tucker Carlson doesn't care about Palestinian lives, right? Like, Candace Owens doesn't want the occupation to end. She's just an anti-Semite. Tucker is much better at sort of hiding his actual feelings about Jewish people, but Candace isn't. I mean, Candace is like literally trafficking in some of the oldest anti-Semitic tropes possible, and yet she still remains on YouTube, I would point out, and monetized, making boatloads of money over there. But there's so many things we could go down the list on Candace when it comes to her completely unprincipled position about all this, right? And that's why I have not really trafficked in this. I was like, not really interested in what Tucker has to say about this, because I know is not a principled position. Same thing for Candace. I mean, when Candace talks about TPUSA, or like, you know, I can't remember who Tucker had on because we talked about one of the people. I think it was like JD Vance or something stupid. But like otherwise, I'm just not interested. Like Candace is an expert on TPUSA. She was like best friends with Charlie. I'll listen to her talk about that. And I still find it amusing, like her tiff with Erica Kirk. But beyond that, I think she's I think that she's got bad ideas. Like bad to the point of problematic for society. Did we hear about the World Fascist Summit? We talked about that yesterday. I was in Portugal. Yeah, Bovino was there. There's a bunch of fucking psychos there. Another recommendation for last night's stream. Yesterday was the weekend thing report. We talked about most of what happened this week. I think I did a pretty good job covering most of the stories. So far, we've had 2 questions about 2 stories we covered yesterday. Yeah. See, this is why I need to make it to more galactic streams. I will say it over and over again. If you're not here, you're missing things. We're talking about all of it. You just leave it on in the background. You know? Get like one earpod, like AirPod in your, you know, in your ear. Be doing other things, listening, keeping up with galactic happenings. All right, that's enough of those guys. Candace talks about so much weird shit. Look, Candace is a views getter, and she knows that weird stuff gets views, and people love weird stuff. She does a great job of that. She's the clicks queen. Does she say completely deranged and unfounded things while she's at it? Like 80% of the time. Maybe higher. I don't know. I don't listen to enough of her to know for sure. It might actually be higher. Somewhere between 80 and 95%. She's just a blatant shill. But she doesn't really hide it either. Like she's kind of right for everybody to see. Like she's quite clearly a shill. But she does it like nobody cares. Because she's like a convenient shill. Like she's like a black woman who's willing to say everything that white men are just begging to hear. But it's not just that though. It's actually not just that. It's not just that. I know black people who listen to Candace too. She is just, you know, she's latched on to particular. She's built a lane for herself, and it's actually quite. It's actually probably we should have a more concern about it, honestly, because she speaks because of her identity. She does speak to a wider audience, in my opinion, than some of these other losers. You know, like there's people who watch Candace who I can guarantee never would have watched Charlie, even, right? CD Young, top galactic clipper. Honestly, I think you do the best clips. I've been looking through the clips. I think you might be the best galactic clipper. Just saying it. Saying it now. Some people don't quite have it. They don't have it. I don't know what to call it, but people are lacking it. All right. Let's get back to the tumultuousness of the Iran war and the very much non-ceasefire that's been happening. Starting here. Here's a good start. Video from U.S. CENTCOM via X. Reuters, 14 hours ago. United States attacks Iranian sites after Iran launches drones. So it's back and forth and a back and forth and another back and forth.
U.S. forces struck Iranian coastal surveillance sites on Saturday after shooting down drones launched toward the Strait of Hormuz in the latest escalation in the 3-month conflict, A U.S. official said 4 Iranian drones were believed to be targeting regional maritime traffic. U.S. Central
Just to be clear, this is like
U.S.
three
forces struck
whoopsies.
Iranian coastal surveillance sites on.
No. Just to be clear here, right? Like this means that like in like a 5-day fucking period, between Monday evening and like Saturday, both the United States and Iran attacked each other 3 times. Anybody want to keep telling me we're in a ceasefire right now? Because it's not feeling super ceasefire-y. Kind of the opposite.
And says strikes hit sites in Goruk and on Kashim Island along the strategic waterway. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says it retaliated with missile attacks on U.S. bases and fired on tankers attempting to cross the strait without its permission. Air defenses were activated across the Gulf. Kuwait reported intercepting drones and missiles of undisclosed origin, while sirens sounded in Bahrain. The U.S. military says most incoming missiles were intercepted. The escalation comes as indirect talks between Washington and Tehran continue.
I would like to point out that we cannot believe what the CENTCOM and the United States says anymore, right? Like, they claimed the same shit on Wednesday, and then that video from Kuwait airport came out, right? Like, what does intercepted mean anymore? Like, that was an intercepted drone that killed 1 person and injured 12 and caused a giant fireball to come emanating from the goddamn Kuwaiti International Airport. Like, you see what I'm saying here? Like, we have to remain highly skeptical of what's coming out of the United States right now. It's all very much dubious information, unreliable at this point. Like, they've proven it over and over again. At this point, the IRGC is more reliable than the goddamn State Department. Okay? That's where we're at.
That attack on a Lebanese army vehicle is causing a lot of anger here. Israel says that the Lebanese army vehicle was driving suspiciously towards an Israeli position. Well, hang on. Israel is occupying Lebanese territory, and surely the Lebanese army has the right to drive around its own territory, specifically because there is supposed to be a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, Hezbollah to one side. So the government here says this is an assault on their sovereignty, and people say this cannot continue. This Israeli occupation of the south is causing a lot of fury here, even with those who oppose Hezbollah.
And Trump says he's going to get out of here quickly. What do you make of that?
Well, he said that today, or was that yesterday? I can't be sure. I mean, whatever President Trump says from one day to the next, I'm not sure what bearing it has on the situation. There's a James Fenton poem that says, listen to what they did, don't listen to what they said. What's written in blood is set up in lead. In other words, watch what's happening. And you have just outlined that. The trading of blows between the US and Iran. We see this ratcheting up. We see each side trying to needle the other. We see more assaults by Israel here. We see Hezbollah still firing over the border into Israel. I think that tells you much more about what's going on than the utterances of Donald Trump.
Everybody is like, look, you just can't even listen to what Trump says. That's basically where it's at now. Like, nobody, just like reporters, like just like regular, like mainstream media reporters are like, look, you just can't trust Trump. Like he says words and it's just bullshit. All countries know this at this point. The man is a lunatic. I mean, he posted the same goddamn post 3 fucking times to True Social or whatever the fuck about the Iran ceasefire agreement. Like, about Iran, like, the guy has no idea what time it is. He's like up at weird hours tweeting, going through Truth Social, watching like AI slop, and eating Big Macs, funneling Diet Cola into his gullet, and pooping his diaper.
Poop.
Toilet.
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 You know, like he's literally sitting there on his fucking golden toilet. Like the guy has no sleep. He's like dealing with not early onset, just regular onset dementia. He's fucking 80 years old. We got some problems, people. We got to address. That seems for sure. Love Emma V. Who doesn't love Emma? Never under pressure. Who doth not love Emma Vigeland? I challenge thee. All right, now Channel 4 managed to get an interview with an IRGC representative. Let's go here.
Adam, who is leader and founder of the Green Party of Iran and a former senior commander of the IRGC. He was one of
Sorry, I thought he was a current member. That's my bad.
founders. I began by asking him his thoughts on the significance of the small exchanges of fire we've seen during this ceasefire in recent days.
This is a normal conflict between Iran and United States and Israel. This is one part of ceasefire. All the time during the war between two countries, I think the just only resolution for solve a problem between Iran and United States, not Israel, just Iran and United States, that's an international solution.
Now, this guy is unfortunately not the commander of the IRGC anymore. He is now a politician. So let's go to this one next. Wow, we kind of crushed this here. What's that sound? I think it was that. Okay. Let's go here. This is CNN and an interview that they did with a top Iranian official posted to their channel like 8 hours ago. Basically, right before the stream started, I was listening to this. Partly why I had to start late.
Right now, there are negotiations going on. What compromises is Iran willing to make? Is Iran willing to compromise on nuclear enrichment? Is Iran willing to compromise on the highly enriched uranium?
ما در مسئله غنیسازی کاملا در چارچوب مقررات و قوانین بین المللی و تعهد.
I fucking forgot they did this. This was so annoying. I hate that CNN does this. With every time they have somebody come on here, either from Iran, from Hezbollah, and that's been about it. Who've even been given the chance, right? They don't, or they don't translate. They don't get a fucking voiceover for the subtitles every single time. And in my opinion, it's because they don't want people to hear what they have to say. I find that very annoying. They know America doesn't know how to read.
Going on. What compromises is Iran willing to make? Is Iran willing to compromise on nuclear enrichment? Is Iran willing to compromise on the highly enriched uranium?
Regarding the issue of enrichment, we have acted completely within the framework of international regulations and laws and the commitments we have in the NPT on the issue of enrichment. We have not deviated from anything. In the negotiations on the JCPOA, an agreement was reached between Iran and the United States and other major countries. Mr. Trump came and tore it up. Therefore, we doubt if any kind of agreement on enrichment with Trump is going to last. Therefore, we are completely suspicious of Mr. Trump's insistence on what he is really looking for. Because we've acted in accordance with international law. His insistence is completely suspicious to us. At this stage, Iran is not having any talks with Mr. Trump about enrichment program. The stage of negotiations must be concluded.
This stage of negotiation, though, is taking a long time. The Trump administration says that Iran is going very slow to reach a memorandum of understanding. Is Iran deliberately making this process slow?
توپ تو میدان آقای ترامپ. ایشون مذاکرات با بنبست مواجه کرده. اولا که قواعد مذاکره رو رعایت نمیکنه. یعنی در مذاکره باید شفاف صحبت بشه.
Keeps happening. Fuck you guys. The ball is in Mr. Trump's court. He has brought the negotiations to a deadlock.
آقای ترامپ ایشون مذاکرات با بنبست مواجه کرده.
First, he does not observe the rules of negotiations, which means that there should be transparency in negotiations. He speaks ambiguously, and in his memoirs, he wrote that whoever we speak with, we should keep them in a state of ambiguity. Well, ambiguity may have results in relation to other countries, but in relation to Iran, ambiguity will have the opposite effect. Therefore, the problem with the negotiations is Mr. Trump himself. He does not observe the rules of negotiations, one of which is transparency. The second is trust building. He must do something to reduce the value of distrust that has been created between the United States and Iran. Okay, hold on. We're not going to listen to this whole thing, mostly because it's forcing me to read a fuck ton. It's not all relevant. I mean, a lot of this is just stuff. Honestly, I mean, a lot of this stuff is stuff that I've said, that this is just the positions of Iran that are now just being heard, or at least seen on U.S. television, even though CNN refuses to do fucking... It's insane they just couldn't do that. Like, they know what they're doing. Let's talk about the money, the frozen assets of Iran. Or, well, let's see what this guy had to say about those assets. Wait. Yeah.
So the frozen assets are the big problem right now.
This is a sign of trust building. If Trump takes the negotiations seriously. $24 billion is not very much to America. If he wants to reach an agreement with Iran, this $24 billion is a test of trust that Iran wants to have with Trump. This is a test that America must pass, and then the path will be opened. This is our money, not America's money. Now, what's fascinating about that figure, 24 billion, that's got to be... I'm trying to think of exactly the fraction. I don't know where it's at right now. I haven't looked at the war cost tracker. But that's like a tenth of what the war has cost the United States at this point. It's going for 90 days, $2 billion a day. That's 180 billion, plus like 60 billion in lost equipment and damage across multiple Gulf states, at U.S. military bases. 24 billion is a fucking drop in the bucket compared to all that shit. Like, so, but he's saying, look, if you want to start negotiations, start. Because of Trump's horrible and just pathetically bad negotiations and his attempt to slow roll Iran, now the price to start negotiations is $24 billion in seized Iranian assets. So much winning. So we're going to be winning so much, you're going to be sick of it. Is this the kind of winning we were all expecting? So much winning. All right, well, let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz.
A tolling system in the Strait of Hormuz. Are you willing to open the Strait of Hormuz completely for all traffic?
Look, the Strait of Hormuz belongs to us and the country of Oman. Any kind of interference in the Strait of Hormuz is both interference in Iran's internal affairs, and no country in the world will be willing to let America come and be a partner in the Strait of Hormuz. The interference of foreign powers in the Strait is a kind of monopolization of world trade. Therefore, currently, 30 ships trade through the routes that Iran has determined. Well, we consider the management of the Strait of Hormuz our own. It costs to manage the Strait. It costs to protect the environment in the Strait. The security of the Strait has a cost too. Providing services to the passage of ships has a cost. Iran's issue is costs. Is America saying that we should pay the cost from the taxes of the Iranian people? Should we take the cost of the Hormuz from the ships that transport oil? Therefore, we are not willing to pay the cost of the Strait of Hormuz from the taxes of the Iranian people.
Situation in the Strait of Hormuz, and is there a danger that it goes back to full war?
The Strait of Hormuz is not dangerous for trade. Well, there you have it. A high-level, top-level official, the IRGC, speaking with CNN in an exclusive interview, saying that the Strait of Hormuz is Iran's, and Oman's, technically, but not America's. That they're going to do whatever they want to do. And if we want to even talk about peace, we owe them $24 billion. So much winning. Overwhelming. I don't even know what to do. So much winning. I think I'm going to throw up. Everybody's sick of winning. Well, guess what? I don't care. All right? I promise winning, and you're going to get it. If I have to, I will shove winning down your throat. Okay? Everybody voted for winning, and we're going to get more winning than ever before. Everybody's saying it. People are coming to me saying, sir, too much winning. And I say, no. No, you're wrong. Not enough winning. Meanwhile, in Gaza, Israel is continuing to commit war crimes, killing Palestinian baby and 5 other people at a wedding in the last 24 hours. Here's Reuters from earlier on Saturday.
Firiel Abul Haikal holds up a phone displaying a video of her 7-month-old grandson. According to the Palestinian Health Ministry, he was killed by Israeli gunfire on Friday evening when his family was driving in the Tel Rumeida area, south of the West Bank city of Hebron. His parents, who were wounded in the shooting, were in moderate condition. Haikal recounted the incident.
While driving near Checkpoint 17, we observed Israeli army vehicles and soldiers at a distance and stopped our car. Shots were fired towards us. Initially, we believed they were warning shots. One bullet struck my grandson, traversed his face, and crossed his head, striking his mother's cheek where it lodged. The bullet also grazed his father's finger. He is uninjured. The mother is currently hospitalized and asleep.
The Israeli military said that during operational activity in the Hebron area on Friday, soldiers perceived a vehicle accelerating toward them, and one soldier fired single shots.
They saw a vehicle? Oh, and so they murdered a baby. And almost killed a mom. Well, I guess former mom, now that the baby's dead. This is fucking disgusting. Oh, soldiers, occupying soldiers saw a civilian vehicle moving, and so they murdered a baby. Hebron is, of course, in the West Bank. This is disgusting. Not done, though. A little south in Gaza City, a drone attack killed 5 people at a wedding. Here's Al Jazeera on that story from earlier on Saturday as well.
Come on!
Some breaking news to tell you about now. And an Israeli drone strike has killed at least 5 people attending a wedding in Gaza City. Let's go to Al Jazeera's Hani Mahmoud, who's in Gaza City. Hani, what can you tell us?
Unfortunately, Folly, the number is expected to increase. This, according to on-ground reports. People are very close to the families that hosting the wedding. It was packed. Many of their relatives, many of their neighbors, people who came all the way from displacement sites in central and southern part of the Strip to celebrate with the family on this a happy day, a celebration of a wedding. Just in span of a few minutes, it turned from a happy occasion into something really sad and bloody. Initial footage that we were presented to us shows the devastation caused to the wedding tent there, and the number again is expected to increase. The 2 missiles that were fired by the drone exploded inside the tents, just not only immediately and directly killing and injuring people inside the tents, but also the shrapnels that it flew at a very high speed at the surrounding area and next door displacement sites. An honor school that is packed with displaced families. Many of the injuries were reported from inside these schools, from inside the classrooms where they are sheltering. Close to 15 injuries with the different degrees of severity of their injuries have been reported to both the Shifa hospital and a field hospital in the middle, in the heart of Gaza City. The number as of this moment has risen up to 5 people, including women and children, who were present at the wedding when the attack happened. And this is what Palestinians have been referring to, the anxiety, the fear because of these unpredictable attacks. Who would...
Yeah, this is completely fucked. They attacked the fucking wedding, dude. They bombed the wedding. They drone struck a wedding. Whatever you want to call it. It's insane. Most precise military... Right? What was it? The most precise, humane military in the Middle East or something like that? We've been told 1,000 times. Is attacking weddings in the middle of rubble. Around a bunch of tents. People are fucking criminals. Alright, let's go back to... This is our last clip on the war in Iran and the Middle East. All the different... I mean, really, it's all tied... The thing is, it's all fucking tied together now, and the language is getting muddled. I see people complaining about them calling it war crimes. This is a genocide. I know. I guess my point is like, we've been beaten down for years on the language. And now we have multiple conflicts in the same area, and it makes it even harder to, like, track. To, like, be like, oh, they used the wrong word again. It's like, you know, like, there's... Do you feel me on this right now? Because you got the war that the United States has started. but Israel's involved. Is the whole thing? Like, you see what I'm saying here? There's war crimes happening all over the place. There's also a genocide. There can be war crimes happening during a genocide. Technically, they're not like mutually exclusive. Like, you can have war crimes and a genocide happening at the same time, right? Yes, the most moral army. That's what they were all saying. And yet they're drone striking weddings. It's disgusting. This really is. I just how anybody could defend this, I don't know. I guess there's still at least one man left.
Here are some of Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Cory Booker's, and Chuck Schumer's thought partners. This is number 5. Mike Pompeo and Victoria Nuland. Pompeo, obviously, the Secretary of State under Trump 1. Nuland has been a long-time blob member. I think
she's in the State Department under Biden.
Yes. And
why isn't Hassan covering this right now? Honestly, Hassan's busy. Like, honestly, I don't know. Like, Hassan, I feel like what Hassan needs at this point is to actually have the Piker broadcasting system. To actually create a network of creators. Like a white leaf type of thing, but less shitty, right? So that you can have somebody constantly covering the Middle East, someone constantly covering Europe or Africa or South America or U.S. politics, elections, whatever else, right? I mean, he's making a lot of money now, and I feel like at some point, I think he's expanding could be basically where he needs to go, right? But I mean, there's plenty of times where I feel like I'm not covering things. There's plenty of times where I haven't covered what's happening in one place or another place, and I feel like I'm not doing enough. But there's just so much to cover, and even in an 8-hour stream, they can be tough. There's times where I have to split up the week ending report between Friday and Saturday, right? There's times where I know that I haven't covered enough stuff, and it's only been elections or whatever else, but honestly, the elections are super important. And I need Hassan covering the elections, okay? I really do. I actually do need him covering the primaries. Because there's not enough people covering the primaries right now. I've been trying my best, but god damn it, I don't have the reach that he does. And I've been looking at the stats, and the candidates that he's been supporting have been winning. Right? We might have our own individual criticisms of the candidate, but just having someone on the left doing that right now when the rest of everybody else is not doing it to the same degree that he is, and that's what we need right now, right? People supporting people on the ground, getting people activated before the general. Because once we get to the general, if we don't do what we're doing right now, if Hassan doesn't do what he's doing, I don't have any sort of highfalutin ideas about how much effect I'm having right now, because I'm not clipping enough and posting in the ways I need to. I'm just doing these live streams, so I don't have any idea how much actual effect it's having. But we need people working on these things. I know I'm going on this tangent.
Here they are in some type of a debate among debates. I'm not terribly thrilled with it. And arguing against Mersheimer and Stephen Walt about the Iran war. And Pompeo Nuland at one point, this is becoming an increasing tell. I noticed this when I was talking to, what's her face? Jillian Michaels. When she had no response or anything, she just really uncomfortably laughed. Mm-hmm. And these guys, they really, what a laugh riot this turns out for them.
This is what human decency demands. You don't let a radical regime close off the global economy by firing Shaheed missiles.
By the way, Ozempic Mike Huckabee, or wait, no, not Huckabee. What's this fucking guy's name? I know he just said it. Not Huckabee. What is this fucking dickbag's name? How did I forget just now? But this dude lost so much weight. Like, you know he's on the Ozemp.
Into nations that did nothing. Right, they're firing into civilians in the United Arab Emirates, even just this week. That's just not something that the world can accept. And so this monster is worthy of the hunt.
You do know, Mike, that we started the war.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Oh, no. Stephen.
They weren't firing those missiles
Pompeo.
until Israel and the United States attacked.
Thank you, Mitty. Pompeo. Yeah. Mike fucking Pompeo. This fucking guy. Like, it's like a suspicious amount of weight loss that he's had. Like, look at him. Like, he went from this. Like, it's part of the reason is because he's almost unrecognizable now. Like, this guy, I don't know who the fuck this guy is. This guy, who is this guy? This is the Mike Pompeo I remember. You know, rather rotund individual. A few extra pounds on him. Not this ghostly man. I have no idea who the fuck this guy is.
You do understand.
Welcome to 1979, when the revolutionary regime began to kill Europeans.
You do know that we overthrew the democratically elected government in 1954.
Just for the record, you were talking about this.
You don't think Iran has? You think Iran's forgotten about that?
No, I suspect they've not.
You don't think Iran remembers that we supported Saddam Hussein in the Iran-Iraq War?
I know
forgotten
this.
about this?
I know this.
Other countries have history.
Do you think Iran is a monster?
No.
Okay.
Well, pause it for a second. First off, like, honestly, like, this guy was the Secretary of State. Do you think Iran is a monster? Iran is a country.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, honestly, like, are you for? Do you think Iran is poopy pants? Do you think they're poopy pants?
Yeah.
Who's poopy pants and who's not poopy pants here?
I mean, you're accurately
monster.
You're accurately describing the mentality of a racist.
It's just like
right?
It's just so.
They consistently underestimate Iran due to just abject racism and Islamophobia.
And what is the measure of monsterhood? Like, be more specific about what you're talking about. Do we think the Iranian regime is democratic? Do we think the Iranian regime oppresses its own people? Do we think the Iranian regime kills people outside its borders? Do we think the Iranian regime is occupying and creating third-class citizens? I mean, there's other countries in the Middle East where you could apply these very specific measures. But that's why you call it a monster. Because
you wouldn't want to start having to apply any sort of rigorous standard to any other countries in the Middle East. Other countries starting with I.
And it just becomes this sort of like vague, amorphous thing. And this is what children do.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
I know that
other countries have history.
Do you think Iran is a monster?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think they're. I'm glad I don't live there. I think many countries do many bad things, including my own, and I wouldn't call the United States a monster.
But Stephen, do also remember that we wouldn't have had October 7th if we hadn't had Iranian support for Hamas.
I agree. We wouldn't have had October 7th if we'd gotten peace in the Middle East, and that's a much longer story.
It is, and every single U.S. president has tried and will continue to.
Not that hard.
But it is very important to emphasize there's no evidence that Iran even knew about October 7th, much less.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, Mearsheimer is right.
Yeah, listen, this is my point.
Look, they know that. The thing is that they know that he's right. They're just being condescending and dismissive, so they don't have to address the facts, which were, the things that are being said just now.
Them laughing because they do this when they have basically got to the end of their argument.
This is what U.S. intelligence says.
Yes, we have.
Iran even knew about October 7th, much less.
Oh my goodness! I'm sure it is lovely to live where you live and believe that.
There's no evidence in the public
goodness.
record of that.
Oh my goodness.
Well, let's pop up. We have a link
Oh
for
my
this.
goodness. Oh my goodness.
To the extent that you can believe them, and I'm not sure why the intelligence agencies, the U.S. intelligence agencies indicate Iranian officials were surprised by the Hamas attack on Israel. If you read in deeply into the reporting, there were the Hamas in the years prior had tried to pitch Iran on it, and Iran was never terribly interested. So I don't know by what means that they mean like Hamas wouldn't exist were it not for Iran. In fact, if there is a but for in terms of Hamas's existence, it has to be the Israeli government. The Israeli government midwifed the birth of Hamas out of the Muslim Brotherhood. It promoted Hamas as a way of dividing the Palestinian body politic, so that Fatah had a rival.
Exactly. They created Hamas to create a more radical political faction so they could demonize Palestinian politics broadly, because Fatah presented a more reasonable solution. They were in danger of, I don't know, coming to potential agreements back in the day. I think it was like the early 90s or something. Well, we've done it, people. Two last things for us to do. Al Jazeera live stream. And one other clip. Actually, we don't need this last clip. This is the last one. We don't need this. Do we need this? I don't think we do. 7 hours and 45 minutes into this goddamn stream. Let's just check out what's happening. Oh, look. Israel killing more people in Lebanon. At least 10. Great. Good. Oh, shit. And, oh, wow. Okay. Seems like a lot is happening over here between Lebanon and Israel.
Hello, I'm Sarah Khaira. Thank you very much for joining us. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Coming up on the program, police in Israel say...
By the way, this is the live stream, but I just scooped it back by like 30... Actually, further back, an hour back. There seems to be a whole bunch of things happening here.
At least 2 suspects have been shot and killed after a shooting attack in multiple locations in central Israel. Ebola cases rise in Democratic Republic of Congo, fueling concern about the scale of the outbreak. Parliamentary elections get underway in Armenia, where voters will choose between a tilt towards Europe or closer ties with Russia. An uncertain future for millions of Syrians living in displacement camps. The government plans to shut them down. Right, well, we are continuing our breaking news coverage that's coming out of Israel because police and the army say that at least 1 person has been killed and 5 others injured in a shooting incident. And this has happened at multiple locations in central Israel. Now, the shootings have happened at locations in the town of Kovkav Yair, that's near occupied West Bank, and it's
Just gonna skip past this story.
No negotiations. Hamas is taking a stronghold there, and settler violence. So, you know, this is tragic.
Oh, wow.
This is horrible, but it's not...
Oh, good. They're claiming Hamas is in West Bank now. Jesus Christ. That is a fucking... Oh, that's a bad sign. I think we all know inherently what that means. They claim Hamas is in the West Bank. This is a pretext for full annexation and/or destruction of what is left of the Palestinian parts of the West Bank.
It wasn't unexpected or unpredictable.
Right, as you said, while the focus has been on Iran, many are forgetting what's happening in the West Bank. Thank you very much, Alon Pinkas, there, a former Israeli diplomat, joining us live now from Tel Aviv. Now, Ebola cases are rising in Democratic Republic of Congo.
Now, just a few months later, it takes around 95.
Big deficit.
At least one person has been killed and 6 injured in a shooting incident at multiple locations in central Israel. The shootings happened in the town of Koshavya, near the occupied West Bank separation wall.
Or simultaneous attacks happening at the...
I could have sworn I saw them talking about, oh, here it is. I see. Is this it?
Those attacks continue. Just in the past hour, we've seen an airstrike on Majd Zun in the southwest front. There are also airstrikes happening now in the distance towards the Nabatea region. There were several airstrikes within the past hour around Nabatea, one in Habush, and then south of Nabatea in Kafar Tibnit, in Tibnin. These are areas in Lebanon's interior where the Israeli ground operation continues. They are trying to push forward to reach the city of Nabatea. They haven't actually reached the city yet. The outskirts, around 3 kilometers away from that city. Hezbollah also carried out several operations overnight targeting Israeli troops in the south. Then early this morning, there was a cross-border missile launch. 2 missiles were intercepted, as you mentioned, over Israeli settlements near the border just east of Bint Jbeil, but Hezbollah has yet to claim that cross-border attack. And as you can hear, the drone has been flying very low over the city of Tyre for the past hour or so. It also carried out at least 1 strike targeting a car in the town of Maraka, north of Tyre.
Wow. In the short period of time that I do this stream, 8 hours, so much happens. It's crazy. And that was just a quick clip from Al Jazeera. A quick clip from the live stream just now. Oh my god. Okay. We're gonna call it there. 8 hours. It's been a crazy freaking weekend. Now Sunday is here officially. Time for another one. Thankfully, we'll at least have Sunday Fun Day later today. At least that's the plan. Barring, some sort of shocking development between now and then. I plan on it. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gothdogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Oh No, Nadia, Jokey, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Wheeling Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, PerfXL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S., and Hecate. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show, but your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
Bye.